Hello friends, welcome back. Want to build a real-world enterprise-grade certification app like Microsoft Online Exam? In this complete video, I will walk you through building SmartCertify, an online test platform built with Angular 19, .NET Core 9 Web API, and Azure. From secure login with Azure AD B2C to role-based access, image upload, email notification, and CI/CD, and much more. This full-stack app has it all. Let's dive in and bring SmartCertify to life. I wanted to present what SmartCertify app can do. So here we go with the demo. This is the website where the SmartCertify app has been deployed, and I have an ability to log in. But in case if I don't want to log in, I can go along with the pages that is available here. You can see these pages do not need authorization. You can find all of the videos here, and if I want to go over the course, I have these courses: Angular, React, Azure, .NET Core, and many more. Right, so what we are going to do is, this is a place where it shows you what are the interview questions or the knowledge testing features available. So in case if I choose Angular, and it will show you based on the modules. So for example, if I choose this where only the available tests will be shown, these are the available tests. If I wanted to check my knowledge on Angular out, I can do that. If I want to check my knowledge on Azure, I can do here. There are 116 questions as of this recording, right? So there are many things that we are going to see. So I would like to show you what happens if I log in. Alright, now I have logged in, and you can see all of these menus got updated. I can, as an admin, I can create the questions where you'll be writing the exams. I can view the questions, I can edit the questions, which involves all of these reactive forms, and I can go over here, I can write an email, I can post whatever I want here, like a message to the admin, and I can go and update my profile. I can go to course. Now if you see, all of these tests are getting enabled. Because I've logged in, I'm now eligible to take up the test. And if you have not logged in, you try to take up the test, it will force you to log in. And I've already taken enough tests, so if I go to user exams, I can see all of the exams that I have taken. So let me quickly show you how the exam will look like. So for example, if I go to the course, and let's say we wanted to take something with .NET Core, I wanted to filter this, and let's say I wanted to write a test against this concept. So I'm going to start the test, and this is how the Microsoft exam will look like, but the wordings are different, but basically this is how I just wanted to bring the similar experience. I will say agree. If I don't say agree, it will exit. So we'll cancel it. Let's agree. This is the next step. That there are 10 questions for 15 minutes. There are few features. There are few features that with respect to time bound things have been disabled for now, but we can always enable that, right? So I'm going to start the exam, and it's just started with the 10 questions. Exam in progress, and this is how it looks. This is the question, this is the option. I need to choose what I want. Let's say what are the key difference between these three, right? They're all different, one does different things. So you can see this is the actual answer. I can also mark this as review, but let's say this is the answer. I can choose next. This will be updated. Let's say I don't know what to do with this. I can do a skip. So this will go to the next question. I can come back. I can say what HTTP methods are commonly used in REST. All of these methods are used, right? So get port, this is the basic one which is used. And if I'm not sure, I can also do this next. Like this, I'm going to quickly go over certain things, like, I'm not going to really answer any questions, but I'm going to mimic that somebody is going to answer it. How does the dependency injection works? This is the answer. And I'm just going to quickly select something so that we can keep going. Like I can also skip something if I don't know. I can choose this. See, I'm at the last question. So it is now asking me, okay, this is what all of these questions. Can I want to submit the feedback? I can submit the feedback whatever I want, and I'm finishing the exam. It says I'm done. I'm going to go to the next step, and it's going to take me here. And this is the exam that we just completed. Let's see how much we scored. We scored 40, which means only 4 are correct, remaining are wrong. Similarly, if you have started an exam, if you wanted to resume it, you can always come back and resume it. That's how it works. If I can go here and try to resume it, it just resumes. So all of these things is possible. So in this complete full stack video, you'll be developing all of these features from Angular 19, .NET Core Web API, and many Azure functions. We are using Azure AD B2C as an authentication authorization. So there are many things that is required, that is used in this real world application. Now, I hope you enjoyed this demo, and you can always come to this website and log in and write your own exam to see where you stand. Now that we have seen what SmartCertify can do, let me walk you through what you will learn in this complete full stack journey and how you can build something just like this from scratch. So this video is designed for full stack developers and covers the real world concept using Angular 19, .NET Core Web APIs, and a wide range of Azure services. Throughout this video, you'll see over 30 chapters. Each clip focuses on important production level concept. I've added the timestamp in the description so you can easily jump to the sections you are most interested in. Whether you're looking to sharpen your backend skills, front-end development, or cloud integration, there is something here for you. If you get stuck or need clarification, feel free to drop a comment or join our Telegram channel. I'm always happy to help. At the end of this video, you'll have hands-on knowledge of how to architect and build secure, scalable, and modern full stack application just like SmartCertify. So come, let's dive into the first one. Hello everyone, welcome back. We're building the SmartCertify app, which is an online course certification platform, and this video is all about the architecture and the overview of the application. So let's take a look at the prerequisites knowledge that you need to know. I expect at least you should know C# programming. Some familiarities between the object-oriented concepts and basic syntax is more than enough. Some basic HTML knowledge, some basics JavaScript understanding, some Bootstrap. Bootstrap is, again, it's not mandatory. We're going to use the existing Bootstrap, CSS, and that's it. All the remaining stuff that is mentioned in this video and in this video series starting, every single concepts will be taught in the video series. So don't worry. We'll cover all the advanced and project-specific concepts as we progress through each video in the series. So architecture, and this is the high-level overview. So I've come up with some, understanding of all the components that we will be using. And if you pay attention here, this is the whole, a lot of Azure service and other stuff that we're going to use. The one that you see here, the box, that's called Azure Environment. So inside Azure Environment, all of the Azure related stuffs are there, right? So we have users from outside who will be contacting the web app, which is the UI application, that's in app service, and that will eventually call the outside API through the API gateway in Azure API management. The API management will be hiding our web API endpoints, which means Azure API management will then call or forward the calls that's coming to the app service where we have the .NET Core 9 web API, and we have some app service here. And then what we're going to do is that application, right, the web API will have all of these contacts. So it will be talking to Azure server, the Azure SQL server, it will be having the Redis cache. It has a function in the Azure environment where we will be using different types of functions for different functionalities. We'll have some logic apps, we'll have some storage account where we store some data, certification and other stuff. And UI will also be using the CDN friend door, right? CDN friend is like basically content delivery network, which is also from the Azure, and that will be taking the content from the storage account, all of those CSS, JavaScript, and static files. We have Key Vault, we have Azure Monitor, we have Analytics Workspace, we have Azure DevOps CI/CD pipeline for the code, maintenance. We have Azure Container Registry. We have many things. You can see literally we have using Graph API, .NET Core 9, Angular 9, 19, TypeScript, so many stuff. Manage identity, service principal, system identity, software as a service, and shared access signature. So many things. This is at a high level. Okay, so these are the components. Whatever you see green, they all belong to one category, blue belong to one category, and this red belong to one category. Okay, that's why they are named as this kind of a coloring. If you don't understand this, that's okay. We are gonna take small piece by piece of these services, build it, and then I'll tell you how we will integrate all of these things into one application. There's a lot of components which we will be integrating as we progress, and you will be learning every single thing from the scratch. Alright, so I hope you're excited to learn more on this application. We're going to start building more, and in the next video we'll be talking about how we can use different tools for the data management, which is our SQL Server. So don't worry, in the next video we'll be seeing some exciting stuff like SSMS and Azure Data Studios. So stay tuned, and if you like this video, don't forget to subscribe to my channel and share this with your friends. Hit that like button also. Hello friends, welcome back. We are building the full stack development video series. Our application name is SmartCertify. In this video, learn how to install the SQL Express, SQL Server Management Studio, and Azure Data Studio. I will guide you through connecting to a SQL Express server and accessing your database, and also using the Azure Data Studio. Perfect for beginners starting with SQL databases. So stay tuned for more episodes in our SmartCertify series, where we build a robust online course certification platform, SQL Express and SSMS. So go to Google and type SSMS download. You'll see like this, and if you open this first link, you'll be going to this page. So basically, SSMS is nothing but this one, the tool that is used to talk to the database. It's a good IDE to interact with the database. Okay. Now, after you go here, based on your OS, you can actually install the latest one. As of this recording, 20.2 is the latest one. Once you install this, what you can do is go to Google now and search SQL Server Downloads or SQL Express Download. Now you go to this location, the first link, and you will end up here. So basically, there are two types of database. Like, first of all, in order to interact with the database, you need to install the SQL Server. SQL Server is heavy, however for developers it is free. So there are two options for you. Okay, if you scroll down, for developers the server itself is free, or for our app development, SQL Express, the limited installment, which is more than enough for us to open up a great database and do all of this interaction. That's more than enough. So I have installed this SQL Express. So you download it. Once you get the software, you can install it. Okay, so you have installed SQL Express, which act as a small server, and then IDE, SSMS IDE, to interact with the database. And if you go to the Google and also search Azure Data Studio, Azure Data Studio is very powerful, much faster than SSMS. It's a lightweight, mainly developed. This IDE was mainly developed for interacting with Azure SQL servers. So go here and then search for this Azure Data Studio, open this link. If you open this link, it will go here. Okay, so now what you can do, you can actually click on this download now, and it will take you to this location, and you can go to this according to your OS. You can click on the installation and install it. Mine is 64 version. I think most of us have 64-bit version. So you can actually download the 64-bit and you can install it. Okay. Once you install these two things, see it has more details here for download and run. You can just install this. This is much better. Okay. So click on this. Once you install it, let's go one by one. The first one is SQL Server, right? So what happens if I close this? Let's open it from first, so you know what we are referring to. So I will go here, SSMS. You will see icon like this. Click on it, and when it opens, it will ask you your server name. See, once it comes like this, it will ask you the server name. Because we have installed SQL Express, the server name is like localhost/SQL Express. Okay, this should be same for all of us, whoever is doing this installation. And authentication, you can choose Windows authentication. Basically, as long as you're logged into your own Windows machine, this is more than enough. So I am the user here, so that's why it's like the moment I choose Windows authentication, this is disabled because it's just me. Okay, and then you choose database engine, and then also choose this trust server certified, and then click on connect. See, now it connects to the SQL Express server. There is no database yet, but you can see all of these properties here. You can expand this. For you, if you're doing it for first time, you may not see any of this database. Okay, I have created all of this database, that's why it's coming. But basically you can click here and then from the keyboard Control N, which will actually open up new query. You can either do that or click on this new query. Both are same, it's going to open this here. And there are two ways we can so for the first times whoever have not used this, okay, let me tell you some small simple tips. As we progress we will learn more. And if you look at this is the place where you can select the database. Don't worry, if you don't have any database you will not see anything other than this model and master MSDN. All the other database are my database, that's why it's showing up here. But you can choose like this, or if I have to choose some specific website, if I have to choose some specific database, I can also use queries like use and then let's say SmartCertify. That's the database that I created. And then Alt X together pressing will run this query. Okay, so select this Alt X, or you can also select this execute. Basically we're executing. Once you execute this, you see this one auto selected. Now what happens is you have selected the database, so the moment you start typing some queries like select star from, it will start listing you all the database tables. So I have some tables like this, you see, start typing, it will start come again. If I select, something is like, there is no data, that's why it's showing up like this. Okay, so this is how you use SSMS. Okay, don't worry, in the upcoming videos we'll be designing the database itself, and the whole query you will get it to create the database tables and all of those stuff. So don't worry, let's focus on this tool. Okay, so next the important tool is Azure Data Studio. This is wonderful tool. Okay, I suggest you start using Azure Data Studio. All right, so for the first time when you expand, you'll see like this, exactly like this. There's nothing, I cleaned up everything here. Okay, what we are going to do is we are going to click here and say new connection. Okay, so here if you look at this connection details, it is asking you Microsoft SQL Server, it is asking you connection string or parameters. Connection string, if you give, basically connection string will have the database name, server name, everything. That's why the moment you give this, everything will be auto-filled. But let's take a look at this parameter. You need to give the server name. If you remember here, what was the server name that we gave? Localhost SQL Express, right? So same thing, I'm going to copy this, paste it here, Windows authentication. So for good, because the server is now here, now it is, the moment I click this, it is showing this error. I'm going to enable this trust. After that, look at this, I'm going to enable this to true. If I go here, databases are coming. I'm going to select this database, one of the database, and then say connect. See, it connected, and then it is showing all the tables from the database. Now you can use this new query. Again, same thing, you see this, you can switch the database, and here you can use the query here to see some tables. Okay, now this database is chosen, so I'm executing this one, some data is coming. Okay, if you wonder why this data was not coming here, because we were not choosing the same database. If I choose this, see 8-9 records, it's going to be same. Okay, but this is much easier. It's it's easy to use, it's good one. For example, if you have some complex query, you can estimate the the query plan. It will tell you how complex your query is, how long it takes for the SQL Server to give the arranged data. But don't worry, we're not going to do all of those things, mambo jumbo work or any heavy work here. All what you have to know is you should know the right tools for you to kickstart with the database. So SSMS and Azure Data Studio. Azure Data Studio we never used, we're going to use it going forward. Okay, now once you have all of these two things, you're set to go. Once you have set all of these things, you're good to go. Don't worry about these links, download links, every single thing will be there in the description, so you'll get it. All right, so stay focused. This is episode 2. And I hope you enjoyed this video. If you like this video, share this with your friends, hit that like button and subscribe to my channel. So stay tuned and I'll see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. This is full stack development video series. We were building the SmartCertify app, which is the online certification platform app. And this is episode 3, is all about the SQL basics for the beginners to understand how SQL and database works. So without delay, come let's get started. So what is SQL? SQL stands for Structured Query Language. It's the standard language for interacting with the database. That's the first thing that came into this world before the NoSQL concept came. Now, what it does is it allows you to create, read, update, delete the data that's there in the database, and that's formally known as the CRUD operation. So if you have heard about CRUD operations, they're nothing but create, read, update, delete. Now, why is this SQL important? See, it's the essential for managing the database and retrieving or manipulating the data in the applications, like our application as the SmartCertify. So that's the fundamental, that we have to deal with the data. So we need this. Okay, so then what is database? So a database is a collection of data that's organized in a structured way for easy access and management. All right. So databases are made up of the tables that can store the data in the rows and columns wise. So rows are called records, columns are called fields. So let's take a good example. Think of a database like a spreadsheet, Excel spreadsheet, okay, where each sheet is a table. Now, if you go to the sheet, what you will see from A to Z and A to C, from down to up and from left to right, you see that, right? So each row is an entry and each column is an attribute of that entry. For example, student name, exam score, etc. Those will be as a column name, right? So that is how you should imagine if you are new to this database. So we talked about this CRUD code operation, right? So this is how it typically looks. So if you have to select something from a table, you just need to use select star from table name. So don't worry, I will deep dive into all of these concepts in a couple of minutes. So just stay with me. Select star from. So star means like select every single column. That's what it means. Okay, so this will return all the records, and if you wanted to insert a record, basically we will use insert into, okay, the table name, and then we will specify the columns and values like that. So similarly for update, we'll be setting columns value with some data, and then we will also use some var classes so that only that specific records are updated. Delete, again same thing, we will use some var classes to specify a particular record, and we will use delete from table name that will delete a particular record or a group of record. Okay, so that's how these statements works. And let's talk about some relationships. So our SmartCertify app uses several tables, which you're going to see shortly, like users, scores, exams, and results, and so many things. So each table is related to each other. Sometimes some tables may not be related to each other, but most of the time tables are generally related to each other. So for example, a user can enroll in many courses, and each courses has multiple exams, like that. Okay, so these relationships are maintained using some foreign keys and a column in one table that refers to a primary key in another table. So we will also talk about primary keys and foreign keys in a moment. So these things are the tables and relationships. So imagine this, right? If you have a user table, these are the columns, and in this user ID is called primary key because it's going to have a unique record. Similarly for course table, course ID will be the primary key, and user ID in this table might be a foreign key because user ID and another table is a primary key. Okay, we'll talk about it. And then like this, I can give you a lot of examples. These are the extra examples that you see. So I have opened the SQL Server Management Studio, that's also called SSMS. You can use this or Azure Data Studio. Both are going to be exactly same, and for this video we will use the SSMS. In upcoming videos we will translate into Azure Data Studio, so we are familiar with both the tools. Now after I open, like basically you will be seeing like this. The moment you open the server like SSMS, you'll be prompted like this to log in. You say connect, and then it connects to this local host SQL Express, and then this is what you will see. You may not see all of this database, so don't worry. All what you're going to do is click on a new query, and let's explore something. The moment you click on new query, by default a database called master is selected. So let's do this, right? Let's learn something basics. So first thing, what we need to have a database. So create database and then database name. Let's say sample, or let's say learning. Okay, I can select this. So I'm saying create database name. Imagine in a real world when you're working in company, you will not be doing this kind of a statement. Database either will be created by somebody or mostly 99% database do exist already as you start the project. Okay, it's very likely that you'll be doing and creating such database from the scratch. You'll not be doing it. So you should still be knowing how to do it. So create database name. I'm going to execute. Database is created. How do I know? I can come here and refresh, and you will see this database here. And then if I click here, I can come and select this database. All right. Now, what else are the options? I am going to switch to a different one. I'm going to now say use learning. This is how you will pre-select the database. So I select this, Control X. Remember, select Control X will execute only the statement, not the other statement. Be careful when you have multiple statement. Just don't say Control X, everything will be executed. All right. So just be careful. Now, after this, we're done. Let's clean up this. You don't need these things. Don't worry. When we do a real database design, you will have every single script given to you. Okay. So stay focus on what we learned today. Now, next is a database will have tables. That's what we mentioned, right? So if I expand this, do we have tables by default? No, I do not have any man-made, human-made created tables here. Okay, so the first thing is, first let's create a table. So I can say create table name. I can give a table name called, let's say, user profile. And then what you have to do is you have to open this parenthesis. This is how you specify. This is syntax. Okay, so don't worry that I don't understand. See, all of these things are called syntax. Syntax is not going to change. You write, I write, syntax is not going to change. So all what you have to know and memorize or whatever you wanted to do, right? You just need to remember this is how you have to do. Create table name. Okay, done. After that, you need to specify columns, right? We're not specifying any rows yet. We are defining columns. Data definition language. So all of these things called DDL, data definition. You're defining how the data is going to be. So the first thing is in Excel, right? You have a sheet. Now you have a columns, right? You need to define the columns to start with. So what can we start? We can say display name. I wanted to store a display name. All right. Next comes the data type. Okay. The data type is basically defines what kind of data can be stored on that column. In Excel, if you right click on a particular cell and say it's a number type, then the formats as a number. Okay, but if it is string type, it still can accept the numbers. So that's the definition of a column. So here I'm saying n varchar. Okay, n varchar means it will accept all types of characters. Okay, and then I'm saying I need to allow only 100 characters for this column, and I'm saying this column should not be a null column. I mean, someone who specifies a value, it should have some value. It cannot have a null. Now what you need to understand is this is the field name followed by data type followed by constraints. Constraints are nothing but enforcing a rule on a particular column. Okay, so we're enforcing this cannot have a null and it can have only 100 characters. All right, now we can also write some couple of columns quickly. Let's imagine we have columns like this. Okay, right, or else let's put this one. By default it is null. However, there are other columns like first name, last name, email. It cannot be null. This is a constraint. This is also a constraint. Good so far. Okay, now what we do, now the table, this is a table. Now what you need to understand is generally when you use entity framework or any table in general should have a column that can be uniquely identifiable. Okay, in this every single thing can have a duplicate. It is no guarantee that you will have a unique column here, unique value in the data. Now in order to do that, generally what is done is you can say user profile followed by ID, or you can just say ID. Both are absolutely correct. If you say just ID, automatically it will become user profile ID. That's how it works. Okay, let's define user ID. let's name it as user ID. It's okay if it is different name, okay, but we will be preferring table name followed by the ID. But for this table alone, it's going to be user ID. Now we are saying it is an integer column. It can have only numbers, okay. So far it is still duplicate. I can have 1 or 2 for more than one records. How does this becomes unique? How can we enforce this as a unique? Right, there are multiple ways to do it. The easiest way to do is to have a constraint called identity. Identity of 1, 1. What does it mean? It means it's an auto increment column. It starts with 1 and there is an increment by 1. That's what this is called as, okay. Starts with 1. If I say 0, increment by 10. So the value will be like 1, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, just keeps going on, okay. So let's keep it simple, 1, 1. So for good. So now there are important things that makes it as a primary key. See, primary key, okay, let me tell you something. So in a table there are only two types of important index can be there. One type is called clustered index, one type is called non-clustered index, okay. Remember, in interview, if someone asks you what is a primary key can have a clustered index, okay. There's only one clustered index possible in a table. More than one non-clustered index are possible in a table, okay. So let's not deep dive into too much into indexing and all of those stuff for the beginners. But indexing is basically imagine you have a book and you have in the first page you'll have some index, right? That's why they are called as index. So it tells you which page has what data. You can just directly go to that page if you know where it is. If you don't know where it is, you have to look for all the pages and find out. That's the primary purpose of this primary index, the cluster index, okay. So we are going to define this column as primary key. The moment you define primary key, it cannot have a null value and it cannot have duplicate value. This is very important, okay. Primary key will always have unique value and it cannot have null value. There's another key called unique key, okay. There's something called unique key, okay. If the difference between unique key and primary key is unique key is same as primary, and then it can also have null values, okay. Null values means only one null. The whole table, one null is allowed because null is also a unique value, okay. That's the difference. In interview they might ask you this. All right, we're good here, right? So primary key. Now let's imagine what happens here, okay. So we have this primary key, we have this couple of tables. So I select this and execute. Great. Let's refresh and see what happens. I will tell you important tips that you have you might not be knowing. So let me know in the comment section if you know already about the tips that I'm going to tell you now. So if you expand this table, if you expand the keys, you see this, what happened? Some mumbo jumbo random words have come here. So there's a primary key and there's a name for primary key, but unfortunately we didn't give the name. It just picked up its random name. If you don't trust me, just imagine 76 F5, right? I'm going to delete this and I'll show you what happens. I delete it. I'm going to rerun this. Refresh, expand. It's a different number. Yes, that's the point. In a real world, in an organization, you cannot or you should not have such kind of unnamed primary keys or foreign keys, because as you execute the statements in different environment, this random names will come. That's why it's not a good idea. So what is the good idea? You can actually have a name for this primary key. So here is what is going to happen. I'm going to delete this. I'm going to bring up another table, the same table but well organized table, okay. The table that you're going to see right now is nothing but one of the table in our database. You see this, create table, table name. This is good, this is good. We have extra columns, and here is what. Stay here, I'll come and talk about this. So you say comma constraint, we are saying constraint name, and then primary key, we are saying which is primary key. Okay, this will have a named primary key which will never ever change irrespective of how many times you execute this or wherever you execute this. Dev environment, QA environment, staging, protection, doesn't matter. Why? Because it will be easy to drop such kind of constraints if you have a named one. That's why. Now, in this, we are going to introduce one more constraint that you can define on a particular column. We are saying, hey, this is also not null, but in case user doesn't give, we will have a constraint called default. Df means default, and then we name it like this. So table name underscore column name. This is how the naming conventions are followed. Df means default underscore name of the table underscore the column name, and then we say default, and then we give a value. Okay, so let's execute this. I'm going to refresh this. Let's do this. Good. I'm going to expand this. See, we have a named key. Now you can drop this key nicely, and the script will never ever change if you wanted to drop this particular primary key. Alright, so now we are done with the DDL, a very basic data definition language, DDL. This is called DDL. Now, how do you insert this? So there are different ways of inserting. Okay, so let me give you some updates. So for example, if I right click on this table, script table as, you see this, all of these things are coming. So let's take this, insert into. It created a script for us. Basically it's saying, so it says insert into table name, and then it says we are defining in that table what columns are something that we need to pass. So we're saying these 5 columns. Did you notice user ID got disappeared here? Why? Can you guess it? Alright, let me know in the comment section. But here's the answer. User ID is the identity column which will auto increment by the SQL. So we don't need to specify this. If you try specifying it, it will give you error unless you switch it off automatically, like unless you switch it off manually and switch it on back. All right, so let's not do that. But the reason why that column didn't come because of that. So for good, now here you just need to pass the value. Okay, so if you pass the value here, let's say as per the syntax, it says after that values, and then you pass 5 values. Display name smart in single quotes, and then followed by what? First name learn, and then last name coding. Let's make it fun. All right, so I gave some 5 names, and if I execute this, 1 row got affected. What happens if you do like this? And then I'm going to remove this. Okay, execute this, 1 more row got affected. So let's take a look how it is. Okay, so select star from table name. Okay, great, everything looks good. Okay, now here's the thing. If you ever wonder, we have a constraint called default constraint, and that's a guest, right? But here guest is supposed to come if you have thought about it, but it didn't come. Why? Because we intentionally passed an empty string which is valid. Imagine this, if I clean this out, okay, and if I remove this, let's execute this 1 more time and see what happens now. 3 records, guest came, because when you don't specify, it is a null that you're passing, and if it is a null, this default constraint will kick in and it will insert guest for you. That's the beauty of the constraints. Alright, so we know constraints, we know how to create a table, we know primary key, we have seen all the data types and all those things, select statement. Alright, so the next one is update table name set. I'm saying set the display name column as Karthik. So before I execute, what will happen? If I execute this, what happens? Because there is no where class, SQL doesn't know. SQL thinks this tables, this column needs to be updated as Karthik. So all of these things will become Karthik. In order to avoid, we apply something called where class. We are restricting a record or a group of record by using where class. The moment the where class comes, we are saying where user ID equal to 2. Wherever the user ID is 2, there only you update this. Update only 1 record. Only here it got updated. If I do this, 3 records, That's what we don't want, right? But it's okay, it's learning phase. Okay, so we know what happens like this. You can apply any number of var class to filter a particular record, because in our case user id 2 is unique. I applied this, but in the real world you might apply more than one var class. You don't need to put var continuously, but we are saying var condition. Okay, and then now we are going to deal with what? Select SCR. So read operation is done, select operation is done, CRUD operation like update is done, delete. It's all same thing, right? So delete from table name. So delete from table name. So I'm saying copy this. If I just execute this, everything gets deleted. But if I say var user id not, or maybe if I say greater than 3, there's no greater than 3, there's 0 record affected. So if I say equal to, or I can also say in 1 and 3, leave the 2, that's what I'm saying. Okay, and 1 and 2 got deleted. You can see only second record is present. All right, okay, so we know create table. We have seen how to create a table, constraints, select, update, delete, all of those things. All right, one last thing before we end up, right? We will talk about a new table called user activity log table, where log id is the unique column, which is identity. This is again a user id. Okay, so imagine this, right? I have a second column called user id, and user id, if you're familiar with this, we talked about it. It's there as a primary key in the user profile table. Okay, and then we have other columns, and so far you're familiar. The only thing that is new here is we have the same column name. It's preferred to have the same column name. Let me put it this way. Okay, don't think that it cannot be a different name. It is, but it is not preferred to have that. So user id is the primary column id, the primary id of the one of the table. So we will use that same name. And then till here everything is familiar with you. The last thing is we are also adding a constraint called foreign key, fk followed by same convention, table name followed by the user profile table. So here table name, this table name followed by the table to which this is referring to, and then we say foreign key. We specify here this user id is here in this table. Who is foreign key? This is foreign key, and it is references another table called user profile. In that user profile, user id is the foreign key. For example, if just for example, right? Okay, if you have like this, now you understand user id, this one is coming from that user profile table, this is coming from here. So let's put it back, this only for your understanding. That's it. If you execute this, now this is what a parent-child relationship. Okay, so there is only one record present in user profile table, but for a given user, many number of activities are happening. That's why child records are inserted here. We can easily pull up, we can join these two tables and pull up the final records of a particular user. So that's the importance of this primary key and the foreign key concept. Okay, so I hope you understand. All right, so let's come to this conclusion. So we learned so far about the DDL, DML. DMLs are nothing but manipulation language that comes under the update, delete, and all of those things. So we know what is database, why SQL Server, why this SQL. We know data types, constraints, default constraints, some primary key, foreign key, cluster index, non-cluster index, why they are required, and then some basic tables, right? So don't worry, this is just a starting, right? Feeding too much to you on one video of something that you have never seen will be too much. So we will wrap up now, and in the next video I promise you the complete database design is going to be a wonderful thing, that you will see how tables are emerging, why certain tables are having relationship with one-to-many, and why sometimes some tables doesn't have any relationship. They can stand out separately also. All right, so we're going to see all of those things in the next video, so stay tuned. If you like this, subscribe to my channel, and if you have any questions, let me know in the comment section. Hit that like button and share this with your friends. Keep watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. This is full stack development video series. We were building the SmartCertify app, which is the online certification platform app. And in this video, we will be taking a deep dive into the database design behind the SmartCertify app. We'll be exploring all the key tables, relationships, and how they work together to power the online course certification platform. Whether you are learning database design or building your own app, this video is going to give you the insights that you need. So without delay, come let's get started. So friends, before we start, if you have not subscribed to my channel, subscribe and hit that like button. Alright, so again, I have opened up the SSMS tool, which is here, and I'm going to go over the database schema. Okay, so let's do this. Okay, so here's the complete script, which we will go through slowly. Okay, this is the database design part. So before we design, first we need to understand what is our application is going to do. Based on that only you can design. And always business or anything that will always grow, right? Application or anything will always grow. So there's something called minimum viable product, MVP. That's nothing but whatever is really minimum for us to get the app working with the basic functionality or any minimum requirement. Where all the companies will start like that. As things comes in, the database will evolve it. Same thing is going to go for us. So I have enough tables to kick started. So let's go one by one. So in the previous video, I told you how we create a database. So we are basically checking the database to exist. Again, these scripts are run only one time. This is only for our understanding. Okay, so we're checking the database to exist in the database schema. If it is exist, it is going to drop because we're going to recreate it. Okay, so if it doesn't exist, it's going to create. If to exist, it's going to drop. But again, you don't need this, but just only for understanding. So all what you have to do is you run this, which is going to create a database, and then let's focus on the tables. So this is the table where I wanted to store the user's information. Okay, now user profile information content, right? See, this table will start having records as user starts logging in. They sign in or sign up, the user will start seeing the records coming up here. We are going to see those kind of concepts, how this table gets inserted into some records as we progress. And when we come into Azure AD B2C, there's something called the function will do this. That's the API connector which we are going to use it. But this is where the user's information is going to be present. So that's why AD object ID is nothing but a unique object ID that's available and present in Microsoft Azure AD B2C. That data is what we are going to refer here. Okay, now we have another table called roles table where I define roles. I can have admin, read only, support, customer. I can just keep growing. These are the four initial roles that I get started with. Okay, so for good, because if you watch the previous video, we will create a table, column name. So we'll get a table, a column name, and that's it, a constraint. So for good. So again, this database design is the primary focus of this video, not learning how SQL works. SQL works nicely. I recommend you watching the previous video, which I've explained. Even a very basic beginners will understand. All right. So let's go to the next table. Here's the thing. I wanted to use my database as a centralized database. So I wanted to create a table called Smart App where I will record which application is this meant for. Okay, so this one will have see, I've already given Smart Table. We can use this database centralized one so that any number of future apps that you create, you can still use the same database, and you can start adding different tables that will have some common tables along linked to it. Okay, now here is the next important thing. There is a table called user role table. Okay, what this user role table will do is we are defining for each user what role they have. This is a user table, this is a role table. If I have my entry here, what role I have, that linkage is here. Okay, and look at this: user role ID, user ID, smart app ID. Smart app ID means basically for a given application, for a given user, what role I have. That is what this is defining. So for example, SmartCertify app is the app today we are building, right? In that, I am an admin. So my user role, my user ID is going to be like say 2. role ID is admin, so admin role will come. Smart app ID is going to be 1 because it's just the first record. But tomorrow another app comes and I'm supporting that. So my user ID will come here, but app ID is going to be different because that's how it works, right? So for a different app, I'm a different role. I'm the same user, but I have a different role. That's why this concept is important. Okay, if you don't understand this, just hear this one more time and let me know in the comment section if you still need any clarification. Now, here is the next important thing. So what we have is, we have something called course, where I will define, like say, Angular, .NET, React, Java, so and so. So I just need to hold those information in a table. So I have a course ID, I have a title for that, I have a description for that. Okay, that's it. It just created on, created by, reminding it all is same, foreign key and primary key. Okay, now what I'm going to do is, let's say I have a course called Angular. I have to create a n number of questions and answers options for Angular. Here comes the question table. So for question table, I have a course ID, which means Angular. For Angular, I have a question. It's called question text. That question is easy or medium or difficult, whatever it is. That's the level of that particular question. Is that question has some code? Yes or no. Bit is the data type which says yes or no. Default is no. That's why default 0. If you notice there's a mistake here, if you have found it, let me know. Here, if you watched the previous video, you know what the mistake that I'm referring to. Alright, there's something missing here. Okay, now here the next table again, same mistake. Gonna let me know. I will be waiting for you. So questions are here. For each question, for a given category, like for a given course, I might have 4 options. So choice is the table which will hold the question ID. So here you see this, there's no course ID here because course ID is here. So the question will come here. For that particular question, I have 4 records. Choice 1, choice 2, choice 3, choice 4. Choice text, that's the option, first option's value. Again, it's a code or not, and I'm also saying that option is correct or not. So here 1 record will be there. Here 4 record will be there for that particular question because those 4 are nothing but option A, B, C, D. If I have more options, no problem. More questions, I mean like more choice. A, B, C, D, E, F. 6 options. Sounds good? That's how the tables are organized. Okay, so for good. That's how we're gonna we're gonna do all of these things. And then let's say user. Let's say I'm a user. I wanted to write an exam. I wanted to evaluate myself. I will choose the Angular as my course. This table will start having information about which user, what course they selected, what was the current status, which is default, the default value was in progress, when they started, when they finished. Do they have any feedback for us? That's how the feedback columns are. Okay, so this is all defined based on my evaluation of the application. I am saying these are the columns that is important for this kind of a table. All you need to understand is why I have created such thing, how the relationships are maintained. That's what you need to understand. Okay, so for a given user, which is user ID will come here, he chose Angular, so Angular course ID will come here from the course table, and I will say what's my current status, when I started, when I finished, and what is my feedback. If I have given any feedback, I will record it here for a given course. That's the whole idea. Okay, now what this exam question is all about is, let's say I start an exam, 20 questions. Idea is to insert those 20 questions randomly from that question bank, from the question table for a given user, and put it here. So what will happen? I have exam ID, what questions ID was picked up for that particular user, and what the user was selected. Default, probably he never selected anything because he never go through questions, right, initially. That's why we set as null. And again, this is something that indicates whether the answer is correct or not. I mean, it's again the same thing. What he chose. Because answer is correct or not, it is there in the choice table. what the user choose is what we have to record here. And if he choose that he has to review it later, it will be recorded here. Okay, here's the thing. The moment we have an n number of questions for a given user that he starts, it's easy for us to resume those questions whenever he wants to resume it. Okay, in real world certification, you need to finish it within the stipulated time, but in our case, we're going to be very flexible, so the user can come back and learn, pause, whatever he can do. Okay, that's our idea. And then we have some couple more tables here. Okay, let's go one by one. Notification table. Basically, I'm saying if I have to send some notification, which will come in upcoming videos, let's say a new course is added. Okay, I wanted to publish this kind of notification to all of my users. So I will put some data here, like a subject, content, when to send, all of those things. Some other functions will pick up this information and will start sending email to all of the users. That's the idea of this table. So this table has no relationship other than the primary key. So like I said, some tables can stand alone because there is no relationship between that table and another table, which is okay. You need to go through all kind of situations, right? That's why this is given. Now, there is another table called user notification. Like I said, when we start reading a particular new notification, start sending information to the user, we record it here. To whom we sent, when we sent or not, so that if something fails, we can retry that particular notification for the particular user. We are going to do all of these things as I speak. We're going to do all of these concepts, okay? So I feel you're excited. Let me know in the comment section how much you're excited. And the next table is again a standalone table where in the UI, when you log in or when you come to the home page, I wanted to show some nice banner on the top, and it has to be random. It has to just managed by admin. Like here, this table holds those information, and Angular will pick up the call in API, get the value, and start showing the banner. Once the banner time is done, like for example, so the Angular will take care of this banner. It will call an API. API will return a data. Based on the data, the Angular will start showing that banner. And let's say the banner ends today. Tomorrow you come to the application, the banner will not be shown unless I change the date. So that's the idea. Again, this is a standalone table. All right. So for good, again, user activity logs is basically my idea is to record what you guys are doing, like my users are doing. This also will come as we progress. I'm going to give you a lot of tasks as we've never done that. I'm going to give you tasks as we develop certain good features, and then I'm going to give you tasks similar to what I did, and you're going to do it. Okay, that way you will learn nicely. Again, last table, contact us. Anybody writes anything, wanted to contact me, they put it from the UI, it comes and sits here, and it sends an email to me. Okay, so we start with the minimum viable product. This is more than enough for us to start. We can expand this later as we progress, if at all we want, right? Maybe I might do it, but this is a very good app to start with. So this is how our database looks like. Let's do one more thing. Let's go here. Okay, so I selected this database. I go to query, design query in editor. Okay, see, it comes with all the database tables. So if I choose okay, so basically this is one of the good thing that you can use in SSMS. So you select the tables, and what it does is actually it just based on the design that we did, right, the foreign key primary key relationship, it just adds everything. So I can remove this span, I can remove this SQL. So this will give you some or else let's do this, right? Let's keep it simple. Let's not complicate for the newcomers. So let's add the question, no, not this one, question, choice, exam, questions. All right, so I have question, choice, exam, questions, and exams, right? So you see this, it looks nice, right? So we have questions, we have choice for that, and then exam questions. Okay, so somebody's taking exam, so this is how it works. Okay, so you see this is the relationship. So we have question, for that there's a choice. This choice is what the user is selected here. So this is the exam questions that user was presented with exam. So the question refers here, the choice refers here, and there's an exam relationship between these two tables alone. Okay, so that's how it works. And as you develop, you will see how things works, and we will be writing some simple query to the complex queries, and how we will translate that into link queues in SQ, how we will transfer those kind of big queries into complex queries into link queue using the EF core. We're gonna see a lot of things. I hope this will be excited for you. And if you like this video, hit that like button and share this with your friends. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and let me know in the comment section how do you feel so far for this video series. All right, stay tuned, and I'll see you in the next video, guys. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. This is a full stack development video series, and we were building the SmartCertify app, which is the online certification platform application. This is episode 5. In this video, we'll walk you through the process of creating a .NET Core 9 web API project using the clean architecture principles. We'll set up the project structure, configure the entity framework code, and generate entities from the database we built in the previous episodes. So additionally, we'll also show you how to configure the Swagger alternatives in the .NET Core 9, as Swagger's default scaffold is removed. So this is perfect for anyone looking to structure their web API efficiently and learn about the latest .NET Core 9 changes. So without delay, come let's get started. So I have Visual Studio 2022 community version, which is free, and before we do anything, the first thing that you need to do is go to this Visual Studio, go to help, and say about Microsoft Visual Studio. This will tell you what version is installed. See, as of this recording, January 2025, my version is 17.12.3. This is important because in the previous version or lower version, like say 17.2 or something, .NET Core 9 installations will not be there, because .NET Core 9 got released only in the mid of November 2024. So first you upgrade this Visual Studio IDE with the latest version, whatever this version is, and then go to the Google and download .NET Core 9 SDK. I will give you the link that you need to install in the description. So I'm just giving you a heads up. Do these two things, only then you will start seeing .NET Core 9 in your template. Okay, so I opened Visual Studio 2022. I'm going to hit on new project, and here in the template choose C#, Linux, and Cloud, and it's filter with API. The first one is what we need to choose. This is ASP.NET Core, and you select your location and name a project. I'm going to name it properly. So there are 4 projects, so we're going to start with LSC Smart Certify App API. See, this is the framework. If you have installed what I just told you, you will see this .NET 9 standard term support. And then remaining, you choose whatever is shown on the screen and click on create. So this is the first project that gets created, and it looks like this. This is the web application, web API project. Now we're going to create 3 more projects. Right click, add, and here it's everything is class library. Search with library, the first one that will come as the .NET Core, and then again choose the same project. I'm going to choose the same location, change the name of the project. This time we'll name it as domain. Okay, so we're going to follow the clean architecture principle. So there are 4 layers: domain, API, infrastructure, and the application. So we'll be creating 2 more project. That's the application, again that's a library project, infrastructure is a library project, domain is a library project. The first one that we did is only web API project. So whatever you're seeing on my screen, I'm choosing the same location, naming it as a different project name, and all of those 3 last projects are library project. Okay, so the last one is pending. I click add new project. I'm going to choose library, select the first one, and then change the name. In this case, it's the last one, called infrastructure. Okay, so clean architecture principle, this is how it works. I will also give you a detailed separate video that if in case you're interested to take a look, that has the unit test coverage as well, but we're gonna explain you how things works. So this is the first structure of the clean architecture structure of the web API. So we have 4 projects, right? So what we are going to do is this first project, you go to this dependency and right click and say add project dependency. See, the top layer project is the API project that actually depends on three things only for the configuration purpose, not for any other purpose. And then the application will depend on the domain, and infrastructure will depend on domain and application. Okay, where the interfaces are present. I will go through it, don't worry. Once you have this dependency configured and try to build and run the project, it should run seamlessly. Okay, there should not be any errors. If you just run it, it will start running the project like this. So click on this link that's basically running on localhost 7045. See, there is no Swagger. If I just try to type Swagger is no more with .NET 9. Curious? I will cover that concept also. Stay tuned, and at the end of the video, you'll see what are the concepts that we're going to cover. Now, this is the default controller, right? So how do you reach the controller? You just need to put the controller name, the API/controller name, but it depends on what we configured. So in this default template, there is no API. So we just need to say that localhost 44, that port number / the controller name, that will hit the default get endpoint. Okay, we'll talk about all those get endpoints and all. Stay tuned. So now what we're going to do is, I am going to right click on this infrastructure project and install certain packages first. Okay, the first one is the entity framework core, and you can see 9 is the latest one as of this recording. So 9 is installed. This is how you install a package. This is one way of installing package. But if you already know the package, see, you double click on the project and come here. This is where you see the projects, right? See, it also shows the target framework, what are the other configuration of a particular project. In this case, it's an infrastructure project. So because I already know what packages I need, I'm going to copy paste the package. Okay, you can also do the same thing, or you can install one by one through the NuGet package. That's how generally we do. Because I already know, I just copy pasted, and I wanted to show you different stuff that you can do. You should know all of these things. Great. So now you know how to install this a bunch of packages for a given project. Now this project is done. I'm going to copy this and also keep this in couple more projects, like a domain project. If you ask me why in domain project, you will see shortly that we're gonna scaffold all the database entities into models, and for that we need this. All right, we need this only for that reason, and if not, we don't need this. Okay, now let's go to this application project, and I'm going to leave that. We don't need anything over there for the entity framework. But here you see this ASP.NET Core Open API. That's the one which Microsoft is recommending going forward for .NET Core and 9 and above. There is no Swagger anymore, but there are some good alternatives which I will be showing at the end of the video, and you will be surprised to see those kind of new stuff coming up. And stay tuned. We'll fix this, all of this Swagger stuff in a different way. Okay, now I have added a README file. Basically, what you see on the screen is to install the .NET EF tool, entity framework tool. So I've given all of these instructions, what you need to do for the newcomers, for the existing one, like if you want to just upgrade the existing one, all of those things. So here's what my system looks like. Before 9, there was something called 8. So I'm going to use the commands that I gave it in that text file, and it shows what was there currently. It's there with 8.0.7. Okay, I need to just upgrade it. So for that, like update it. So I use this command, and it updated to 9.0, which is the latest one. Okay, now you see this 9. So this is how it also happens for you. And if you have never installed, that's okay. You can directly install this EF tool, and which will bring you the latest one, which is 9. So what I'm going to do is, if you go to this text file, you can see the scaffold database script. Basically what it says is, we're saying .NET EF DB context scaffold. So from where this is coming, let's go and see. If I open up the terminal and let me expand this, so what we're going to do, .NET EF. If I type this, it says EF started coming, and also has these 3 different commands. So if I say .NET EF space DB context, now it says what is there inside the DB context. I have something called info list optimize scaffold script. This is what we are referring to. So this video is not all about in-depth tutorials of the EF core. If you require EF core in-depth tutorial, let me know. The commands and tools we can see in a separate video, but let's keep it short for this video. We are going to use one of the command .NET EF DB context, under that scaffold. Basically, if you enter the database connection string, it is going to talk to the database and bring up all of the database entities as the model. That's the idea. Okay, so we're going to use this. So let's go back. So .NET EF DB context. Okay, so let me minimize this. From here, right after scaffold, it's a database connection string. From here till here is the connection string, and then we are saying it's a Microsoft Entity Framework Core SQL Server is the one which it is talking to. And I'm saying, hey, extract every stuff that you see in the table and put it under that folder called entities. That's the command description. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this, and let's go to this entities. Where is that? Here. Okay, so don't worry, this already got created, but basically you have to go to this location CDM and copy paste whatever you copied. Okay, so whatever you just copied there, see, I'm just expanding it so you can understand this, right? See, .NET EF DB context scaffold, and then followed by all of this stuff. The moment I enter, what will happen? Basically it will create this entities and then all of the tables here. Okay, all of the tables will come here, and that's what this entity is. Okay, so once you have this entity scaffold, basically there is a file called SmartCertify context. Okay, so this file, right, it was here. What I did is I just cut this from here, I moved it to the infrastructure, and then deleted from here. Okay, I deleted this. So here is the actual file that I moved. When I moved, I should also change the namespace here, right? The namespace is lsc.smartcertify.infrastructure. So the namespace is changed, and this is what it looks like. When you do that, there will be an error stating that the $7 is not there. You just need to bring up this namespace. Okay, so if this namespace is not there, it will be like this. When you move, so control period will ask you to bring the namespace, and we bought the namespace. Basically we are referring, this project is referencing this, right? So as soon as you bring this namespace, all of these things will come. So let's understand this, right? This is the default constructor. This is a parameterized constructor, which basically in order for this DB context to work, right, see, any class that inherits DB context which is coming from entity framework, then this becomes a DB context because it is inheriting that. Okay, now in order for DB context to work, it needs to know what is the connection string. So when we say DB context option, and then we pass the option from the program.cs, which we will do it shortly. When you do that, the connection string is passed here all the way through here. Base means basically the connection string here is also passed to the inheriting class, which is, that's why I say base. Base means this one, it's referring to this one. So the class gets initialized, like instantiated, and then what you need to understand here is every single table of the database will become a DB set of the table name. Okay, and it all virtual, right? So it says virtual DB set of the table name, and you can closely look, all of these stuffs are nothing but the tables. Okay, and if you go inside this table by F12, which will take you to those entities, of course these entities will have all the definitions like keys, what is the maximum length, and who's the foreign key, all of those things. And interesting part is, like this, all of this table is defined, right? And if you go further, scroll down, there's something called on model creating. Don't touch anything, this is all generated code. Okay, this basically whatever is generated is nothing but the schema that we defined in SQL. Okay, in the previous video we defined the SQL database schema, right? Based on that only it is configured here. One more thing that you need to understand when you're doing looking at this here is, there'll be another class that will have the connection string created. Just delete that. We should never hard code any connection string here. Instead of that only, we added this so that we can pass the option. So when you do it, just refer this code in the GitHub, you'll know the difference. Okay, now after that, let's understand a few more things. If you look at this structure, right, go to the app settings.json. App settings.json is a common settings. Okay, which means if you write something here, like for example, let's say this is here, right? So this is applicable for all types of environment. And if you add more settings JSON, for example, app settings.development.json, app settings.production.json, this after app settings, whatever the name is coming, right, that is called another environment. So we have production, we have development. So see, there is no connection string here. Instead, we have something called connection string that is added here. Okay, this connection string is nothing but a SQL connection string. It has the server name, it has the database name, and that's it. Okay, it's talking to the local database. But if you look at this production, there's no connection string, because when we go to web deployment, we'll be putting this connection string in the Azure app servers. Okay, that's why nobody in the company will do it. Everything is protected. Development people, developers will develop. That's why they need it. Okay, this talks to the development database. Now, how do I know what environment is running? If you go and search for environment, you will see like this. Click on environment, and generally, right, when you deploy to the servers like Windows servers and all, there's an environment called ASP.NET environment. That name will be here. Here it is not there because I have not added. We don't need to add it, but basically for your understanding, it will be here. Okay, let me show you what I meant. If you go to launch settings, there's something called ASP.NET Core environment. That environment, this exact name and the value is defined in this environment variable in the servers. Like servers means if a company is deploying to Rackspace or Azure, AWS, wherever it is, this will be there. So based on what name here, when you run this application, it knows which one to pick up. Here it's development, so it will pick up this and this combination of these two merging. If I change this to production, copy, and if I run this, why 2 times? You see this HTTP. HTTP means this will take. HTTPS means which is ticked here, right? This will take. So this is the two localhost URL that is running when you run the project. So if you run this is what it is going to take, but we don't have DB context, right? But you should know how that is working. Let's revert this. Okay, now you know how this is getting picked up. Okay, so that's how it picks up. Now the next thing is we need to configure the database to start with. So if you go to this program.cs, okay, if you go to this program.cs, all what you have to do is you need to come and see what it is. See, I have already named it like this. Basically, there is something called okay, this one is okay. So you see this builder stuff, all of these things till you go here, it's called service configuration. Anything after that, okay, anything after that that starts with the builder.build and app, everything is called middlewares. Middlewares will talk, but basically middleware is the pipeline where the request goes through that and comes through that. Okay, so in order to make the database work, what we have to do is we need to configure builder.service.add_db_context. We will name our DB context and then we pass the option. When we pass the option, we are saying option.use SQL Server. It could be something else. If it is Cosmos DB or something else, this will be changing. So we are using SQL Server because SQL Server is coming from this entity framework, and we are saying, hey, pick up the connection string named DB context, which is here. Connection string under the DB context, right? So it says builder.configuration.get connection string, means it will directly go and look for the section under the connection string. Okay, it takes the value, it uses that value as the connection string, and then it loads the database, it connects to the database. This option is basically if it fails for the first time when the app boots, it will retry, and it's very important, and you will see why it is important as we talk about SQL Server database with respect to the Azure. Okay, so once you're done with this, and then what we are going to do is we are going to go here. Let's bring up the namespace. Okay, so here what you're going to do is we are going to simply checking, right? We are going to inject the database like this. Okay, so all what you do is go to the constructor, say SmartCertify context, and inject this. Okay, once you inject this, you'll have this code, and I'm going to comment this and say that db context dot table dot toList, get everything, and then send that. So if you run this, we will just know if database's connection is correct. If database connection is wrong, this process will fail. If this process fails, you know for sure your connection or your connectivity is not correct. You probably have incorrect what do you call this db context SQL connection string, which is mentioned here. Okay, so once you have this, let's say, look at this, I run this, and then I say weather forecast. See, it's coming here. So what happened? Microsoft actually removed the Swagger from their documentation, which means we no longer have Swagger on our web API to deal with the testing, right? So let's understand one more thing. So by default, what do we have? Open API. So in order to access that, if you say this endpoint / open API / v1.json, it will bring you whatever details, right? It'll be like this. So based on that, actually what is the response possible, what is the input, but this is not user friendly, right? So I have a couple of alternates to the Swagger, and I'm going to show one by one how beautiful it is, and let me know in the comment section which one you prefer. Okay, I'm going to keep both of the stuff in the project, so that I would like to hear from you what you like. So the first thing is you're going to install something called scalar.asp.NET Core. So right click on the project. Let's bring up the project. Right click on the project and go to manage NuGet package, and go to this browse, go and say scalar.asp.NET Core. You see this? And I'm going to install this. Okay, so once it is installed, go to this program.cs. And what you're going to do is you're going to just add one more to this. So if you go to this middleware where we are saying app.map open API, after that we will also add the scalar. So the moment you add scalar, see this reference is added. Okay, we are saying what theme it is, and what kind of with sidebar and all of those things. We can play around this, like a blue planet. I don't know what is this. We have so many stuff. Okay, we have Saturn. Okay, let's see how Saturn looks. So I'm gonna run this, and before I forget, I think one thing a lot of developers are forgetting is the current development environment. The current environment that the code runs on your Visual Studio is the development environment. So whenever it is a development, it is okay to show Swagger. If not, we don't want to show Swagger. So when you deploy this code to Azure, this will be false. So obviously you will not see this. In case you want to see that, you have to configure this in a different way. Let's say comment this out so it's always shown, but ideally speaking, in a real world they won't expose this kind of a Swagger. That's why the code is like this, but it's okay. So I'm gonna run this now and see how the scalar looks like. Alright, so after you install the scalar, you open up this port where it is running /scalar/v1. Now it will load the Swagger related thing where you can see what is the servers, what are the endpoints. You can actually test this request like this, and then you can send it. It comes here. It will give you some data here. See, so this is how the scalar works, and this is a particular theme. If we change this theme to something else like solarized, I have no idea, blue planet, deep space. Okay, let's say deep space and then say true. Let's run this and see. So you can change the different themes and let me know which looks good. I haven't tried everything. I would expect I would like to hear from you guys, so let me know which theme is good. So I'm gonna refresh this. Okay, so theme got into space. I can see some stars, but side nav. Oh, side nav is good. So I can see all of the endpoints in the side nav. It's good. All right, so now let's quickly install the other one. The other one is called nswag.asp.NET Core. Okay, so I'm going to stop this for a second and open up this. Right click, say add NuGet package. I'm going to say nswag.asp.NET Core. I'm going to install this. See, it's an open API Swagger. Okay, so let's say accept. And then after it got installs, you need to do one more thing. Okay, all what you have to do is, let's go to this program.cs. Again, I'm not going to remove any of these things. I'm going to add one more, add Swagger, and then this is referencing the actual open API endpoint. So now if I run this, what will happen? Again, it will take us here, and then here what we say, Swagger. See, it actually brings us the Swagger kind of feeling, and where it's referencing internally to this documentation. So I can try this out. I can actually test this. So I can run this, I can test this, I can see some data. Great, looks good. Alright, so I hope you enjoyed this video, and in this video we have covered at least the basics of what kind of architecture we are going to do, and then how the initial setup will look like. You brought up the database entities into models, and then we also configured the Swagger endpoint. Alright, so all of these things is possible, and then in the next upcoming video we will see how the git basic commands works, because we have to protect this code. We need to push this to the Azure DevOps. So we are going to take a look at the Azure DevOps and see how this code can be pushed to a repository. If you like this video, do subscribe to my channel and hit that like button and share this with your friends. Stay tuned, and we're going to build an exciting platform application, and I will see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome back. This is a full stack development video series. We were building the SmartCertify app, which is an online certification platform application. So this is episode 6, and in this video we'll be deep diving into the basics of the Git and how to push your code to a repository in Azure DevOps. We will create a new repo in Azure DevOps, initialize a local Git repository, and use the essential Git commands to commit and push your code to the cloud. Whether you are new to version control or need a refresher, this step-by-step guide will help you get started with Git and Azure DevOps. So without delay, come, let's get started. So before we dive into Azure DevOps, first of all, what is Git? Git is a distributed version control system that allows developers to track changes in their code, collaborate with others, and manage the project versions. See, this helps keep a history of every change that you made to the code, enabling the developers to revert to the previous version when necessary and collaborate effectively with other team members. Azure DevOps is a cloud-based platform from Microsoft that provides the development tools and services for building, testing, and deploying the softwares. It includes features like source control, like a Git, build pipeline, and project management tools. So this helps the team to manage the complete development lifecycle. That's the wonderful thing that Azure DevOps is going to give you. And in this video, we will be focusing on how Git integrates with Azure DevOps repositories and allowing you to store and manage your code remotely. So by the end, you'll know how to set up your own repositories in Azure DevOps and use Git to push your code to the cloud. Alright, open up the browser and go to dev.azure.com. Just go to dev.azure.com. Okay, so here all what you have to do is, you have to just get started with it. I'm going to click on sign in. Okay, when you click on sign in, it is going to take you like this. If you already have an account with Microsoft, for example, if you already have an account with azure.portal.com, alright, if you already have an account with Azure, like portal.azure.com, I suggest you use the same login. Okay, so always try to use one email ID login for all of the Azure related stuff. Azure DevOps, Azure Portal, keep it simple. Okay, just keep it one single login that you use it. And if you do not have, if you're first time doing it, go ahead and create your new account, or use your existing any of the other Gmail ID even to create it. Okay, so for example, I use learnsmartcoding@gmail.com to create an account in Microsoft, which is possible. So do so. Once you have done that, this is how it looks after you log in. Okay, it will initially ask you as soon as you start, like create an organization and enter some project and blah blah stuff. So basically this is how it looks. So very first time when you go, you will not have any of these things. Even you will have I mean, I'm not able to show you that, but basically you will not have anything like this here. It will just show you a prompt here where you need to create an organization. Okay, so what we are going to do is we're going to mimic what will happen if you're doing it for the first time. So I'm going to hit on this button, and this kind of a screen is what it will show for you. Okay, you see this here, it says you need to create a new organization. Okay, for example, dev.azure.com/a name, an organization name, and that has to be unique. Once you do that, you can choose where you have to host your project, and then you can continue. Okay, so you're going to do that, and then you will end up like this. So after I created the organization, see, learn smart coding, dev.azure.com/learn smart coding, which means this is my organization. So this means this is my organization, and this is a unique URL. Okay, if somebody uses this URL, they will ask you, they know, it will prompt you to log in, and without my credential you cannot log in unless I give you permission as a user to get into this organization. Okay, we'll talk about that shortly. Now, once you have this organization, the very first thing that you need to do is create a project. Give a project name, give a description, and choose private, because public is by default it is disabled. And then you can create it. Once you create, it be like this. Okay, so for example, let's say I go inside this. Okay, this is the project name. Okay, so I have the project name like this, and it will look like this. So if you see, there are a lot of stuff in this Azure DevOps. Like we initially spoke, it is not just the repository. You can manage the project end to end. It has a lot of stuff, like you can go through it, like summary, like dashboard. It can tell you how the progress are happening. You can add some widgets, you can have some boards. Board means, like in company, if you're working in IT company, you might already know what is Jira board, and those kind of things, right? So all of those sprint backlog, all of the project maintenance stuff and all is here. Okay, we can start the project. I mean, if you guys are interested, we will do all of these things in a different live call, but there are a lot of stuff you can do here. Okay, we will not focus on these boards, but feel free to go through it. What we focus is the repositories here. You see this repos, this is what we are going to focus. Now, before we focus on this repository, let's take a look at these things. See, these are the test plans where QA, quality analysis, like we also call as testers in the company, will take care of it for each project. And artifacts are something that is kept here so that it can be circulated against any of the employees who have access. Artifact is basically, it's like a treasure where it's been shared with the fellow folks to read about it and make use of it, those kind of stuff. And then pipelines, CI/CD pipelines. If you remember, we spoke about CI/CD pipelines for automating our code to get deployed to the cloud, and all of those stuff, they all come in this pipeline. Okay, so we will go through this pipeline stuff and all later as we progress in the series, but let's focus on the repository. The moment I click on the repositories, if there is repositories, it's going to come. If not, some default stuff will be there. For example, the project name is DevOps demo, right? So there's a default repository created where I never pushed any code. That's okay. So what we are going to do is, you're going to come here, repository, you're going to come here and click on new repository. Here we will say, like you give a name, right? So we will say SmartCertify.api. Okay, I'm gonna click like this. I'm gonna give a name, meaningful name like this, and you can choose what you want here. And then, like, let's say I remove this, create. Okay, now it's an empty repository that was created where we can push our code for the first time. There are multiple options. You can clone this in Visual Studio Code. You can use any of these things, Now, what you need to do is go to google.com, go and type git installation or git install for Windows or Mac OS, whatever. You will get to this kind of a link. You go to this location and choose which one you want. Git software is important for us to proceed, so I have to click on this because it's a Windows 11. I will click on this, I will install it, and no, I have the Git installed already. So you please go ahead and do this. And once you have the software installations ready, what we are going to do is, this is the repository, right? This is the repository. So we're going to copy this repository link. Okay. Now, in the previous video, what we did is, So in the previous video, we built, the basic structure of the project, right? We wanted to save the project. So we're going to push this code to the repository. So you come to the place where your repository code was there, like, your code, source code was there, the local code. I'm going to come here and then go and type CMD. Basically, it picks up this location and open up in the command prompt here itself. Okay, directly here. So now what we do, the very first step is we have to say git init, which is, it's an empty folder where git needs to be initialized. So when I say git init, it says initialized empty git repository. Okay, now how do I know git is initialized? If you come here, go to view, go to show and hide items, here you go. See, git is hidden. That's how it works. Okay, it tracks all the changes and this is how it works. This is only for your understanding. Leave it the way it is and let's focus on our git commands. So we have first initialized the git commands. Now what we do, there are a couple of scenarios, right? If you do not have a code and if you want to pull the code from the repository, right, with an existing repository, let's say I'm going to give you the link in the github.com. So let's say git, you need to pull the code, right? So go to the particular folder where you need to pull the code and then git clone followed by the git URL. If you do this, what will happen is it will initialize the git initialization and it will pull the code from this repository. But our case is different. What is our case? We already have the code in the local. Okay, we will learn both the things. Okay, we already have the code. We're gonna put this local code into the git. Okay, very first time. Now what we do, we will use this command git remote add origin followed by the name of the git. What it does is, after initializing the git, it just tells that, hey, now this one is linked to this one. All the copies that you were working is linked to this one. Okay, that's what it says. Now git fetch origin. Git fetch origin is in a command that will actually fetch all of the stuff, all of the details, metadata and all of the details from this location, because we have added the remote login, like we have already told where to look for. So from there it is going to do this. Now okay, so before the next command, let's go back to this place and let's go to the branch and see what are the branch that was created by default. Okay, so there is nothing here, it's not showing anything. Okay, now let's go here and then say git checkout -b and say main. So basically we are saying we are checking out a new branch called main here. So -b means new branch. Create a new branch and the branch name is main. See, it created a branch and it switched to that branch. Okay, if you type like this, it means you're switching to a branch which has already exist. But in earlier case, there is no such branch. So we created the branch with the -b and then we switched to the branch. Now what we do, we're done with this. Okay, so the next what we're going to do is we are going to say git space add space dot, which means every single files that is inside this API folder needs to be added. So when I say it's success, or you can also say git add space dash all, both are same. Dash all and dot is same. Okay, so now it's added, right? How do you check what is added? So there's another command called git status. Okay, so git status means if it is added, it's all shows in the green color because it's ready to push. Okay, now what we do is we use the next command called git commit -m means it's a message. We are saying this is our first commit and it's the message name is initial commit. Okay, now it became green color, correct? Now remember, this is something that you're doing until you're local. This commit has happened until you're local. Okay, now what we have to do, we have to say git push dash u. So git push dash u origin main. It's going to push the code that is there, see, to the repository. So let me bring this down. You see this? I'm going to refresh this and see what happens. Great. The code is here with the main branch. And if you look at this commits, now if you look at this branch, there'll be one branch and you see this commit. This is the commit that we pushed. In that commit, all of these files are there. Okay. So this is how you bring the code to this repository. Okay. Let's say I already have a repository. I need to bring that code to the local. Let's go to this repository. Okay. And then click on clone. Remember, I'll tell you one more time, repository, choose a repository. At the end of the main page, you have something on clone. Copy this. Now let's go back and pull in the code. Okay, so let me go into step out and I'm gonna just say temp so that I can delete it later. So I will open this in command prompt. I will enlarge this. Now git clone repository URL. It's cloning the code. It cloned. I'm going to close this and you see this inside the temp. Whatever we pushed was been retrieved. Here also same thing. Here also same thing. Inside this was pushed. So if you go here and see, git will be there. See, git is here. Okay, so that's how it works. So you know how to push your local changes to the repository and you also know how to bring it back to your local. Now, there are many things that we will learn, but what we do is, let's keep this interesting. Okay, so what we know about this in the video, we know what is Git, what is Azure DevOps, how we can create a repository, how you can push your code to the repository, and I'm going to give you every single command one by one so that you don't miss it and you can rewatch this in case you get stuck. Alright, now as we progress, every single time that a new code has been pushed, I will also show you how we will create a branch, how we will push the code, and how we will make a PR. PR means pull request. How this pull request works in Azure DevOps, how PRs are reviewed by the fellow people in fellow developers or leads in the company, and how they are getting approved, how all of those concepts, right? We will show that in the real world. Okay, so that can happen only when I start with the new code, when I publish the next video. So stay tuned. Episode 6 is all about basics of Git and Azure DevOps stuff. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you like this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to my channel. Share this with your friends, and whatever you feel so far with episode 6, do let me know in the comment section. If you're more excited and looking for some specific stuff, let me know and I will make a good video out of it. Right, so 2025 is our year. We will rock in the career with the wonderful technology and high cutting edge tech skills. Alright, stay tuned and I will see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. Are you tired of unintentional resource costs skyrocketing in Azure? What if you could enforce a policy that ensures SQL database are always created in the cost-effective basic time? In this video, I'll show you how to create a custom Azure policy, assign it to a subscription, and watch it in action as it enforces your rule. Let's take control of your Azure environment step by step. Come, let's get started. So friends, before we start, this video is also part of the full stack development video series. We were building the SmartCertify app, which is a online certification platform application, and you will see how cost effects are coming into picture, and we will always target as low as possible, 0 to maximum of $5 per month. That's it. The first thing that you need to do is log into the portal.azure.com. If you do not have an account yet, please do create an account. I've already given enough videos in the channel. For the first time users, there will be a $200 credit which Microsoft gives and which you can use it in the first 30 days. And whatever we are covering in the series, most of them are free, and to the maximum cost it can go up to $5 per month, so it's still cost effective. Alright, so in this video we will deep dive into the Azure policies, and we'll see how the rule enforces to not to spend money. Alright, okay, so first thing, when you have an Azure account, this is how the hierarchy will look. So from your standpoint, you are at root level. Okay, you can directly have subscriptions. Okay, and subscription can have resources, but here just focus that you can have one subscription or many subscription. Each subscription will have their own resources, and you can configure which subscription should go, how much cost, and all of those things. All right, but the diagram that you're seeing here is for the companies. For the companies, that will be the primary root, and they will have management group can have more management group, and at the end one management group can have many subscriptions. Okay, why they have like this? Because a company will have many divisions and many projects running. Each project funds their own project, so they will have a separate subscription with the separate cost management, so that it's easy to maintain, and that's how the Azure supports as well. Okay, now having said this, we're going to start from very basics. Okay, first thing, you go to this Azure portal. Whether you have already created subscription or not doesn't matter, just follow along with me. Let's create a new subscription. Type subscription, and I already have 2 subscription. Okay, so I'm gonna hit add and create a new subscription. I'm gonna give a name. So the subscription name is SmartCertify app. So the subscription name is SmartCertify app. The name I've given so that all of the resources that I wanted to put under this subscription for this series. Okay, so it will be easy. So follow along with me. This is the brand new subscription that I'm creating. And billing account, and I already have one billing account, so it just takes that billing account. And this is my billing profile, this is my name, and this is my invoice. Everything else is good here. Everything is pre-selected. All right, so after this I'm going to go to the next step. So next step is, it is asking me, this is my default directory, and I have other directories also. Okay, so this is the default directory. This is coming under the root management group. I do not create any root management group. I'm going to put my subscription directly under the root management group. That's what it means. Okay, and then this is the owner, which is me. Go to the budget. Great, I can define a budget here. Very nice. So let's say, so I'm going to define SmartCertify app underscore cost. Okay, the amount that I don't want to exceed is just $10. I'm okay to spend $10 per month, but not more than that. Okay, so I'm going to put $10. You can choose whatever you want, but this is just for the demo, and I think till I finish the series this will still remain same, and my budget is $10 for this series. Alert condition, I don't want it to okay, so maybe alert, the moment it reaches 40% I want an alert. Okay, next tag. All right, so I just give only one. Okay, the app name and the SmartCertify. Next, everything looks good. This is my name. I'm going to create. So a brand new subscription is going to get created. Okay, it's not just pay as you go. This subscription name is SmartCertify app, but this is also pay as you go. What does it mean? As I use the service, if it costs me, then I will pay. If I don't cost me, I don't pay. That's the idea. Okay, so I'm gonna refresh this page to see the subscription is coming. Great, the subscription is coming. So if I go inside the subscription, right now there is no resource, right? All good. So this is a brand new subscription. Now let's go to the home. Let's go and type Azure policy, or I would say policy. So what is Azure policy? Azure policy is a service in Azure that helps you manage and enforce organizational standards. It allows for the application of rules and regulations to Azure resources, ensuring the compliance. I'll explain in a bit. It also automatically evaluates the resource to ensure they adhere to the defined standards and prevent misconfiguration. So basically we define some rules, and that rule will enforce when you're creating a resource. And if a resource doesn't satisfy the rule, the policy will stop you creating a resource, which means Azure database, right? Azure SQL database, the minimum cost is $4.90 as per the US. I'm not sure about the other country, but do let me know in the comment section how much it costs for you. But let's say if I choose by mistake any other Azure database, it can go cost up to, many $1,000s, starting from $14, some basic standards, and it can just keep growing, right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a policy that will enforce only the basic tier, which is $4.90 is that's the only SKU name, right? That's the only thing that it allows me to create, and that is what I wanted to do. So I know I don't want to spend more than $5. Okay, so that's accidentally also you cannot do. That is what we are going to see, and this is something that a lot of people are looking for, that I don't want to spend money by mistake. Also something should not go wrong, then this is the right one to do, right? We will ensure that we have required policies for all of the resources that we create, so we don't never miss anything in terms of cost, and you never incur the cost. Okay, now, so the Azure policy is also required for, it helps us in the governance and compliance, this prevent misconfiguration, like whatever I just explained, right? It improves the security, it automates at all the subscription based on where you assign. All of those things are going to come. Okay, so this is going to help us a lot, and let's see in real time. Now, I searched for policy and clicked right, it came here. Okay, so if you don't see like this, it's okay. It basically says I have only 6 compliant and 25 non-compliant. Basically, there are some Azure default policies which is going through my resource and telling what is non-compliant. Okay, so let's not worry about these things. Let's go and click on authoring and click on definition. Okay, the first thing is you click on policy definition, but before that, there are a lot of inbuilt policies that can do a lot of stuff, but our goal is to get only the basic SQL database to be configured. I don't think there is such Azure policies at this low level. So what we are going to do is we're going to define our own policy. Okay, so instead of choosing from existing one, I'm going to click on policy definition, and I'm going to start giving the name. I'm start going to fill up this ones. Okay, so the first thing is defining the locations. Let's click and see what happens. So it's asking me to choose where you want to define this policy. I wanted to define this policy at this level because I want to apply this policy to this subscription, not to other subscription. Okay, so I'm going to define this here. This is not an assignment, it's just a definition. It says where this policy is going to sit. This is not an assignment. Okay, keep watching, I will tell you where to assign it. So I select this, and let's give a name called restrict SQL database queue to the basic, and I'm going to give some description here. Basically, it says the policy restricts the creation of the SQL database to the basic SKU only. Okay, now category, I can define a category. Let's define a category called SmartCertify policies. Okay, or I can also use the existing one, and it says what kind of category it is, right? I can choose whatever category I want, but SQL, maybe SQL is the category, right? That's good. So let's choose the SQL categories because it's going to come under the SQL. Now this is just a sample definition. You can actually use the policy definition from here, or we can also just modify this. So I'm going to modify this, and if you closely look at this, okay, so it says all of these where you define it's a database and a SKU name. SKU name, if it is not basic, then deny it. That's what it says. Deny it so that you don't allowed to create if it is not basic. If it is basic SKU, fine. If it is basic SKU, it's fine. If it is other than basic, it's going to deny that. Okay, now let's save this policy definition. Okay, so now whatever we typed became like a policy. Okay, now what you can do, you can come and say assign policy. Now only you are assigning this policy. This is the scope. Scope means to which one this is applicable. This policy is applicable only for this subscription. That is called scope. Okay, for example, right, we say, right, a teacher, let's say an employee is an employee only if the employee is inside the building. That's the scope. Within the company's premises, he's an employee. He comes out of the company premises, nobody cares. He's just a regular public person, right? Let me know in the comment section if this kind of analogy makes sense, so that I can improve. But this is what I just typed my. Alright, and then it says if you want to exclude something. I don't want to exclude anything. Okay, so for all is good. This is the policy, and all what we say, assignment name, description, enable. So let's create parameters, redemption, and then non-compliance message. What kind of message you want to show in case this policy enforces you and stops you? So we say, so I just wrote something like, you have chosen SQL database SKU other than basics, which will cost you more. So choose only basics. This is just for understanding purpose. Now let's go to create, and I'm going to create. Okay, this is called policy assignment. First is policy creation. The second one is policy assignment. Now here comes the interesting thing. I'm going to go and say SQL database. Okay, we're going to create a new database here. Click on SQL database and say create. It is going to take you to this location. I'm going to choose the subscription as SmartCertify app. This is super important. Okay, now we will say SmartCertify app. Why? This is just the resource group. Okay, I created this. That's the subscription and database. So the database name is SmartCertify. And server, we have to choose the server for the first time because there is no server. So we will say SmartCertify DB server, or doesn't make sense. We will just say smartcertify.database.windows.net. It's under the US region, US East region. You can choose according to your region. And I'm going to choose this time what kind of authentication. I wanted to choose this to be authenticated as SQL, which is username password, as well as Microsoft Entra authentication. Microsoft Entra is nothing but Azure Active Directory. All right, I want Entra authentication also to be enabled. That's why I choose this. Okay, and admin, choose an admin, because you choose this as Entra, it's forcing you to choose an admin. In this case, I'm gonna choose myself. If I do like this, see, my name is coming. I'm choosing myself as an admin. Of course, I'm an admin, right? All right, so I'm gonna say SmartCertify admin is the admin name, and password, I'm going to do some suggestion. So I saved the username and password. You also save when you do. I'm gonna say okay, because username password comes only for the server. I'm not saving this. And then here, if you look at this, if you click on this configuration, it will ask you what kind of configuration. Okay, so we know for the basics only, this is like $4.90. What if I choose by mistake premium, or let's say standard? Okay, so standard, if I choose like this, what happens? Apply. It's gonna show you how much is the cost. But you see this, there's another free version here. But see, want to try Azure SQL for free, you can choose this. Actually, if you, for every subscription, this kind of an offer will come. We have already seen this kind of video. I will give that in the description. But basically, let's see how we will create a regular database. If you choose this, what happens is they give like 100,000 seconds, and if you use that, it will go for pause. Anyway, like I gave another video, you can watch that. But basically, let's choose a real database that works for 24/7. Okay, so I choose all of these things, and it's a development. I don't want elastic pool. I choose this kind of a configuration, and I will choose locally redundant. I don't want it to have this copy elsewhere. It's a simple demo app, right? So networking, I want this to be a no access. See, connectivity is no access. No, it needs to be a public address. Okay, I will choose public address. Allow. Okay, these things you just keep it as firewall as no. Later we will configure as we progress, so don't worry. So all of these things are good. Now what we have done, so allow user. So this is, we are saying don't allow any other service to consume this. Don't allow my current IP. We will configure it in the Azure firewall. If you do everything yes, then you may not have an opportunity to know where to configure that. Okay, so let's keep it no. Let's keep it default TLS 1.2. Let's go to security. I'm going to keep everything as default. Okay, I'm not going to do anything change here. And this is none. I just keep everything here. I'm saying the resource is SQL and SmartCertify is the tag value, and they say app name. Okay, so I'm going to give a tag here, go to the final step and see this $29.44. Our budget is $5, right? What if I do this by mistake without noticing this? Then, after a couple of days, you'll see your bill has already crossed $5. And by the end of the month, you'll have to pay $30. You use it or not, doesn't matter. So now let's see what happens to this. I'm saying create. Trust me, do this, it will work. Great, it stopped us. Let's see, validation failed. Let's see. Oh, great. You remember? We just created a policy that is now forcing us not to choose this. It says, hey, reason, this is what the reason we gave, right? It says, hey, you have done this kind of a SKU, which is costing more, and that's not allowed. It's forcing you now not to exceed more than $5. Not like the basic is the only thing which will cost you $5, right? So it's forcing you not to choose anything else. This is how we enforce and make sure we don't incur the cost. So here, if I come to basics, go here, and I'm going to choose basic now. Okay, apply, go to review, create. Now it became $4.90. Let's see what happens. Issue policy should allow us, and you see initiating deployment, and deployment started. This is one of the beautiful way Azure policies will enforce the rules. So alright, so what did we learn today? We learned how you created a SQL database and a server that cost you only $4.90 per month for the database, and that's sitting in our new subscription. So we created a new subscription, a new policy that enforces you don't create anything other than basic, right? That will help you to save your cost. So we did all of these things, and this is also part of our SmartCertify app full stack development video series. So this is how we will be doing everything live with very detailed, very basic thing that anyone can understand in Azure. All right, I hope you loved this. I hope you enjoyed this, and don't forget to hit that like button if you like this, and just give me your comment in the comment section how it is so far, and we will continue to learn and grow in 2025. And stay tuned, a lot of videos are coming in the series. We will do a wonderful app as part of this video series. All right, guys, so stay tuned. If you're not subscribed to my channel, subscribe to my channel, and I will see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome back. Want to manage your Azure SQL database like a pro? In this video, I will show you how to connect your database securely using Azure Data Studio and configure the firewall so your local system can access it effortlessly. So let's dive in and simplify your database management. Come, let's get started. So this video is also part of the full stack development video series. We were building the SmartCertify app, and this is episode 8. So we're going to see what we did based on the episode 7. So just to recap, episode 7, we were able to create a new subscription and create a policy that enforces only basic SKU of our database can be created. That will save us money in the Azure. And we created a SQL database and a server, right? That is what you're seeing here. So if I go to this resource, which will give me, this will actually take me to this SmartCertify database. All right. So now if I go to settings and say connection string, so if you go under the settings and connection string, based on what you're using, you'll be able to take the connection string here. So for us, we just need the SQL authentication connection string, where I will be replacing my password and you replace your password. All right. Now, what we want is we need to take the server. So copy this until the port, copy this, and then open up Azure Data Studio. If you don't have Azure Data Studio, we'll give you the video link in the description of how to install this, and you can see from there. Okay, so now here Azure Data Studio is mainly developed, or this kind of IDE was brought up to communicate with the cloud Azure seamlessly. So there is another concept called SQL Server Management Studio, where you can also connect using the server, but this is much more easier. All right, so let's say if I go to this account, I have to add an account, and it is going to take me to this thing, and I'm going to log in with my login, and because I've already logged into the portal, it authenticated automatically. See, it came. Now I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna go here and click on Azure. All right, see, servers means local servers. Azure means it is connecting to my Azure login, because I have several directories. That's why it's showing like this. Okay, so don't get confused. Let's open up the default directory where I have the subscription. So I have the subscription, right? So under this subscription, I have this SQL database and servers. You see this? Okay, so basically it shows database separately, server separately, but this is the database, right? So if I click this, see, it shows something here. Basically says, hey, firewall rule is required to access SQL server instance. Click here. So basically it shows my rule, and this is my IP. Okay, I can also choose which range. Like for your mission, it's going to be just one IP, right? So if I say okay, this IP is going to be added automatically to the SQL Server firewall settings. You will have no idea where it is adding if you don't know where it is adding, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cancel this, but let me show you what I meant. I'm going to open the SQL Server Management Studio and show you how this is different than Azure Data Studio. All right, so I have opened up. I'm going to click on I'm going to click new connection, and here I'm going to give this connection, and in this case it's SQL Server login. So I'm gonna give my login name and the password. So I'm gonna give the username and password. It's okay, I can trust this. Connect. Great. See, this is what I meant. By default, the IPs are not added. Like Azure SQL database is much more secure, that no one can access that without you configuring it. Okay, so that's why it's asking me to your IP is not added, you're not allowed to go there. I'm going to cancel this. Let's go to the Azure portal and see what I meant. Okay, so if I go to this database server, so SQL server, so type SQL server. All right, let's say I type SQL server, and if I go to this SQL server, okay, see, all of these servers are showing, right? This is the server. Go inside the server, under the settings, under the security, there's something called networking. Okay, so networking, if you see, this is what I meant. Okay, so here is the place where you configure your firewall. So if I say add your client IPv address, which means it just added the address, the address looks wrong. Let's click on add a firewall rule. Okay, so if you don't know how to find your IP, as we did, right, initially it would have showed you what is your IP, but basically if you go and say what is my IP, the website will take you like this, and it will tell you what is IPv4 IP. So I'm going to copy this IP. Okay, come to this place where we're going to delete this. What we will do, under this firewall rule, click on add a new firewall, my IP, my local system IP, start IP, end IP. I just have only one IP, right? So I'm gonna say okay and save. It's updated. Now let's open up this Visual Studio Management Studio. Now let's open up this SQL Server Management Studio and say connect. Now it connected, right? Because the IP is added. Okay, now let's go to this Azure Data Studio, and now if I try to connect, it just updates everything, and then I can say connect, and it gets connected only because the IP was added. If I delete the IP, I cannot do anything. Now you know how you can talk to this database, and the database doesn't have any table. That's why nothing is shown up. But now you can execute the SmartCertify app query. So let's do this. Let's open up the all right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy all of these tables, go to this Azure Data Studio, paste this. Okay, I'm going to run this. So all of these tables are going to be created in the Azure database in the Azure. Okay, so completed successfully. All right, so now what are we going to do? We can just say select start from user profile. So if I just run, see, at least the tables got created. Okay, how do I know? If I just alright, so now you know all of these tables got created, and that way you can actually, if you can refresh this, and if you expand this, see the database is expanding. You can actually see the tables here, right? So the script that we created, it got created, the tables got created in the Azure SQL database itself. So in this video we saw how to access the Azure SQL database server from your Azure SQL Data Studio as well as the SSMS, and we also learned how we configure the firewall in order to gain access to the database from your local machine, right? So this video is part of our full stack development video series, SmartCertify app, and we were building online certification platform application. So stay tuned for more videos. If you like this video, hit that like button. So if you like this video, hit that like button and subscribe to my channel. And if you have any other questions, do let me know in the comment section. If you've enjoyed so far of all of these video series, do let me know in the comment section. And I will see you in the next video, guys. Bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome back. Want to build the web apps like a pro? Start your Angular journey today. From setting up Node.js to creating your first Angular components with Angular 19, this video has got you covered. So let's dive in. So this video is part of the full stack development video series. We were building the SmartCertify app, and this is episode 9. And in this video, we'll be starting with Angular 19 standalone components. So starting from the setup until we talk about the components and how components works, everything will be covered. You don't need to have any basic knowledge about the Angular, which I will be teaching in this video. Come, let's dive in. You might have a Windows machine or a Mac OS, whatever it is. You just need to install a few important softwares in order for you to work with the Angular. So if you go to angular.dev or angular.io, that will take you to angular.dev. And if you go to this documentation and then go to installation, so basically we need to install the Node.js. So the link is here, and if you go here, it will tell you for what Angular version, what Node.js is required. Angular 19 as of this recording, January 2025. Angular 19 is the latest stable version, so any of these Node.js will work. So what you have to do is you have to go to nodejs.org, and it will take you here. You need to install the latest one. So the latest one here as of this recording is v22, and if you see this, v22 is still stable. Okay, so install whatever you have, and if you have less than 22, that's absolutely okay. As long as it is 18 and above, it should work. Okay, so install that, and after that, what you have to do, you need to have a Visual Studio Code IDE. Again, IDE link is here. It's just free. This is worldwide popular IDE from Microsoft. So use this for Windows, and it also has a quick GitHub Copilot. I will show you how Copilot, I will show you how to use the Copilot as we build the application. You will love it. So stay tuned. And then after you do both the installation, all what you have to do is copy this command, which is npm install -g, means globally installing the Angular CLI. That is what it means. Remember, you need to first have the Node.js to be installed, and then if you go to terminal and then type this and install, it will install the latest CLI. For me, it's already installed. Okay, so after this, just to verify, you can say, if you say node version, like I said, 22 is not even there in my machine, but 20 is there. So 20 will still work with Angular 19. So I'm going to go with whatever I have. And if you say ng -- version, it will give you the Angular version. See, Angular CLI I have installed. So 19.0.4 is the latest version that I have. So these two are good. Now all what you have to do is close this, and let's get started with the project. Okay, so I basically organized the projects for the full stack development in one site. Like under this folder, I have the API here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a folder here, not the shortcut. I'm going to create a folder here and going to name it as UI. And all what I have to do is I have to go and open CMD like this. So basically it will take you to this location. Okay. And then the first command that you need to use to create a project is ng new, and then followed by the project name. So in our case, the app name is SmartCertify. So I'm going to type enter, it will ask you a couple of questions. The first one, it says what kind of CSS style sheet that you're going to use. We will just go with CSS. Whoever knows whatever SaaS or CSS or whatever it is, it's all advanced CSS, you can use it, but I'm gonna take a very simple CSS here because I don't want to complicate this. CSS is easy and anyone can follow, so I'm gonna choose CSS. And then it is asking, do you want it to have a SSG means server side rendering. Okay, we are not going to learn server side rendering right now, so choose no. But at a high level, server side rendering means earlier it used to compile and send the compiled code, which will be easy for the browser to process it and renders the HTML. But SSR means, however, the server side rendering means Angular will convert everything into HTML, and as the page loaded, it will request the server to render the HTML itself. So browser will have nothing to do. It will be little faster than this, but okay. So we will keep this SSR topic off in a different video. Let's focus on a simple, a wonderful, powerful Angular 19 application. So I'm going to choose no, and then it starts creating some basic packages and bare minimum components, and it is installing the package. So basically, I will explain you as the project opens. It is going to install the packages that is required for the Angular to run. Okay, now because you have the Node.js and all the other stuff, all of these things are getting created, and let's give a moment. Okay, so the project is created. Now we will switch to the project. So how do you switch? Change directory, and then if you do a tab, it will list down all the folders because it's just only one folder. I'm gonna switch to this folder, and then I'm going to open up the Visual Studio Code Editor. So in order to open the Visual Studio Code Editor, either you open the Visual Studio and choose the folder, or you go to the folder and say code space dot. That will open the current directory. So the Visual Studio Code the Visual Studio Code is going to open. Let's wait for it. Alright, so Visual Studio Code has opened. Let's go very basic, right? So I'm assuming you're new to this Angular and we're gonna talk like that. So I'm gonna say Control plus will zoom this Visual Studio, so it's easy for me to show, right? And I just want to thank each and every one of you for providing valuable feedback. As you provide the feedback, so I'll be able to improve the video as I record newly. Thank you so much, and let's continue here. All right, so I'm not going to go over every single thing and make you bored. I'm going to only talk about whatever is required. Okay, if you're new to this, all what you have to know is go to this package.json. This will tell you some information about your project. So if you look at this, there is a dependency section and dev dependency section. Okay, and these are the packages. Like if you're coming from programmatic, if you're coming from like C#, Java, they're all DLLs, right? We talk about DLLs and namespaces like that. So Angular animation is a module, and the version is 19, like that. All of these things are bare minimum for the project to work. Okay, so it has some router, some core, all of those things. Okay, so this is the dependency package. As we add new packages, all the packages will come here. Dependency, and there's something called dev dependency. Dev dependency means for your development to work. For example, you see the difference. There is nothing called TypeScript here. Okay, because TypeScript is required only for your locally running code, not for any server. Nobody is going to open this in the server. Okay, so that's the difference. And these are the script. They are all default script. We can write whatever script we want, and basically if you say npm ng, it will call this. Npm start, it will call this. Okay, so we will see that as we start the project, but that's it. The other thing that you need to know is angular.json. Basically this will tell and configure your Angular project. Okay, so let's not deep dive into it as we required. We will go right now. We don't need to focus on this. Okay, so now if you expand the source src folder, you will see a default app component. We will talk about component, but this is the default one that loads. It's like a landing page of an Angular application. Okay, and then this is the HTML. So when you hit your Angular application, this HTML is what loads, because this HTML has something called router, and then all the all the Angular later stuff will start loading. But this is the entry point. Okay, this is the entry point, and then this is the route. We will talk about routes later, and we will talk about this config later. Don't worry about all of these things. Okay, so let's take a look at this demo. Right, this is what we are going to build. So we have a beautiful page, which is the home page. Looks nice. Okay, and then you'll have several pages like this. Okay, so you have several pages like this, and we're going to start with this. Okay, so everything is components. So we'll start with building such a beautiful page. And before I start, right, first let's understand some basics. If you open up any website, what do we have here? We have something like this, which is called navigation bar, and navigation bar doesn't change. It remains there static, but what is changing? The center part is changing. And we have something called footer. It is also not changing. You see this? Footer is not changing. Footer content is same. What is changing? The center part is changing. So this is what the Angular comes into picture, right? So the Angular is going to replace the center content dynamically. Okay, so every single piece of a section here can be a component. Okay, so for example, you see this small piece, this can be a component, this can be a component, or all together this can be a component, or the whole middle section, whatever you see, can be a component. So every small section of HTML, like in a page, a small section which is an HTML is a component. Okay, so we can break a bigger page into smaller page, and we can reuse those content easily, and we can also develop small pieces separately and merge it. Like merge it means like use it together. Okay, so go to this terminal and say new terminal. Okay, so this is a PowerShell terminal and opens, and let's learn something to create a component. So from here, let's start learning the Angular CLI commands as well. So ng stands for Angular, ng generate. You can write generate as a word or just g, and then say component, and then followed by the component name. So I want a component inside a folder called pages. So pages / I will create a component called about. Okay, so what it does is it compiles and creates a component for us. Now let's focus on what is component. Okay, so a component will basically have a CSS and HTML. This is anything that starts with specs.ts is a test case file. Okay, so the main thing is CSS, HTML, and TS file. Okay, so TS file is component file. So now if a class is decorated with a word called component, like @component, which is coming from Angular core, and then that component decoration will have couple of properties. So now this about component class will become a component only when it has been decorated with a name called component. Now, what are the properties that we have for this to be a component? It needs something called selector. If you wanted to use this component, this is how you will use. This is the name that you use as a selector. Okay, we will see how to use it. And then it has something called imports. From Angular 16 and above only, the standalone started coming. So for example, there is something called standalone. You see this? If you have used Angular 18, the standalone default is false. Okay, which means they have not forcefully said that any component that you create is a standalone. But from 19 onwards, Angular team has told, I have configured in such a way that by default a component is a standalone. What does it mean? It means it does not belong to any ng module. There is no ng module in our whole project of this application. Okay, this is very good one. So by default it is true. That's why I'm removing it. And then imports means it will have its own imports. Like if it is using something specific to reactive forms, then it will import such a module here. All the modules that this component wants will be in this import section. Okay, and then there's something called template URL. Template URL is something, a file that you are referencing to. So this is the HTML file that we are referencing to. That's why it is template URL. But there is something called just a template. If you just say template, you see this, it's a backtick. If you say backtick and say any HTML element, then what will happen is you don't need this. Instead, this is the one. So let's focus like this, right? So this is the one it's going to use. So let's understand what is template and template URL. So we have a template that's nothing but some HTML, okay, or I would say Karthik. And then style URL, again, either you can put it here or you can specify where the style is. Okay, so now what we do, we copy this. Let's go to the existing component. You see this, when the Angular boots, right? If you look at the configuration, when the Angular boots, the first component that will land is this component. This is also an app component. This is the starting portion. Again, this is a component only because it is decorated by a name called component. This is called directive. Okay, now this is the first place, right? This is the one that it loads. So what we do, this is the default one. So let's first run this. So in order to run the application, you say ng serve. So ng serve means it will start building and serving from your local. Okay, like I said, there is a package here under script. Okay, see, ng serve, we are using this. So either you type this ng serve here, or you can also say npm run start, which means it will eventually bring ng serve, whatever is written here. Okay, and then it started loading. So if I click on this, so I clicked on it, you see this, the application started loading, but all of this CSS is coming from here. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to the bottom, except this router module. Router is default, it is configured, but we will learn about the router. But if I remove this, what will happen? So if I remove this, what will happen? Everything went off, right? So now the component that you used, you can go with its selection. So app dash about. The moment you do like this, now the component that we have has been brought up here. That's why Karthik is coming. Okay, now what you have to understand is, because this is a component inside a component, if you go to this component, you can see from the import, the about component is being imported into this, because this component is now depending on this, so it is imported. Okay, that's how import works. If I remove this, what will happen? It will start showing you error. It thinks it just don't know what it is. So I can fix this by importing it, which means it will bring up this component. Okay, so now we know the component, right? So now you can actually copy paste this n number of times. What will happen? Basically, you are repeating the HTML that n number of time. That's how you reuse this. That's the beauty of this, right? We're supposed to reuse the components. A small piece of a web page has been now repeated. Okay, now we don't need this. Okay, so what I'm going to do is like this. So now I'm going to create a couple of more components quickly, and then once I create, I will show you how things works. So I quickly created a couple of components like contact as, footer, and header. Basically, footer will have just the information that is required to be under the footer. If you look at this, it has very plain, simple HTML. It doesn't have anything in the component, no import, nothing. Okay, and then it just has a CSS and the HTML. And similarly for header, what do I have is, header doesn't have any component except a couple of modules which we will talk. But in header HTML, again, it's just a pure nav bar. Okay, it's just a navigation HTML. There is no different logic. There is no logic related to the Angular. So we have footer, we have header, and all of these things, right? So let's go to this app component. So what we want is, we want app header. So I want to have the app header. So let's import header. Okay, that will be the top, and we want something to be in the center, and then we want something to be in the footer. Okay, and now let's check how things works. So I'm gonna run this. Okay, so I added something, but it looks so ugly, right? So what we have to do is, we need to go to this index.html, and we need to just have the bootstrap related links and all in place. So I'm going to go quickly here, add the CDN links. So I'm going to quickly add a CDN link. So if you look at this, this is bootstrap CSS, which is 5.1. So if you look at this is a bootstrap CSS 5, and then we have the mini CSS from the font awesome, and we will also have one JavaScript which you can load it in the body. So the reason, if you wonder why scripts are loaded in the body, not in the header, because what will happen is the browser will start scanning like this from the top to bottom. Okay, the moment it sees the script here, it will wait to load the body or anything until the script is loaded. Okay, for slow machines, like for slow internet, it's better to put the scripts in the bottom, but CSS to be in the header. Okay, so that's why we put the script in the bottom. Okay, so if I refresh, you see this, there's a header and there's a footer. Okay, now the center part is missing. So now the center part is missing. So let's just assume we have an app about component. So now you can see it's a top is a header, center is about, and bottom is footer. Okay, so let's make this beautiful by having a home page here instead of an about page. So what we do, we go here again, same thing. Let's quickly ng generate component. Inside the components folder, I want home component. Okay, so the home component is here. So I'm going to quickly, copy paste the HTML that I wanted to decorate in the home component. But other than that, if you see, there is nothing here. Okay, just the home component. And then what we do, we come all the way through to this place, but instead of about, we will say, so we will come here, we will say app home component. Okay, if you look at here, about is not used, so we can delete this. So import will have header, footer, and the home component. Okay, so let's see if I load this, the home component is now coming, and it's so nice, beautiful, right? Let me know in the comment section if this kind of a UI looks good. So we have the home component, we have simple HTML, so we have the header, we have the home component, we have the footer. So we know now this whole page is made up of 3 components, right? So the parent component is app component. In that we have 3 components: the header, the home, and the footer. So this is what is all about the components and how components are working. Okay, so just to summarize and recap, we were able to install the Node.js and Angular CLI, and then we were able to create a new Angular project using Visual Studio Code using the Angular CLI command. After that, we went through the project structure, and then we went through what is component, how the component decorator is used, and a component comprises of basically, so a component will have the selector, imports template URL or template, and then style URL. Okay, and there are other properties also like providers and all, but other than that, the component is nothing but a piece of a section which will comprise of its HTML, CSS, and some logic in the component. Okay, and that's it, guys. In the next video, we'll talk about the data bindings and input directories and how newly it can be implemented with using Angular 19. Alright, so stay tuned, and we'll build very rich UI for our application. So I'll see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome back. Ever wondered how Angular magically connects your data and HTML, or how you can conditionally render the content like a pro? In this video, we will unlock Angular's power by mastering data binding and directive, even covering the latest syntax, so get ready to build dynamic, interactive web application in no time. Come, let's get started. So this video is also part of the full stack development video series. We are building SmartCertify app, which is an online certification platform application, and this is episode 10. And in the video, we'll be talking about the data bindings and the directives and all the new concepts in Angular 19. And in the previous video, we were able to set up the local environment, and we started to build a new project with Angular 19. And we also talked about components. So in this video, let's dive into the data bindings and the directives. Okay, so I'm presenting the code that is useful for the data bindings concepts. So there are 4 types of data bindings: interpolations, property binding, event binding, two-way data binding. Alright, all of these concepts are very essential. They are used across any of the pages that you use. So we will talk about one by one with some couple of examples. Alright, so the first one is the interpolation example. So I have a component called data binding component. You can just create whatever you want, but I'm going to give you the whole stuff, like the whole code, so don't worry about it. All what I have is, I have something called the first name variable, which is of type string, and I have also assigned some name. Last name, again a string, some name, a variable called item counts, a variable called price, a variable called quantity. All these three are types number type, okay, which means we can assign only the numbers, like it could be a full number or it could be a fraction number. So we have 5 properties, right? What we are going to do is, if you look at in the left side, under the interpolation example, I have full name, total items and price, but there is no data here. So interpolation are nothing but one-way binding. Interpolation is used to display data from the component in the HTML. So I'm going to expand this and go to the HTML. Let's remove this. Let's do this live. Okay, so don't look at the other stuff, but just stay focused here. For example, here I can say learn smart coding. You can see automatically it's built and coming, the data is coming, but I don't want to hard code it. So interpolations are used like this. You open double parenthesis and close double parenthesis. Inside this, whatever you type, right? If you are typing something that is related on the component, which is like variables, then it will evaluate. For example, first name automatically is coming. So the moment I type first name, you see this, the first name started coming. So if I give a space here, there will be a space and then there will be a learn. Now, and then I want the last name. So again, same last name. So what happens? It automatically binded. So this is one-way binding. So we are taking something from component into the HTML. Similarly, if now by this time you know how to do this one. Total items, right? So items count. And then here, okay, so let's go, I forgot the name. Okay, so we have price and quantity. Okay, so let's go here. What we will do is, let's go to the HTML. Let's remove this price. So we can also do some calculation. Price into quantity. That will give you the total price. Great. So basically, when you do something inside this interpolation, it will evaluate. Angular will evaluate. These are all variables, so it is basically evaluating. Here, it's an expression. So this variable is a number into another number, that is evaluating the expression and giving the final result here. Okay, so this is called one-way binding, or also called as interpolations. Alright, the second one is property binding. Alright, so property binding, we need to use something called this bracket. Okay, so the square bracket. So property binding, what is property binding? So property binding is used to bind the property of a DOM. DOM means document object model. So let me repeat one more time. Used to bind the property of a DOM element to a component field. It means this is component field. Field is nothing but a variable. Anything that is there, a variable, or in other words, it's called a field, which is in the component. If you want to bind that inside the property of a DOM. So what is property of a DOM? DOM means the whole HTML, right? Document object model. And if you take any tag, for example, here div tag, right? So this is a tag. If you do a space here, for example, h2 tag has some element called, see, inner HTML. Inner HTML is a property. Okay, class is a property. Anything that is there within that element is called property. For example, in image, alt is a property. Something called source is a property. They're all property. How do you assign a value to the property of a DOM? That is what this property binding comes into picture. Okay, so what we are going to do is, we are going to do something here. So let's go to the binding and then see what we have. So let's remove this. Alright, so we have something called, we have 3 variables, or nothing but the field is disabled, which is a boolean type and set to true by default. There is an image URL, it's of a string type, which is setting a real the URL of an image. Okay, and again an is active field of boolean type, which is true. Great. So we have three things. What are we going to do with these three things? Let's see. Let's go back to this and you can also see what is going to happen here. Okay. Now the first one is the button. For example, if I use a property called disabled, I am actually hard coding the button is disabled. You see the button got disabled, correct? But if you want to bind a property value to like the field value to the property of a DOM, all what you have to do is you need to use the square bracket and then use the property. In this case, this is what called property binding. Now we are saying, hey, this value is determined by is disabled property. Because is disabled property is true, this is getting true and this is getting set. Let's say, for example, if I set this to false, you can see what happens here. This gets enabled because disabled is not true, right? So that is how it works. Now similarly, let's go back to the next example. Here we have something called image. We need to set the source, right? So property binding, I open the square bracket src and then I say image URL. The moment I say image URL, we need to go to this data binding. Great. I got an image automatically added here because the URL, the image URL, for example, if you wanted to see what is the image URL, you use interpolation and you put the property value, it shows you the evaluation, right? Just now we learned. So this URL is being taken and put into this one. That's why you see this image, correct? Great. So you got two things. Now the last one is the status. Alright, so the next important thing here itself, the third example is there is a default active class in Bootstrap. Okay, so if I put an active class inside a class, you see this, it got changed into some highlighting color. So basically what you can do is you can assign this active, you can dynamically bring this active class by using a property. So I'm opening the data, the property binding, and I'm saying class dot active. Here active is the actual class, the CSS class, inbuilt class. Okay, so we are saying class dot active equal to is active. Is active is a boolean that is set to true, which means what it will do is, because this is set to true, it will bring this class automatically here. And that's the reason why when you go here, you see this one. For example, if I set this to false, this color will go away because now there is no active class set. One more time, right? So you got to know what we are doing. All right, so we will set this to true. Okay, great. Now we learned interpolation, we learned property binding. The third and fourth is event binding and two-way binding. So let's concentrate on event binding here. Okay, so event binding used to bind the events like click, double click, mouse over, mouse move, whatsoever events to a method in the component. What does it mean is we have something called methods. Methods are nothing but functions. Okay, so in JavaScript they're called functions. We can also say methods. Okay, so what we are going to do is we have three methods. Handle click is a function or a method that what it does is it has a property like click message. Click message is currently set to string, nothing. Okay, whenever this function is called, we are setting some data. Similarly, on input there's a function, on mouse over is a function. On input, whatever is coming, its value is set to input message. On this one, we are setting this message to a mouse's hover, something like that. Okay, so we have three functions. That's what you need to know. Now let's go back to the actual data binding example. So event binding, sorry. So event binding. So let me explain one more time. Events are nothing but an action is triggered based on the user's action. Okay, For example, if there is a button, for example, let's say here's a button, right? In general, you have something called click event, like when you click one time, and then there's something called double click event, DBL, double click. Okay, so they are all events. Similarly, mouse move, mouse enter, like whenever you bring the mouse or those kind of actions. Now for event binding, what you need to understand is you need to open the parenthesis like this and then put the event. For example, I wanted to have a click event. Whenever button is clicked, I want to fire something, like I want to invoke a function. That is what we have to do. So what we will call here is, we will call something called handle click, and then because it is a function, you need to just use the function like this. Okay, so let's go and do that example. Let's go here. You see this click me right now. If I click whenever the user is clicking this handle click, the button is clicked, I wanted to show some message. This is the click message, right, where we assigned something. So if I click, this message came. Great. So based on this event, something got changed, and that because this is changed, automatically this binding got into picture. The Angular evaluated, started giving a response here. Okay, now second thing is input. So here what we will do is, there is a default event called input, input, input. So if you use input event, we are saying on input, we are calling on input, and then we are sending the event, whatever is triggered here. So we are sending the event. So this is done. What we will do is, we will show the message whatever the user is doing. So here we will do the interpolation. So which means when you do something here, for example, it's fun to learn Angular. As I type, the events are fired. This message is getting with the new value, and that is what it's coming here. Okay, this is called event binding. Great. Another example. For example, the next example that we can say is here, right? When you hover here, so on mouse hover, call on mouse hover event, and we will also show what is in the, like what is happening. So here there's a message. So for example, if I hover here, you see this mouse is hover, it came, right? Now let's say we have another function called mouse is not on it. So mouse leave, let's say mouse leave, or mouse leave. Okay, so for mouse leave, so let's go back to the component. Let's do one more thing. So here we will say okay, so here what we are saying, the same thing, we are putting a different message. So let's say hover, you can see mouse is hover because we are still hovering on it. If I leave, it should go away, and it didn't go because there were two brackets by mistake. So let's remove this. It should be only one. Okay, let's go back to data binding. Hover, okay, we are here, and then leave. See, hover, mouse left the element, mouse left element. You see this? If I'm here, this is coming. If I leave, this is coming. So this is called event binding. Okay, the last one is the two-way data binding. Two-way binding is used for syncing data between the component and the template, especially in the forms. Whenever we use forms, like you want to type something, it will be updated in both component as well as in the element, like in the HTML. So let's take an example of that. So for two-way binding, you should remember how to use it. So for two-way binding, it is an input element where you can use the two-way binding. For this, what you have to do is, It's a combination of the second and third, which is the property binding and the event binding. So you open the bracket and then you open the parenthesis. So it is also called football, ball in the football court, whatever it is, right? So it looks like a ball inside the goal. So football goal, you can remember like that. So here what we will do is we have something called ng model. Okay, so we need to use ng model, and then you can assign a variable here. Username is a variable that we assign, and here currently error is shown because you can see can't bind to ng model because it just says that it don't know what it is. Okay, which means we're missing something. So what will happen is, you remember this, whenever you use two-way bindings, you need to use the form module. Okay, after you've used the form module, like you have to import the form module. See, the error went away, Angular started loading. So now here's the thing. So if I type Karthik is okay, so I typed, so it got updated. What it got updated? The username got updated, but it is not shown because we don't have such HTML. So let's bring up that HTML. So what we will do is we will type it here. Okay, so hello followed by whatever you type here. So for example, Karthik is learn smart coding. See, whatever I type, it's coming here. Similarly, for example, like I said, it's a two-way binding, right? So let's go here, let's change this. So because I've already assigned this is binded to a input property, this text box already got this value. And if I change this, obviously this got changed. That's why it is displaying different here. Okay, so that's how the two-way property bindings work. Now let's take a look at the other example also. So let's go back to the code. Okay, so the next is we have something called input. Again, input, it's a type of checkbox. So here we will assign same thing, like we will have a different name. So ng model inside a square bracket and a parenthesis is checked is the property. Okay, by default it is false. Okay, so what we are going to do is we are going to see what is happening. So for example, checkbox is, we are using the interpolation, we are doing an evaluation. So if the checkbox true, if this variable is true, say checked. If this variable is false, say not checked. Now let's say if I do something here, you see this is getting evaluated and the variable is getting set. Similarly, if you go and do a default here to true, what will happen? You can see here it gets checked automatically, right? So that's called two-way binding. One more last option is that we will take a look at this also. So let's go here. So here in select, what we will do, we need to get the value of the select statement, like whatever you select, right? So ng model, we will say selected option. Okay, if the selected option is 1, like here, if you look at this, here the selected option is option 1. So because of that, what is happening? The first one is getting selected automatically. Okay, and if you change, for example, let's also print this. Okay, so it will be easy to check. So you selected the selected option. See, if I change this is also getting changed. That's how two-way binding works. Alright, so in the previous clip, you already saw what are the bindings, what are the different types of binding and all of those concepts. So now you know what is data bindings and directives. But what's the difference with this data bindings or the directives in terms of Angular 19? So that is what we're going to see. So we have to come here and I have two components called data bindings and data bindings latest. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to add both here. So what I did, I added the data bindings the component here, and if you look at this data binding component at the end, I would have added the data binding latest component. Okay, so basically for now let's delete this and let's focus on this data bindings. So what happened? So this is again a different example than what you saw. So basically you can type something here, you can do this button click and it flips here, right? So all of those things are data bindings and reactive. So let's take a look at this. This code, and if you look at this, whatever you see here is what we saw in the previous clip, like different example. It has the inbuilt ng if and for each statement and all of those things. Everything that is here is all traditional, but what I'm going to show you is how you can write in a different way also. The same concept, but let's see the latest one. So in the latest one, what's the difference is, instead of star ng if, you can use @if, and if the condition is true, it's a traditional if else statement, and then you can open the parenthesis and have some HTML code, or else you can have this code. So if else is introduced and it is stable from Angular 18, that's why we never talked about it in the previous version. Angular, it has to be stable for this kind of release, so Angular has made stable. So we'll start using these kind of features. So you see this if and else, right? You can have this instead of ng if, you can use this. And there is another way of using. You can also say ng container, and you can say ng if. Here is the condition: if this variable is true, the content within this will show, else a template variable will show. So template variables are nothing but, you can mark this as hash followed by name, that will become a template variable. So whenever this condition is going to else, like for example, if this is false, this will become else statement. So this content will be shown. Okay, so this content will be shown whenever no welcome message is present. So this is something new that is introduced, so we will start using these kind of things. All right, so let's summarize this. We were able to understand what is data bindings, what is the inbuilt directives, and what is the new way of writing the data bindings or the directives in terms of Angular 19. So else, if else, and template driven if else can be introduced. So we will start using whenever we can use, and this is what it is. Alright, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you like this video, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to my channel, share this with your friends. And in the next interesting video, we will be talking about the Angular routing and lazy loading. That's a hot topic, and that will be our next episode. So stay tuned. Let's rock this wonderful application and learn together for 2025. And I will see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome back. Routing is the backbone of any Angular application. But did you know you can supercharge it with lazy loading for better performance? So in this video, we will show you how to master the Angular 19 routing and lazy loading with standalone components to make your apps blazing fast. So come, let's get started. This video is part of the full stack development video series. We were building the SmartCertify app, which is the online certification platform app, and this is episode 11. So we will be setting up the routes in Angular 19 for the project that we were building, and also demonstrate what is lazy loading and how lazy loading can be implemented at the component level. Okay, so this is the app that we have. If you look at this, we have the data bindings to components. We have home component. Under the page, we have a couple more components, right? So first thing is routes. There is a route already defined here, but I'm going to explain you how things works. So if you go to app.routes.ts, okay, it has a variable called routes. Okay, so export constant. Export means anything that is here can be used somewhere else. That's why export. If you don't mark it as an export, you cannot use it. So basically, it's a variable name that is of type routes. And these routes are nothing but array of route. So here what we define, we open like this and then say path. First one is the path. So in path, what we say if there is nothing, redirect to home and path match, and path match is full. Basically, if you just type the domain name, like for example, localhost 4200, that's it. It is going to detect this and there's nothing else, so the path is matching. It will put into the route called form route. Do we have form route? No. So let's define that. So now we are saying, see, it's automatically coming. So path is home, okay, and then we can say load the component. So whenever this path is there, load the component. And home component control period will bring up the component. So control A, control K, control F will format the code. Okay, I'll repeat, control A, control K, control F will select everything and format the code. So that's a shortcut. Okay, so now we know it's a home component. So let's go to this app component and then let's remove this. Okay, so we have just the header, the router and the footer. So whenever the routing is implemented, right, so in this app component there's something called router outlet. This one is the placeholder where the components are going to get replaced. So we will always have header. Based on the route, the component will come and sit here, followed by the footer. And if you go to this app component, because you use the router outlet, that's part of router outlet, so that one has to be imported here. We don't need this home component, so let's delete this. We don't need this. We just need the header, a footer, and the router outlet in the import section, because this component is using only these three things. That's why we need only these things. Now if you look at this localhost, the moment I type, it changes to /home, and then the home component is automatically loaded. We don't need to do anything else. So similarly, if I click on this about or contact us, everything needs to be loaded. Okay, so let's go to this routes, and then let's define another route called data binding. So we have something called data binding. Okay, so the path is data binding. So whenever the path is data bindings, we will show the data bindings component. So let's copy and see if that works. So we go here, we change this, route matches. That's why the data binding component is coming. Great. Now if I type something like this and hit, right now what is happening, it just don't know. Okay, let's try one more time. So let's try one more time. I'm going to type some random stuff. See, I got an error. I got an error saying whatever you typed, there is no such route, so just an error. We should not get any error. How do we handle this? So that's what we have to do. So there is another configuration. In case if the route is not matching, all what we are saying is, if the path is like ** means anything, redirect back to the home component. I mean the home. So redirect back to the home route. So let's say I'm going to type one more time, hit, the route didn't match. However, the route knows if nothing matches, put them back to the home route. That's why you got this page. Okay, so for good. Okay, so I placed for the about and the contact. All right, so we have different routes. But if I have to go and change to each page, I have to go to the route by manual and have to say about, or I have to say contact us to get to this page. But I don't want to do that. Nobody is going to change the route like this. When I click this, it has to change. How do we do that? So let's go to this header component, and in the imports, because we are going to deal with the routing stuff, you need to import a module called router module. Okay, and if I have not talked about this common module and form module, basically these two modules are required only whenever you use the data bindings or the form related one. Like the common modules is for like ngif, ngfor, and for directives you need the common modules, and for the ng model you need the form modules. Okay, so the main thing for routing is the router module. Okay, so I have defined it. Now what we do, let's go to this nav bar, and in the nav bar what I'm going to show you is, so let's say, all right, so let's say I have to click on home. All right, so let's say I have a home and I need to make sure that if somebody clicks home, they need to go to the home page. Okay, so what you can do is you can come here and say router link will come only when you go to this extension and install something called Angular snippet. Okay, that's from John Papa. Angular snippet. If you install the Angular snippet, then this whatever I'm showing you, right, router link will come. What it will do is, the moment you enter, it will just bring up a piece of logic here. So basically it says it has to be a router link, and then the navigation, which is in our case it's home, and then that's it, nothing else. So now if I come down, and if you look at this, all right, so now if I click on this home, see, it's taking to the home page. So similarly, we're going to fix all of these things. If you look at down, okay, so now if you look at down, for the remaining places, we have placed the same thing. So all what you have to understand is, we are defining a router link and then following, like we are providing the router details here, the route details. So like this, I have filled up all the routes here. So let's slowly come down. So for data bindings, I have given something called data bindings, and then that's it. Okay, and then what else? For chat, again, I have nothing here because there is no such routes. But here, if you look at this, about and contact us. Okay, so now let's see what happens. Okay, so if I click on contact us, it goes here. If I go to about, it goes to about. Home, home. And if I click on something, if there is no route, for example, right, if there is no such routes, it takes you back to the home. Okay, so I think everything looks good. Okay, so now let's do one thing. For the lazy loading, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop the server. Okay, and I'm going to say ng build, and I'll show you what exactly happens in the ng build. So it's building the project and it is going to generate some files. You look at this, there is only 3 files, main.js and the polyfills and the CSS, which means all of the components that we just built has been combined into one file called main.js, and it just has some name, random name. Okay, the build name, and its size is this much. Okay, so lazy loading is basically, so whenever you open the page, the user may or may not navigate to all the pages. So which means we don't need to download the whole stuff at one point of time, right? So look at this. If I just run this application by ngserve, what will happen? There's only one main.js, right? So let's copy this. There's something called main.js. So let's go here, open this, and let's search for main. Okay, and then let's reload this. See, there's one main.js which has the whole content, all of the components content is here, and you see this till 865 lines. Okay, so we don't need to download this whole stuff here. As the application grows bigger and bigger, if you want a faster performance, we should not do this. Now what can we do is we can implement something called lazy loading. Okay, so lazy loading is when you go from this place to this place, for example about. Only when you go to about contents needs to be downloaded. When you go to contact us, the contact us needs to be downloaded. Other than that, we are not supposed to download any of these things. Okay, so for that, all what we have to do is, so we're going to open up this code, go to this route, and we are going to modify this. Okay, so what we are going to modify is we will remove this and say load components. Okay, load component is a function that goes, and then we are saying import the component. Like basically we are saying where is the component. The components, it is in component slash data binding slash component. Okay, and then okay, so when you do a tab, it is filling the data. So basically it says, hey, whenever you find this route, go to this component and then load this component. Okay, so similarly for about and for contact us. Okay, I'm going to place this code. So we are saying don't load that component directly. Whenever you go, only take that component and load. See the difference? Now this is not having lazy loading, but all the 3 components has lazy loading. Now let's do the same logic and see how things work. So I'm going to stop this and then I'm going to build it. Last time it was just the main.js, right? Now you see different chunks got created. Other than main, you got couple more chunks here. See, contact us, there's a separate chunk. Data binding, there's a separate chunk. So now the size is different. The size is not same. Now let's see what happens. So now what we do, now let's run this ngserve and let's go to this, and what I'm going to do is, okay, so I'm going to clear everything. Okay, so the app is loaded. I'm going to refresh this and I'm going to clear everything. Okay, now if I go to this home component, then only the home component chunk file is created, like it's downloading. You see this 3IAU. 3IAO. Look at this, a boat one. Similarly, EX6A is for contact us. So if I go to contact us, then only this file is getting downloaded. Whenever I go to the data binding, then the data binding chunks is downloaded. Once it is downloaded, then you go all of the visited place, this will not get downloaded because it's already downloaded, right? So we will only download whenever it is required. Okay, so that's the beauty of the lazy loading, and lazy loading is there for a long time for the ng module base where the module itself is downloaded, but they have improved a lot with standalone where component wise we can lazy load it. Much better performance. So this is what is all about today's video. Let's quickly recap. Today we talked about routing, how routing needs to be set up, how the routing needs to be navigated using the router link, and then also a small Angular snippet extension. If you download, you can use that as well. And then we also talked about lazy loading with respect to the components. All right, so I hope you enjoyed this video. If you like this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to my channel. Share this with your friends. If you have any questions, do let me know in the comment section, and I will see you in the next video, guys. Hello friends, welcome back. Struggling with complex state management in Angular? Let me show you how Angular Signal makes it effortless to keep your UI in sync with your data. So stay tuned for an easy to understand guide and a real world example with Angular 19 and Signals. So without delay, let's get started. Angular Signals have become very important in terms of managing the state in the Angular. So let's deep dive into the Angular Signals with real-time example. What are Angular Signals? Angular Signals are a new way to manage state inside the Angular application. Think of signals as special variables that can automatically update other parts of your app when their value changes. Now this makes it easier to keep your app's UI in sync with the data. How do Angular Signal works? Signals can hold a value like a number or a string. So when this value changes, any part of your app that uses this signal will automatically update. Let's take a simple analogy. Imagine a signal is like a light switch. Okay, when you flip the switch, like update the value, all the rooms, which is like a part of apps that needs the light, which is a value here, will automatically turn on, which is an update that's happening. How are signals different from the traditional ways? If you're not using signals, the traditional Angular apps where developers uses the observables or the event emitters to manage the state and communicate the changes. Now these tools can be complex and require manual subscription and unsubscription. So Signals makes this process simpler by automatically keeping track of the changes. Why you use Angular? It has three important benefits: simplicity, performance, and the state management. Its simplicity is Signals automatically update your app whenever the value changes, so you don't need to worry about the subscription. In terms of performance, Signals are optimized to update only the part of the app that needs to be changed, making your app much faster. And in terms of the state management, Signals let you manage and update the state directly in your components without worrying about other Angular tools. Now we're going to take a look at the real-time example in terms of Angular 19 coding. So before we go in, we were also building the full stack development video series for 2025, and Angular Signals will be heavily used in that application. So this will be the fundamentals that you should know, as we will be using more in the full stack development Angular 19 application, which is the SmartCertify app, an online certification platform, right? So stay tuned, and now let's dive into the coding. Now go to this github.com/learn-smart-coding. Who already know about this, they know all of these repositories are here, and the one which we are working will be under Angular 19 features example. So go here and download the code, and this will have every single concept that I was talking about as well as the coding example. Now I have downloaded the code and I'm going to show you some basic stuff here. All right, so the one that you're seeing here is a contact us form. The contact us form here, we have taken a contact us form. If you look at this website, which was one of the full stack development video series, now we will focus on only the Angular Signals. So this is the contact app form, right? So where you enter your name, email, subject, message, and then if everything looks good, you send a message and it goes and calls an API and triggers the call, right? Now this is purely written in reactive form. this is what I have taken as an example of this repository. So the code that you see here is exactly what I showed you in the demo, right? Now here, if you let's take a look at the code here, what it does. So it basically has a reactive form. This is Angular 19, so we are using standalone. That's the default in Angular 19, and it's a standalone component. So we are using Angular 19 and standalone component. So standalone is by default set as true by the Angular team from Angular 19. All right. So here what do we have? We have a reactive form. We have a contact form that uses the form group. We initialize the form group, and then a simple submit button where it just calls an API, right? So how do we, implement the Angular signals here? Much easy. Let's take a look at one by one. Okay, so the first thing is we need to create a signal. So in order to create a signal, let me create a variable called form validity, and that you are assigning something called signal. See, the moment you say signal, it gets imported here. You can see the signal is coming from Angular core, and you can actually set the value. So in order to set the value, like an initial value, you can the signal can accept a number or a string. So in this case, any type, right? In this case, we are saying it's a false. It's a Boolean type. Okay, so we have defined one signal. Now what we do is the idea of this. So now what we do this. So we are going to do this. All right, so the next thing is what we are going to do is in the constructor, which is here, right? So we are going to subscribe to the status of the form. Okay, you see this? The Copilot is already telling me what to do here, which is nice, right? So if you have not seen how the GitHub Copilot can help you with the coding, stay tuned. If you like to more about setting up the Copilot for free in your Visual Studio Code, I already have a video on it and it will give you in the description, and please take a look. And I'm going to just tap it. Let's see what happens. So basically it says the contact form dot status change. So we are subscribing to any of the status change, like any changes to this form. And then when the value comes, all what we are doing is we are doing this form validity dot set. We are setting true or false based on this value. So when you subscribe to this, the status will tell you the form is valid or not. So all what you're doing is if the state is valid, we set true. If the state is not valid, we set false. So we still set true or false, but this is how you write a value to the signal. Okay, so we assigned, created a signal, and we are now setting a value to the signal. Now, how do we use this? So let's go to this HTML, and what do we have today? We are disabling the button, the send message button we're disabling based on the form is invalid or not. So now we will update this to take the value from the signal. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to change this to not form validity. So form validity is a signal. If you want to use a signal, you need to call that as a function. Remember that, okay? It's not a variable. It's actually a signal, so you need to call as a function. This will, retrieve the value of the form validity variable, which is nothing but a signal. So we are saying, hey, disable it if it is not valid. That's what we are saying. Not valid, disable it. It will set true here. Okay. Now let's take a look how it looks. Okay, so I opened up the project. Let's click on contact us. You see this? So this is disabled, right? This is disabled only because of what we wrote. See, if I fill it, this gets enabled, but the moment I remove it, this gets disabled. So signals can actually update this DOM based on the value that we change. And this is also a signal. I'm going to teach you how it is going to work. Now let's do, few more things. So I'm going to add two types of signals. Okay, so we already have one signal. Let's enhance this. So we have two signals called error message that accepts a string. So it's a string type. Okay, and then we have something called field errors. We're going to check the fields errors one by one. And if you look at this, it has a signal of type record, which is like a unique based on the key. It is of like it's a key value pair. Okay, so in dictionary or key value pair, you see that, right? So it's a key and a value. So we are going to initialize with the empty one. That's why this is empty. Okay, so we initialize these things. So now we're going to make use of these things. So I'm going to bring a method Okay, what this method is going to do is, this method is going to go over every single control inside the form, and for each one, okay, what we are going to do for each one, it is seeing whether the control is touched or dirty. Touched means the moment you enter the control and leave it, like a mouse enter and out, it's called touch. And dirty means you typed and then you just deleted what you typed. Okay, so that's called dirty. So if any of these things are there, and then if the control is having a required symbol, which is here, in our case everything is required, we are just going to add the fields, okay, as a error message. So we have this method, okay, and then what it is doing after it goes through everything, it is finally setting the value to this field error signals, this one. Okay, so for good, we are setting it, we are updating the signal value. Now what we do, we are going to do one more thing. So we will subscribe to one of the event in the constructor. So after this, I'm going to write a piece of code. What it is doing, it is basically for every single control, for each of every single control, okay, we are subscribing to the control change. And whenever we are subscribing, we are saying call this method, which is nothing but this method. Okay. Okay, so for good. Now one last part that we need to do is, we come to this on submit, and then let's say we are calling the API, and when it returns, we reset any messages and we reset the field errors and everything, because we're resetting the form. So we set this. So this is how you set an default value. Okay, so this is how you clear the signals also. And then if in case we have any errors, all what we do is, we will actually go and update the error message signal. Okay, there is something called error message signal, and then we update the error message signal based on the error. Like if it is 404, if it is 400, if it's an error like 500, we update some different values. Okay, and then in the else statement, we just call this method. Okay, if nothing is good, we just call this method. So what will happen if I do all of these things? We have all of these variables having the right signal values. So let's update the form here. Alright, so all I'm doing is, I'm updating this div with this form with two divs. The first one is to show the error message. The second one is to go through every single the field value error, and then it'll update the error here. So there is a new variable defined here. If you look at this, object value is a variable, and it's nothing but object dot values. Okay, so we are going to read that in whatever we have it here, like this one, and we're gonna display the error. So let's see how it looks. Okay, so basically, because we have added here, you look at this, as soon as I type, this is wrong, right? So the code got evaluated, the signal started updating this. The moment I type something, it went off. See, if I start removing everything, it is coming with all of these values. So these fields values are because of the signals that we made, right? So we were able to see how the signals needs to be evaluated, so we saw how the signals can be created, how the signals can be updated, and how you can reset the signals and how you can use the signals. So now let's take a look at the other types of concepts in the signal. Alright, so we know how we can create a signal like this. Like we use a signal and then set a value, and we know how to read the signal because it's going to be like a function, but basically we are reading the signal. And for updating the signal, we just need to use the set and set the value. Okay, now here comes some more important concepts. The first concept is called computed signal. So computed signal means basically a computer signals are signal those so computer signal means computer signals are signal whose values are derived from other signals. Okay, so these are similar to the derived state or computed properties in other frameworks. So they allow you to create values that depends on the other signal. So what does it mean basically? So if we have a signal, okay, we have another signal, but this signal is called computer signal. How? When you assign, we say computed, and then the function goes, and basically this is the logic that is written inside the compute. This is a function basically. This is a function. Okay, so we're saying, hey, take the value of this signal, multiply by 2, and then whatever answer comes, that is what assigned to this signal. Okay, so basically this signal depends on this signal, and that's why this is just a read only, and it evaluates as soon as the signal value changes. Okay, nice, right? This triggers this one, and this one will evaluate, and this one is changed. Whoever is using this also gets triggered automatically. So all of this change detection happens very nicely. There's another important concept called effect. Okay, so effect is basically, it's to allow you to run side effects when signals are changing. It's like a logging or a debugging mechanism that you can know, you will come to know what's happening when the signals are changing. For example, so let's say we have a signal called counter, and then we just have a method called effect, and inside that you can write some logs. Okay, counter updated to this value. Whenever this is changing, this gets triggered. Whenever is happening something to the signal, this gets triggered. This nice, right? So even when you set this gets triggered, basically because this got updated. That's the concept. So you can use the signals in the error handling like this. So for error handling, basically you assign a signal and then you're computing it to another signal. While you're computing, you can use the signal to see if it is valid, because initially it is a null, it's not valid. So if you return some default message, if there is some value, you use that value. Okay, so that's how you can handle the errors also, and you can multiple signals can be managed, like basically more than one signals. You can update, you can compute. So for example, you see this one is a nice computer signal. So this computer signal is actually calling these two signal and multiplying. So this signal depends on these two signal. Even any one of these things changes, this runs, this updates. Whenever this updates, whoever is looking for this will automatically get updated in the UI. Nice, right? So you can combine this effect and computer signals like this together. Like you have a default signal, you have a computer signal, and you have an effort. So whenever you set something, this changes, this automatically changes, and this also runs because this changes, because sum is what is called. So nice, right? All of these things are very nice. You already saw in the demo how to reset or clearing a signal. You just need to set its default value by using the set, and that's it. Everything will work. All right, so there are plenty of things that you can do with the signals. This let this signal concept be some basics that we will first understand, and as we build big applications like how we are building the SmartCertify app, you'll be seeing a lot of signals getting used, because as you work in IT, these days company expect all the application to have a top-notch performance. So in order to get to the good performance, wherever is possible for the state management, it's better to use a signal. So stay tuned, and signals are very simple way to manage the state in the Angular application. So these are the takeaways for this videos, right? Signals are a simple way to manage the state in the Angular application. They automatically update your UI whenever the state changes. Signal reduces the need for subscription and manual state management. Signals can be used for both simple and complex state management in the Angular. So just to conclude, Angular signals offer a new, simpler and more efficient way to manage the state and keep your application in sync. Whether you are managing simple counters or complex data, signals can help make your code more maintainable and performant. Want to take your Angular skills to the next level? Hit the subscribe button and turn on notifications so you don't miss any future tutorials. Also, leave a comment below with your thoughts on Angular signals or any questions you might have. I would love to hear how you're planning to use this in your project. Stay tuned, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome back. Ever wondered how to design a clean, efficient and scalable APIs? In this episode, we will deep dive into the microservices, HTTP status codes, and build the CRUD operations with clean architecture. So let's code smarter, not harder. Come, let's get started. This video is a part of the SmartCertify video series. We were building the online certification platform application, and this is episode 12. And we'll be covering the complete CRUD operations for 3 different controllers, and we will have a lot of stuff added. We'll be using the clean architecture principle to design the complete web APIs. We'll be using the fluent validations and much more stuff. So come, let's dive into the concepts. So what you can expect from this video is you'll be able to build the CRUD operation for 3 controllers using the clean architecture principle. So these are the three controllers: choice controller, which will have these many endpoints, and the course controllers and the quotient controllers. But if you watch this carefully, you'll be able to see 5 major types of HTTP that we'll be using. So get, post, put, delete, and patch. Alright, so all of this usage we will do from the scratch, and this is what you can expect from this video. So before we put our hands on the code, let's understand some basic concepts of these web APIs, microservice, and other stuff, so that it will be helpful for you when you build the application. So just to get started, we will be exploring what is web API and what is web API versus microservices and what are the HTTP status codes. So web API. A web API is a set of protocols and tools for building the software application. It allows different software systems to communicate with each other over the web. Alright, so this is what the definition is, but it's good to understand the purpose. So the primary purpose is to enable the interaction between two disparate systems. Okay, for example, a client application and a backend application that interacts. Now, this is still theory, right? So let's understand in a realistic. So in this series, we will be building this Angular application. This is the front end and there's a back end, right? So disparate system means this is one system and the other system is the backend system. They both don't know each other. Okay, so for example, a web API is nothing but this front end system is talking to the backend system. And if you see when we navigate, this is a web API which is invoked, and the web API is returning some response, and that it is using and able to show up this kind of a nice UI. So if you go to a different place, it is calling a different endpoint and we are getting some different response. Based on the response that we get, the UI is able to show some information, right? So this is what called disparate system, which is having communication between two systems and the data are exchanged. Okay, now here if you closely look at this API, we are referring to web API, right? So let's take any web API. So if you go here, like I said, one of the important, so if you go to this endpoint, you can see this is the request URL and this is of type a get method and it is returning a status code. So what and all we have in this concept, we have a URL, like a point where we are it's like a unique point to which it is going to respond to you. Okay, and what type of point it is, like get endpoint or different endpoints. Get means retrieving some information, that's what called get, and it is returning a status code which browser will understand, the client will understand, and one of the status code is 200 OK. You see this, it's a green color, 200 OK. We'll talk about it. So these three are the important parts. And if you look at this URL, after this API, the first one is the controller name followed by the action name. If there is no action name, basically it's a default get. We'll explore that. But these are the parts. The reason why I'm showing this is, see, this is what the reason. So the whole web API consists of this URL, and you can split that URL into a controller method and where it is pointing. And not only that, it also shows what type of get endpoints, like what type of HTTP methods you are using. One of the methods is the HTTP get. Okay. Similarly, we have post, put, delete, patch. We will explore those things as we progress. Okay. Now, request and response, right? So you made a request, it sent a response in a JSON format, which is what client used to, and then format the UI nicely. Okay. So that is what this is web API components means. So what is microservice then? Microservice means it's basically a small independent service that does one thing well, meaning not too many things, right? It's a part of a larger architecture where multiple microservices work together to form a complete system. So let's take the same example of the web application. If you look at this web application, okay, you have something related to exams. Okay, that's why any of these things, if you look at this one, it starts with exam. Okay, that's one service. Similarly, if you look at this course is completely doing some course related stuff, that is one service. Okay, so basically in order to complete this whole application, there will be different services. Okay, so microservice means nothing but a small application. So in other words, the whatever we are building, right? So in terms of our usage, basically we have built all of these three controllers into one application because this is just the learning phase. But in a realistic view, if this has to be converted into microservices, the choices alone will be one microservice, courses alone will be one microservice, questions alone will be one microservice, where it is a lot of questions later stuff. Okay, for example, so look at this. Exams alone will be microservice. All the exams later stuff will be handled. Courses will be handled. Choices will be handled. Alright. So many things, right? So whenever in a real world application, like you consider Amazon or something, like where orders, how many people will order? How many people will browse the product? Browsing the product is more than number of people ordering it. Similarly, address, how many people will keep changing their address? So if you consider if you consider Amazon website, addresses will be one services, product will be one services, reporting will be one services, order is one services. They split this into different microservices. Reason because when they split a bigger application into multiple microservices, they can scale up. Scale up means on the demand basis, only those microservices can be deployed into multiple places so that the load can be balanced. Okay, so that's the reason why microservice is an architecture principle. It is not related to any web application. It is not related to any web API or something. It's basically an architectural pattern. Okay, now let's get back. So a microservice is a small independent service that does one thing well. Like I said, reporting, order, address, products. It is part of a larger architecture, meaning all together, right? So Amazon cannot operate without any of these things. It has to have address service, it has to have product service, order service, so and so service. All of the service together is what application is. But behind the scene, each one is called one microservices. Okay, that's only completely will form one application. Now let's go back. So whatever I explained is what is in the scope. So we have all of these examples we just explored. Now, what are HTTP status codes? Okay, so don't worry about these slides. I will give you all of these materials, but let's concentrate this. What are HTTP status codes? HTTP status codes are standard codes written by the web server to indicate the result of a client request. Okay, so they are grouped into 5 categories. So let's understand this. So if you look at this, we have 5 different things. So get, post, put, delete, patch. Let me explain you what these things does. If a client is calling this one, which is a get endpoint, okay, it is asking for some data. It might be sending some unique ID and asking for a particular resource, or it is asking for a bunch of data. Okay, now let's say you're filling a form. You are only providing information, right? At that point of time, post is the one which we have to use, meaning a new record that is getting created behind the database, like behind the table or whatever it is, right? A new information is being recorded newly. That's when you use HTTP post. Okay, so in this example, right, I wanted to create a new course, then this is what I will be using it. In Amazon example, first time when you go and enter your address as a shipping address, you're creating a resource. You will use HTTP post. Okay. Now, when does this put will come? Let's say same Amazon example. You created the address, but you know that there's something wrong in the address. You wanted to update. Maybe door number is wrong, address line is wrong, something is wrong, right? More than one field is wrong. That's when you use put. So put is to update. Delete, as it goes by name, you wanted to delete what you saved. You wanted to completely remove it from the system. You use delete. In order to use delete, you just need to uniquely identify the resource by some ID. Then you delete it. Patch. Let's say address example. You wrote every single line of the address is correct except the zip code. Only the zip code you need to update. It means out of the whole bunch of fields, only one field you're updating. So for that kind of a situation, you generally go for the patch. Patch means you're like patching, right? If there's a road, there's a small hole in the road, what they will do? They put the road or they put a patch on the hole. They put a patch on the hole, right? We say this patching. That's what called patching. It's what called patch. Okay. Now you understood a realistic example. Now let's go back to this HTTP status code. So what it meant is each of these services, each of these different endpoints, each of these different HTTP endpoints returns a particular status code that is understandable and defined for the front end whoever is calling. For example, if you're calling something like this, okay, so let's take an example. It is asking for ID. It is telling you, hey, I wanted to get a course whose ID is 78. Execute. I got a value, which means it is there. I'm asking return a course detail that is specifically called 78. Course ID 78, I returned it. What if I'm asking like this? It's returning a 404. The first one returned 200, okay. The second one is returning 404, which means such ID does not exist. Such course ID does not exist. Do I have anything like 3? No, does not exist. Can I have something like this? Do exist. So based on the code that is returned, the caller will know what's happening. The UI will know. Okay, the browser will know. Okay, 200 means, okay, data is there, it returned. 404 means data is not there. It's telling you, hey, whatever you sent, I don't have such data. Like for example, right, if you're studying in a school or college or like an employee, you have employee ID. If you're studying in college, you have a student ID, right? Somebody is coming from a particular place and they're asking, hey, send me the student. Principal is calling a student ID 110. There is no such ID exist, so we cannot send any student. They have not given a student name. So every single status code represents a meaning, and that meaning is very important. If you send the correct status code, the client knows, the caller knows what to do. Okay. So now let's take a look at the different status code, because all of this thing we are going to use it in our development. So let's go. That 5 categories starts with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 is just information, you don't need to do anything. I have not seen 1 easily. 2 is all like success. You requested something, processed and got your result. That's what called 2. 2 can be 200, 202, 204, 202, 204, all of those things we will see in the next slide. But anything that starts with 200, 2 is successful. 300 means something is changed in the requested URL. So they're saying you called me, like, it's like this, right? Someone is asking you to go to point A. After you go to point A, there is somebody who is telling you, hey, whoever told you to come to point A, that is not there anymore. We move to point C. Please go to point C. That's what called redirection. The server will realize that there was such URL exists, but now it's not there. Go to this so and so place. The client will know what to do. The browser will know what to do. Similarly, 4, client error. Anything that starts with 4 is client error. What does it mean? Client error is, let's say you are client, I'm server. You're asking me something, but you asked me something incorrectly. So because you asked incorrectly, so let's take an example, right? So you're client, I'm server. You asked me incorrectly something. Like say for example, you asked me a chocolate, but you didn't tell me what chocolate it is, what type of chocolate it is, white chocolate, milk chocolate, dark chocolate. You didn't tell me. So I return a status to you saying, hey, 400, bad request. You told me chocolate, you didn't tell me what kind of chocolate. I cannot give you, without you telling me, I cannot give you all of the chocolate to you. You have to tell me what you want. Good. Client knows, okay, fine, I did a mistake. Give me lollipop. Fine, request came with the specific stuff. Lollipop, I do have, give it to you. I don't have lollipop, I give you 404. Mean, you asked me lollipop, I do not have lollipop. So anything related to 400 is a client error which they can rectify. Let's talk this in a realistic view, right? So let's say you're trying to add an address. Zip code is important. Okay? You didn't provide a zip code and you're trying to make a HTTP post. I validated. I said, hey, you did not give me a zip code. I cannot deliver anything to you properly. I send a bad request saying, hey, zip code is missing. Client knows that you're missing and they recorrect and they can refire the request. resend request. There, all of these things is possible. Okay. So in short, in interview, if somebody asks you what is client error, what is 400 and all, it's basically you can rectify any 400 related things client can rectify and re-request, resend the request. That's important. 500, God knows, everything is bad at the server side. You all gave me something correct. I couldn't process it. Something blowed up from my side. Same thing. You sent me address details. Database was down. I'm not able to save it. Blowed up. I was able to send you a 500 internal error. I don't tell you what error it is, but it is an internal error which you cannot do anything. You can just report to the customer support. Okay, so now you understood all the difference, right? So these are the different status codes and its meaning. You look at this, all of these meanings. See, 300 is all of these things. 400 is like bad request. So very frequently used as bad request. 401, unauthorized. Like you're not even allowed to enter. You're not even allowed to call that endpoint. Okay, and 403, you're allowed, but not this one. Maybe you do not have rights. Something like that. Okay. 404 we already discussed. 405 is like incorrectly calling a particular method. Like this, so many stuffs are there. 409 is very important. Not everybody uses it's very tricky one. Do let me know if you want to know what is this 409. It's a conflict. I will explain you in the next video. But so many error codes, and then 500. 500 you can't do anything from a client perspective. It goes wrong, internal server error, gone. There is no implementation. There's bad gateway, service unavailable. Let's say service unavailable, you would have seen it. Like something, the service is not at all up. So you get this 503. Okay. If there is in between some, communication is wrong, 502 you will get it. But at any point of time, all of these things, you can't do anything. But you should know what are these status code. And when you send, you have to send a proper status code so that a robust application can be built. All right, so enough theory. Now let's put our hands on the deck and start building the application. All right, so in episode 5 we were building the basic structure of the web API. So those who are new here, go to this github.com/learnsmartcoding/. This is the the web API repository URL. So here we just have the main code, right? So main branch. So I have actually downloaded that and I have opened it. Okay, so we are going to do something here for this video, and we were also talking about DevOps. So whatever you do, you can actually push to your DevOps repository so that as we start building the CI/CD pipelines and all, it'll be easy for you to deploy to the Azure. All right. For me to share the code, I'll be using the GitHub just to share the code, but I'll be still having all of my stuff in the Azure DevOps. Okay. Now, if you look at this, I promised I'll be explaining the clean architecture as we start building the real web APIs, right? So I didn't get a chance to explain more about the clean architecture, and we're going to take a look at the clean architecture structure here, and as we build, we will explain you one by one. So we have 4 projects. One is the main project called web API, and in the application, domain, and infrastructure, right? So we don't know what is all of these things. At a high level, we know where the interfaces will go, where the repositories will go, but this is what I would like to show. First of all, what is a clean architecture? So clean architecture is basically a software design philosophy that separates the concerns of an application. This will allow us for the independent development and testing and deployment. What is the goal? If you look at the goal of this architecture, right, a lot of big companies will use this kind of an architecture, especially microservices and all. So please pay attention. The main is it's independent of the framework. Doesn't matter what framework you use. It is testable. UI is independent, database is independent, easy to maintain. All of those things we can do. And at a high level, this is how the clean architecture in an onion view they call it as. So just imagine this is onion, right? If you take an onion and start peeling, what will happen? The outer part only will depend on inner part, right? Like that, you keep peeling one by one layer, you go till down. So that's what they call it as onion. So what it means is at the top layer is the UI interface, user interface, and then it comes with the domain and then followed by the interface entities, and then there's an infrastructure layer. Okay, now if you look at this, whatever we have is in this application core and then infrastructure and UI. So let's take a look at the same thing in our project, and I will explain you how this looks. So we have these 4 layers, right? Presentation layer, which will contain the UI. UI means like basically if you're using MVC, it's UI. If not, it's all web APIs. Okay, that handles the user interaction like controllers and all of those stuff. Then we have something called application layer. Application layer, just imagine all of your business related logic. Okay, if a application is there will be some business logic, right? So those kind of thing, all the rules and regulations will be written in this layer. Domain layers are nothing but you have a database has a table, all the database related stuff, all the core database entities and all of those stuff will come under domain layer, nothing else will come. Okay, and then the last one is the infrastructure layer. Okay, infrastructure layer will have access to the database, meaning only from infrastructure layer you'll be able to talk to the database, not from the application layer. Only business logic will come here. Not only that, in case if our application is talking to an external API, okay, or different services, they're called external services. All those integration, for example, let's be realistic. If we have to talk to Azure services like functions, then it's external call. So those kind of logics will come under the infrastructure layer. Okay, this is how the architecture will look. We have this domain, application, infrastructure, web API, and then followed by the test project. Each one has these details. Don't worry about this command and query. We might probably have a different video for CQRS pattern, but stay tuned. Except these 2 folders, everything else will be there. Okay, and then it's gonna help all of these things. Like it can maintain testability, flexibility, all of those stuff is easy for here. Okay, now what we will do, let's go here. Okay, so if I expand this, like I said, this will have controllers which we are going to build here, and then application, right now nothing is there. Domain, in episode 5 we were able to bring up all of the database entities here. That is what called as domain layers, right? All has tables, database tables. And then infrastructure right now doesn't have anything except the DB context itself. So here it comes, here it becomes interesting. See, somebody keep saying like this, Clover is new to this architecture or all of this. So if I keep talking about this, Clover is new, is going to get confused. All right. So even so far, if you have not understood well, it's okay. Don't worry. Just pay attention to what I'm going to develop one by one, and you will have a clear idea of what goes where and how you can build. And not only that, at the end of this video I will give you some task. You do it by yourself. It's good for you. If you're really dedicated in learning and achieving your goal for your career, I honestly suggest you to do yourself few stuff that I'm going to give you as part of the series. Okay, now let's start the first one. Okay, so what we have to do is we have to build this first one is the courses. So, okay, so courses means it is related to a particular table, just one table. Okay, so let's keep it simple. We're going to talk to one table and do all of this CRUD operations. So what we will generally do is you always have to come in the backend, like from back towards front, because from front to back you don't know who's the next one to call. So that's why I always prefer and suggest you always go reverse order. So first thing what you have to do is we have to create an interface. So if you go to this application layer, here is the place where we need to create the interfaces. Okay, so as per the clean architecture, your interfaces definitions will come here. So let's create a folder called interfaces. And just to have more separations, we will also create a folder called courses. Okay, so under the courses, I wanted to define or create an interface. So right click, add, go to interface, and I'm going to create an interface called iCourse repository. So this interface is related to a repository, but still I'm creating the interface at the application layer because as per the clean architecture, this is what you need to follow. So I'm creating this. So for good, let's convert this into public instead of an internal. The internal is a default access modifier if somebody asks you in the interview question. Okay, so the access modifier has been changed. Now We'll be using completely asynchronous pattern, but as we progress, we will also show you why it is very important and very, very easy compared to the synchronous. Okay, so follow along with me. Okay, so let's say I wanted to return I enumerable of course. See, the good part is, as I type, it is thinking what I'm trying to do based on the namings, and it is already suggesting me what to do. So get courses. I can do a tab, which will become good, and I can also bring in namespace, control period, pull in the namespace, good. So this is a synchronous method. I can also change the name if in case I wanted to change it, right? So it suggested courses, but I'm saying get all courses. Okay, so this is a synchronous method. Okay, let's keep it simple. Then we'll convert this into a asynchronous method. Okay, now, for example, if this is the definition, right? We need to implement this. So I'm going to copy this course repository, go all the way through interface, like the infrastructure, right click, add new item, class, put this name without the I, okay, because I name is the interface name. So here it is going to be a public class. Okay, so for good, interface definition is here, implementation is here, because this is repository. Now, in order to implement an interface, what you do, a class that inherits an interface like iCourse repository. Then this becomes what? This becomes the way we will try to implement this. Okay, so it's giving you error because right now, whatever, so for example, if you go here, right, whatever is here, we have this method, whoever is this class, whoever is trying to inherit an interface has to implement those classes. It's not implemented. That's why it's giving you error. So try to use the shortcuts. So let's put the error mark here, control period. It will ask you what to do. See, implement interface, will give you suggestions. Okay, so I'm going to choose this. It will bring up, so it will bring up the basic layer, basics then. So from here we can modify. So we can say public, and then we don't need this. That's it. So public, the name of the the method, and then because we did not implement anything inside this, it is throwing not implemented exception. So we will test this now. Because this method is going to talk to the database, what do we want? We want the DB context, right? So the next thing is CTOR and enter a tab. It will bring up the default constructor. Here we need to inject our DB context. Our DB context name is SmartCertify DB context, like the context. You put that and then give a space, give a name. It's suggesting already, so I'm going to use the suggestion. Go here, control period. It will ask you two things. The difference between the property and field, it's just the way it is showing up here, but it is going to do the same thing. We can choose the field and brings up the field for us. All right, so let's start here, right? So we have this kind of a name. Maybe let's change this to DB context. Okay, just to keep it simple, DB context. So we will also change this to underscore DB context and just DB context. Okay, I just change the name, nothing else. So let's start here. So I'm saying underscore DB context dot courses. See, it is already giving me suggestion. So I can do a tab, which will be the right answer. But here we can say var. Okay, let's say data equal to this. So now data has a list of course. So you can then say return data. That's it. This method is done. That's why all of the error is gone. So data is nothing but list of course. List of course is nothing but enumerable of course. So you can also say list. Okay, so now this is called synchronous method. See, or synchronous method. This means if somebody is calling this until this is executed, this is going to wait. Okay, now let's understand the beautiful thing of the asynchronous method. Okay, so whatever we wrote is all synchronous, right? So let's not write any more synchronous code. Let's convert everything into asynchronous code. So what if I have to write this in a asynchronous way? So for asynchronous writing, all what you have to do is you have to wrap the return type. You have to wrap the return type into a task. So task of the I enumerable of course, and you see this, it converted everything by itself. So basically until here it's the method name, and for every single asynchronous call as per the standard, the end of the method name should end with async, so that anyone who invokes it, you will know that it is an asynchronous call. Okay, so now let's go inside this and see how the so let's see how this will be implemented here. So for example, here again, control period, let interface is implemented, but it's not done here, right? So it's very easy. So here if you look at this, db context dot, so db context dot courses dot, and if you look at this after dot, right, everything that's ends with async is asynchronous method. So for example, if there's a add synchronous method, add async will be there. Okay, so every single synchronous method will also have asynchronous method. So in our case we have to list, right? So we will have to list async as well. Okay, so all what you have to do is you have to do like this. But the reason why it is currently showing error is here it is enumerable, which means it's a readable content. Here it is list. Okay, so that's why it is showing. So now what we can do is we can do a couple of things here. Either change this into list, you can change this into list error vent. Okay, you can do that, or you can keep this as enumerable. All what you have to do is you have to add async keyword and await keyword. So what is async await? Basically async await are used to handle the asynchronous programming. They make it easier to work with task and asynchronous operation in a non-blocking and readable manner. Alright, so that's what the async and await keywords are used. So in short, right, I can give you a small hint here so that it's easy to understand. If you look at this, I'm going to paste a few concepts here. So basically async means it will mark the method as asynchronous, okay, which we did, and then it allows the use of the await keyword inside the method. And see, the return type should be marked as task, which is equivalent of void, and task of t, which is nothing but return type. In our case the return type is this. Okay, and then for await, it basically awaits the asynchronous tasks to complete, pause the execution of the method until await task finishes without blocking the main thread. This is what the main concept of async await. Alright, so now we know how to do it. We don't want the synchronous method to be there, so I'm going to go there and remove the synchronous method. Okay, remember, if you have the list here, if you have a list here, you don't need to do a async await. You can just return as task, and whoever is expecting it to so you just need to await always when the data is required. At this point the data is not required, but because we have enumerable, we have written like this. But basically you can also say list, and you can remove this. You can go here, you can mark this as list. Okay, so this way everything is good. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is, so you know the concept of one thing, so let's quickly do the rest of the things so I can explain you. Okay, so I'm going to copy paste a bunch of methods. So basically in this case, if you see, again this is a get course by id async. Okay, the method name ends with async. What it is returning? It is returning just one course. If the id is not present, it could return null. So that's why task of course, that could be a null. So if you put a question mark, it means that this return type can also be a null. Similarly, we have some method which checks the duplicate title. It accepts the title, it returns it's a true or false. Okay, so everything is asynchronous method. Similarly, we have add course, update course, delete course, and update description. So the input is course, return type is nothing. Okay, so we're going to implement this. So what we are going to do, we're going to do this. Everything is pulled, but nothing is implemented. Okay, so what we can do, let's go one by one. Let's go to the get here. Okay, so let's implement this get course by ID. So what you have to do is we need to access the dbcontext.course.find async. See, there is a method called find and find async. We are going to use the asynchronous method, and you just need to pass the key. So how this find async works is for this table, okay, the primary key. So the one that you're passing, it will look for the primary key, and if it finds, it will return. So that's it. You just need to mark async and await before this. So similarly, we're going to implement for everything. And for this course async, this is very simple. Again, it's the same thing. So we're going to return a list of So for the course async, we're going to return a list of IEnumerable, like we already discussed about it. And here you go. The next one is title duplicate. So for title duplicate, again, it's a simple. So db context dot courses dot any. Any means it will match at least one condition is true or not. Any async means same thing, but it's asynchronous. See, it is itself is telling it's the intelligence is figuring out what we are trying to do. So async, and then we given a method. We are saying, hey, for the title which is inside the table, if it matches the incoming title, true or not, because it will return true or false. So now we will say return await this, and because we are putting await, we will just put async here. Async await, that's it. Okay, so these things are implemented. Now let's implement the add courses. So add course is simple. Add course, what it will do is, again, same thing, db context dot course dot add. And if you see what is inside the add, it is expecting a course entity. What we are getting, a course, so we will add it. Now entity framework will start tracking this record. Okay, it is not inserted yet. In order to insert, what we have to do is we have to say, you see this, db context dot save async. You can say save changes also, but save changes async is asynchronous method. Okay, that's it. So we will change this as await and async. We're good. Because it's not returning anything, we just need to process it. Same thing for update. So for update, it's the same thing. Instead of add, you'll be using a method called update. So what this will do is, see, this ID, this course will have ID. So if you look at this, if we go inside, the course ID will come, right? The moment you put update and then pass this, entity framework will start tracking a particular entity of that type ID. Like say, for example, if ID is 20, it will start tracking the record 20. So when this statement is executed, okay, it knows that it has to update record 20. Okay, so that's how entity framework will track. But when we debug and run, we will show you how it works. Now similarly for delete, for delete, what will happen, you have to use remove, and the moment you put this, again, it will start tracking that it has to delete. So when this statement is executed, it will generate a delete statement, like delete SQL statement, and execute that. Okay, so add, delete, update, all of these are done. What is not done? Only this one is not done. So this one, what we are doing is simple. We will say, so we are getting a course ID and the description. We are first finding whether the course exists or not. If the course exists, fine, execute this, update the description, make the changes. But if the course is null, which means the incoming course ID does not exist, we just throw the exception as key not found exception. Okay, all right, so we implemented every single method. So now you know how the repository is implemented, how you can access the database. So I'll just recap. db context dot, if you put, all the tables will come. The tables is coming only because if you go to inside this db context, there is all this db set. These represents the table. If you delete any of these tables here, obviously the db context dot will not show up those tables, and you cannot execute anything against the table. Okay, so db context, you know how it works, and this is how the repository is set up. Okay, so the next is we want the service to be implemented, which is calling this repository, right? So next is service. So what we will do, we will again create iService, go inside this application, go inside this interface. We will choose interface here. We will name this as iCourse service. Okay. So what we will do, again, we will do like this. All right. So service, right? See, this is the place where we will do the business logic. Now imagine if I try to put the same thing here. Okay. So for example, I put here like this. So let's change this as public. And if I put like this, what will happen? Even from the business logic layer, we are going to expose, we are going to return every single information to the user, which is not required because it has too many informations, right? We should never reveal our database entities directly to the user. So what is the solution? What will come here? For this, what we have to do is we have to create something called a DTO class. Okay, so let's go to application and then let's create a folder. Name it as DTOs. So inside DTO, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a class called, let's create course DTO. Okay, so here what we will do, we will expose only what is required at this point of time. What we wanted to send only three information. Those three informations are course ID, title, description. We don't want to send anything else. So which means I'll copy this, I'll go to service. Instead of returning course, I will return course DTO. Okay, looks good. Okay, so similarly what we will do, we will create some more extra classes. Okay, for example, I'm going to name this here. Okay, so we have a class called create course DTO where the incoming, so when you have to send some information to create a course, we need only title and description. We don't want anything else. So for update, again, we want only title and description. We don't want anything else. All right. And then there is another class called course update description DTO, meaning we will just receive only the description and it is maximum of 500 characters and it is a required field. Okay, nothing else we want. So we created this 4 DTOs, which is only to translate from one object to another object. So this is the front facing object. The UI will face these objects because the UI should never know what is behind the scene, like what tables we have, what interface, like what kind of columns we have. We don't need to expose it. Now, given this situation, what we will do, we will go to our course interfaces, like the course services, and we're going to bring in some methods. So what we have bought, again, these methods are supporting to call the database services. So get all course, get course by ID, is title duplicate, add course, update course, delete course, same thing. The only difference is the return type is not course anymore. The return type is to its respective things like update, create, right, all of those things. Okay, so that's the difference. Now what we will do, we will copy this course. Now here is the important thing you should understand. Okay, now whatever we are going to implement is a business logic, which means the interface is here, okay, which is under here. We should also create a folder called services. So right click, go here, and under services we will create this service. Okay, course service. So we will say public course implement course service, control period, it brought everything. Okay, so before we implement this, what we have to do, constructor ctor space, we need to inject I course repository and then bring in a meaningful name, control period, field. We bought, so far good. Let's put this alone as underscore. It's not mandatory, but it's okay. We can put like this. Okay, now what we will do, we can do one by one. Okay, but I will show you something important. Okay, so let's go to the first one. Okay, so get all course. Okay, so what we are going to do is we are going to use the repository and call this get all course async. Okay, because await is here, we need to put async here. Error went. But if you look at this, it is enumerable of course, but we need to return DTO. There are two ways of doing it. Okay, one is not a good way, which I'm going to show you. For example, you can say course dot select. Okay, you can convert into course DTO like this, and then you can say dot to list. Okay, you can do this. What does it mean? Basically, you got some format, you're returning into different format. Okay, but what if so much is coming and you need to keep mapping it? Why do you want to write this code? How can we avoid this code? So I can say this, right? Say return. This is good. This is exactly good. This is the same. But can I do better? Yes. There is something called automapper. Okay. So here's what we need to use. Something called automapper. So how do you use automapper? First, we need to install automapper. So go to this application. Right click. Manage NuGet package. Go to browse. Type automapper. And you're gonna install automapper. Okay, so automapper got installed. Now we need to do some configuration for automapper. Okay, so for that, what we have to do is in the application itself, right click, let's create a configuration for automapper, and we will name this class as mapping profile. Okay, this is just a mapping profile. So all what you have to do is, this is just for learning, it's good to do. Okay, so public class mapping profile, and this one needs to inherit something called profile. Profile is coming from automapper. The moment you do this, okay, and then what you have to do, we have to write a constructor like this, and what you have to do is, you have to do this, create map source destination. Source is this, destination is this. So if this format is given, you need to convert it to this format. You have to write like this. You can also write like this. Okay, this is like both the side, A to B, B to A. But to make it better, what you have done is, there's something called reverse map. So the second line of code is not required. That's why this reverse map is. Now, because you have put this, there's another configuration that you need to do. You have to go to this program.cs, and in the program.cs, what you do, after you have this code, you need to configure this automapper. Okay, you see this builder.service.add automapper of type this. So add automapper is giving you error because it doesn't know what is automapper. So let's comment this. So what you do, you have to install the automapper in this project also. So same thing, right click, go to NuGet package, and go to automapper, install it. After you install it, if you come here and uncomment this, the error should go. Okay, so this configuration is done. Let's go to the service. Now in the service, what you have to do is, to ignore this code, we need to inject the automapper here. So here, right click, imapper, we will name this as mapper field. Okay, so let's keep this as underscore mapper just to be consistent. Now what we will do is, we will remove this code. Instead, we can say where data is equal to mapper dot map. Okay, see, the intelligence already wrote the code for me. So basically, mapper dot map, we are giving the return type. Like this is what the return type is. Input is course. Now automapper knows how to map it. So you can write like this, or just to simplify, you can just return like this. See, in one line, the automapper will do all of the work. So do you know how to Do you know how the automapper works? Automapper works based on property to property. As long as the course DTO and the course has same properties, the automapper will be able to map to each other. If the property names are different, we need to manually map, which also will come into our series. I'll show you when that comes. Now, exactly like this, we're going to implement the rest of the thing. Okay, so if you look at this, I implemented everything, and this is same. Okay, we are just calling the repository. For every single call, we'll be using the repository. So for ID, we call the repository, we get the data. Okay, if the data is null, return null. If not, mapper.map, this is my return type, this is the input, and I'm returning it. That's it. Same thing, wherever automapper is not required, we don't need to use it. And for add course, pay attention, incoming is create course. We need to convert this into course. So mapper.map, I want in this format, which is the course, input is create course DTO. It will convert into course here. Now this course is what is required in the add course async in the repository. So before we send this, we are just updating the created by and created on. Okay, remember we do not have any authentication in place. So that's why in this video, when I say put one, assuming the user profile table has at least one record. When you execute, if you find errors, which means user profile table does not have any record, just insert one record in your place and use that ID. This is just until we get to the authentication part. Once we get to the Azure AD B2C authentication part, this part will be removed. User ID will be automatically injected. Okay, so don't worry about that. For now, we just keep it as one. Okay, so remaining it's all same. There is no other difference, and that's it. The service is implemented. So if you come here, Control RG will remove the unused namespaces. So let's save this. We're good here. Next part is the controller part. So let's go to the controller. We have something called course controller, right? So course controller. So go here, right click. Okay, let's delete this first. We don't need this. Right click, controller. We're gonna choose API, empty controller, nameless. That's it. Okay, so here what we will do, we will need to implement. So this is the place where all the endpoints will come into picture. Okay, so same thing again, CTOR, inject the constructor, and we will inject the required services. I course service, not the repository. We should never touch the repository. Okay, so we will add this as service. Okay, so we'll name this as like this, just renaming it. Now let's involve the first one. Okay, the very first one is the get endpoint. So we will say public async ask of I action result. Okay, this async and task is coming only because it's an asynchronous method. That's why this two is coming. But basically public I action result is the return type, and then we name it as get all course. See, it is doing every code for us. So it's getting the course by service dot get all async, returning an OK object. If you hover this OK object, right, it will say it is going to return a 200 OK. If you remember, for the get calls, generally it can return only 200 OK. Okay, unless it's something goes wrong. Okay, now is this done? No. Basically, what we have to do is we will have to mark this method as HTTP get. So you need to mark the method as the get endpoint. That's why we say HTTP get. Okay, so now what we will do, there's some more thing is pending. If you remember, we added two services, right? Two interfaces. We need to provide that in the dependency injection. So come to program.cs and come to the place where we will configure the services. So this is the place we configure the services. So we will say here builder dot services dot add scoped. See, it is giving me all the hint. Okay, so let's first bring this namespace. and then builder.services.add course. Okay, so it's giving us all the things that we have to do with. All right, so these two is configured, everything is looking good. So if you run this, okay, so it's running and we will come and say Swagger. Okay, all right, so we are able to see the endpoint, and look at this, it's so bland, right? There is nothing, it just says it's going to return 200. It doesn't say what it is returning unless you execute this, right? You have no idea what it is doing. Okay, and not only that, it is giving us some issue on the cross issue. So cross origin resource sharing. Okay, so it's not working because it thinks that it's two different sites and you cannot execute. So we will fix this. So let's go to the program.cs in order to fix that. Okay, so here in the services, what we will do, we will say builder.service.add course, and we are saying a policy name is default. We are saying policy.allow any origin, so anyone can call with any header, with any method. But see, I have also given a note that this is not supposed to be like this. It cannot be allow origin any in the production. Okay, because anyone should not be able to call, only your application should be calling. So we need to configure that specific things, like which port, like which URL can call, those kind of things. So after you do this, there's one more thing. You need to apply this in the middleware also. Okay, so what we are going to do is middleware. So after this build, we will say app.use course, and we provide the policy name. The policy name is default, it's matching. Let's rerun this. So it's coming here. Let's go here. Okay, so let's run this. Okay, so it executed, it returned. We have only one record, so it's returning this record, right? But what if all of these things show something beautiful? Okay, meaning like what it is going to return, all of those information. So let's go here, and what we will do is we have something called attribute notation. So what we are going to do is we are going to go and copy paste a few pieces of code. So it says it's basically marking what it is returning. It is saying it will return enumerable of course DTO. Return status code expected is 200. It can also return 500. It can also return 401, 403, because if there is no authentication for this, it can return all of those things. That's what it means. So if I just rerun this, now you look at this, it's showing more information, right? So it's showing it could be a 200, but if it is 200, it will be an array of this. It could be a 401, it could be a forbidden 403, or it could also be a 500. Now this looks a little better, correct? Great. So similarly, we're going to implement all the rest of the endpoints here. Okay, so I'm going to replace a piece of code here, and then I will explain you because it's easy. Okay, so let's go one by one. Okay, so let's go one by one. So the first one that we saw was get courses, right? It's returning this. This we know. Good. Now the second one is get course by ID. So here what you have to do is you have to mark HTTP get, and then you have to specify an ID. This name should match here. So if I expand this, what basically it is doing is the route will match this two, and then when you call this method, you pass this ID. If the return answer is null, return a 404 which is not found. If not, we will return 200. Okay, so that's why here we also say it could be a 404 or it could be 200. Okay, now for HTTP post, which means you're saving some information, so we will name this as create course. It's accepting course, create course data as input, and remember this one you have to mark this as from body, because for HTTP post it will always send in the body. The request will be in the body, okay, which you're going to see, and then it is going to return this status code. It is an HTTP post, and that's it. It's just going to call this method, and then it is going to return the value of the course. Okay, Now update, same thing. It is expecting an ID as well as the update goes DTO coming from the body. You have to mark this as HTTP put with the ID, calling the service method, returning no content. No content means 204. Basically, you sent a request, we updated it, there's nothing else to do. We're saying, okay, you're done. Processing is done. For delete, same thing. We accepted it, we deleted it, we are acknowledging it that it's done. You have to mark this as HTTP delete. For HTTP patch, you have to mark this as HTTP patch, and if you expand this, this is coming from the route and one body. Body will be course update description, which will have only description, and you call the respective method, send no content. That's it. Now let's run this. I'm going to bring this here, Swagger, and you can see all the endpoints are here. Okay, so let's say I'm going to create a new course. So I'm going to copy paste a course which has a title and description and hit execute. Okay, so this error was thrown because the mapper that we used was not created yet. Okay, because we are just saying what to what map, but what we missed is we did not finish the mapping here. So let's go to mapping, and after this we will put two things. Okay, so what we are doing, create map. If this is incoming, convert into this. If this is incoming, convert into this. But at this point of time, we are saying for all members, there's a condition. Okay, if the incoming member doesn't have like source member, wherever it is not null, only those you map. For example, here we have these much, right? But if you go here, we have only these two. So it will ignore all the other properties. Okay, so now let's run this one more time. So I'm going to click on this update, create. Okay, so let's open this, go here, let's try this out. I just restarted, execute. Okay, so we executed, we got the response. Okay, now let's try one more. We got the response. Let's go here, let's try. We should get 3. We got 3, right? And similarly, if I wanted to update this, okay, so I copied this, I go to, okay, so you can specify with ID also. So 5, so we have 404, because what is the result that we got? 9, 10. Okay, so let's go here, we will say 10, hit, you got 10 result. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and I'm gonna do an update. Okay, so let's go here, update. So we have to specify that it is a 10. Copy paste here. I'm saying, let's say I'm removing this. Okay, and updating this. Got updated, got 204. If you go here, execute one more time, the third one got updated. 10 got updated. See, I deleted this. Looks good. Okay, so far good. Patch, again same thing. If I say 10 and if I just specify description as like this, it's updated. If I go here, hit again, I got my response back with the updated information. Okay, now what we will do, last one, we're going to test this. Let's say 10 got deleted. If I go here, 9 and 10 got deleted, 11 is there. Okay, here's the important thing I'm going to show you. If I copy this, okay, there is some problem with this, which I will show you in the upcoming. So there's a problem which we are going to resolve it, but let me first show you the problem. So if you come here and try to accidentally create the same thing, for example, same one, execute, it executed. Again, what is the problem? I'm creating the same thing again and again, right? That's wrong. It is supposed to be unique. I don't want to repeat this. So here comes the fluent validation. So with the help of fluent validation, we can pre-check the conditions, and only if conditions are valid, we will proceed. If not, we will not proceed. So come, let's learn the fluent validation next. So now let's see how fluent validation is going to help us with the scenario that I just explained. So we're going to do the pre-validation. So first we have to install the Fluent validation for ASP.NET Core. So I already have the package. So let's go to this project. Okay, so like I said several times, you can either put the package reference directly here, because I know the package reference I have put here, but if not, you can just use this package name, go to the NuGet package and go to the browse. If you enter this, it is going to show you the latest one, which is 11.3.0. but at the point of you watching the video, it could be a different version, but it's up to you. You can use the one which is in the project, or you can use the latest one. So do an installation, and that installation is going to anyway bring this one here. Now similarly, we want a few more things to be added. I'm going to quickly add to save some time. So this is Fluent validation for ASP.NET Core. We need for dependency injection and the regular Fluent validation. So these three packages we want. Okay, so now we have this packages added. In order to install, we just need to build it. So Control-Shift-B is a shortcut for building. If you go here also, it will be the same thing, Control-Shift-B. So I'm building the project, and it is going to restore the NuGet packages, and everything should be good. Now what we will do, we will add a couple of important code that is as per the documentation from the Fluent validation. So don't think that I'm doing something special. So it's nothing special. So let's open up this project. Here is the place where we are going to put the Fluent validation. So right click on here, go to add, create a folder, and we will name this as filter. So why do we do this? As per the clean architecture, all of these filters should come at the API layer, and that's why we're adding a folder here. And I'm going to quickly create a file called, not the controller. So right click, add item. So a class that's named validation filter, and I'm going to quickly copy paste the validation filter here. This is as per their thing. See, after I added all this required namespaces got added automatically. So we want this because this is the pipeline for the validation filter to go through. And then it generates the error, it generates with the property name and the error message, and that is what we get eventually in the 400 BAT request. So you can debug this and see it's nothing special. It's just gonna execute this and see what else we have errors, and it's gonna propagate the error to the UI. Now let's save this. So now what we do, let's open up this application layer, right click, create a folder where we will put all of those validations. So we will name it as DTO validations. And the first thing that we are going to validate is the course validator, because we saw the course is duplicating, right? We want this title to be unique. If the title is already exists, which means let's not create the same course again. So I'm going to create a public class, this one, and here is the thing. So you need to actually inherit abstract validator of type this DTO. This is nothing but the, if you open up this controller, if you wonder what is this, see under HTTP post, this is what the input model is. So we are validating this. That's why it is written like this. Now I think we need to install, because we're using the Fluent validation, we need to install the Fluent validation package here. So let's go to this application layer, come here, put this, let's go here, let's comment for a second, build it, uncomment, Control K, you will uncomment, Control A will select everything, so Control A will select everything, and then followed by Control K, Control C will comment everything, and I just uncommented it. Now the package is installed, so let's bring up the namespace. Control period should bring up the namespace, and then in order to clean up all of this unused one, Control RG. Okay, so that will clean up this unused one. Now what we have to do is, we need to write some simple logic, like for example constructor. So here's our constructor, and it just added itself, it made our life easy. So basically what we're doing is rule for that belongs to the Fluent validation. So rule for x goes for x dot title. So from where this title is coming, basically this class is inheriting abstract validator of this type, right? And if you go inside this, we have these two property. So basically x dot title is nothing but this property. See, F12 is taking us to that place. So what we are doing is, we are saying it should not be an empty and its maximum length is 50. But logically speaking, this is not 50. It just auto generated code, right? So it's basically 100 characters. And similarly for description, we are saying 500 characters is the max length, and maybe this also should not be empty. Okay, so the moment you put dot, all of the Fluent validations inbuilt extension methods will come. You can do so many stuff here. Now what we can also do is we can also see not empty, not null. We can check all of this condition. So maximum length we have put, and then if everything is like one or more things is not passing, then we can actually send with a message, like with message we can send a custom message. Okay, so stay here, and for this one again, not empty, not null. Okay, so far good. But what is our idea? Our idea is to check the input title is belongs to the database table. So what we can do is from here we can access the repository, because so let's say for example I goes repository. I'm injecting the repository through dependency injection, control period. It's going to bring up this one. So what we are doing here is after this, right? After this we are saying dot must async. So must means synchronous, must async means asynchronous. We always wanted to write asynchronous code. We are opening, we are saying async, that goes for title, comma, cancellation. Alright, so now given these two parameters, we are saying do the following. We are saying check repository, course repository dot is title duplicate async, and we pass the title. Okay, so because this is asynchronous, we need to do a await. Okay, but also we have to return that this is wrong only if it is not. For example, if the title do present, so let's say for example, let's quickly fix this. So basically we are saying course repository dot is title. So we are passing the title. If the title is unique, okay, what will happen? I mean, if the title is having duplicate, if it returns true, then we should also stop. We should succeed this call only if it is false, meaning like there is no duplicate, so we're good. So that is what we have done. Now is this enough? No, not really. One thing with the Fluent validation is because this is using asynchronous call, we cannot inject this in the pipeline to make this Fluent validation to run as per the pipeline, meaning we cannot make this to invoke by itself. That's what I meant. All right, so what we have to do further is we need to go to this program.cs. okay, all what you have to do is let's go to the add controller method here. Okay, we are going to do few things. So first thing is in the add controller we are injecting a filter. So anything that goes inside a controller will go inside this validation filter, which is nothing but our Fluent validation filter, which is written here. Now after that, that's it. So after this, what we have to do, this code, right? This code is nothing but we are intentionally suppressing the automatic validation so that we can validate our model through the Fluent validation. All right. So we really don't need this, but it's better to have it. So after this configuration, now after this validation, what we will do, let's go to this course controller, which is here. Okay, so we need to inject a validator. So what we are going to inject is we are going to inject something in the constructor. So here we go, constructor, comma, we inject I validator of this one, and what we will do, we will control period, we will assign a field. We got the field, right? Now with this one, let's go to this HTTP post here, and what we are doing is, let's go to HTTP post. Okay, here we are going to manually do this validation. See, the code is already telling me what to do. So I'm going to paste a piece of code. So basically we're saying this validator.validate, pass this. And then once we get the result, if the result is not valid, we return a bad request with the errors. Okay, so I'm going to save this. I'm going to run this. If something breaks or something doesn't work, it's okay. I will show you how to fix it. So let me bring up this, right click, Swagger. So let's open up this. Let's bring what we have it in database. Okay, so we are saying it is giving us some error. It's not able to resolve something, correct? So what did we miss? So probably we missed to hook up something. So let's go to this program.cs. Okay, so if you face this kind of an error, so come to this program.cs. Let's go just right below this, maybe here, anywhere you can write. So we are just hooking up builder.service and validation from the assembly, and we are saying this is the one which needs to be kicked in. Okay, so now let's save this, applying code change. Okay, so now let's run. All right, it didn't work only because it did not apply the code change. So we need to just restart the application. So after I restart it, if I execute, it's coming. So what we are going to test is, we will do one thing. So we have 9, 11, 12, 13, right? So 9, so 12 and 13 is duplicate. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to copy this, okay? And let's go to 12 and 13. Let's delete 12 and 13. Let's come here and execute. See, we have only one. So if I try to insert the same thing, it should stop us. So let's try this out, copy paste, it's the same thing. So I'm going to try this. So if I go and just take a breakpoint here, so you know, so I'm going to hit this. See, the fluent validation has kicked in. It has returned the value and we got error. The course title must be unique. See, now we are preventing users by accident also. We are not putting any wrong data into our system, right? So that's how the fluent validation works. So similarly, what we are going to do is, we're going to do for the update also. So I added update course validator. Again, that's abstract validation of this update course DTO. Same thing. We are checking the title, we are checking the description, and also we're checking title should not be duplicate. I'll tell you why we need this, okay? And then once you add this, let's go to the course controller. Again, same thing. I injected one for the update, put this here, come all the way through the update statement. I added this. This is exactly same how we did this. It's just a matter of what you pass, okay? And use the correct validator. Now, here is the scenario. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is, if you look at this, it has two courses, right? So this course title is EF core. Now I will take this EF core and I will try to update this EF core into D9, which means this will become duplicate. It should stop us. That is our test case. So let's go here. Let's take this 9 and I'm saying update this 9's title into EF core. It should stop. It stopped because the course title must be unique. It's already there. Correct? Okay. So for example, title you pass does exist. So this makes sense. So basically we're going to do the same thing. You will see the difference, what's happening. Okay, so we already know. So let's go to this one and let's try this out. I'm saying, hey, update 9 like this. So if I execute, it's checking and it's saying the course title must be unique. The title you passed does exist. See? So this way, you know, the UI can change it. So this is how we need to protect our backend. Doesn't matter you put validation in the front end or not. No matter what, backend is always should be double checked with what is coming so that data integrity is maintained and no messy data is inserted into. Because if you miss something and it screws up in the data, there will be a bigger problem in company to resolve that data. So it's better to have a solid concrete validation in the backend. So we prevent all of this bad data coming into the picture. Okay, so now we are protected. Similarly, we'll be doing a lot of other stuff where a lot of validations and things will come. Now exactly what we did, right? Like that, I have added the quotients and the choice controller. Okay, it's already there. This is exactly same as what you saw in the course controller. So we have ordered the choice, we have added the quotients, and if you look at this further, here also we have some quotient validator which checks a couple of things, all of these difficulty levels and all of those things. We have choice validator which checks the choice are correct, right? So I've added everything. So it has its own repository, quotient repository, choice repository, and then it has its own services. You see this choice services, quotient services, they're all like almost same thing. We don't need to repeat the same thing again and again in this video recording. We don't need to repeat this again and again, because I wanted you to take a look and try by yourself. Now after you verify these three controllers and you're solid, all what you do is you come to this missing implementation. This is intentionally kept it only for you guys. So I have already given what is missing. For the questions and choices controller, we need to check the incoming model question ID do present, choice IDs do present in the database or not. According to that, we need to return the data back. So similarly, missing pieces are written here. Okay, we need to add the response API. So for example, if you look at this choice course controller, we added these things, right? These are not present in the choice controller and questions controller, right? So these things you're going to add it so that you will learn it. Now after you do all of this homework, you can name it as homework or whatever it is, but basically if you do all of these things, you'll learn very good. Now that concludes our current video. This concludes our current video episode. So in this video we saw so many things. We saw how properly write a code from starting of the API till the repository, where the interfaces will go, where the services will go, why services will go here, why repositories will go here, and we also saw how Flint validations comes into picture and all of those things. So take a look at the code there and start doing all of these things by yourself. You'll have wonderful learning with .NET Core and robust coding and great standards that a company follows. All right, so don't forget to follow me in GitHub. All what you have to do is go to my GitHub account, and we have a lot of my users following me. So come here and click on the following, and so you'll be added to the following list. All right, so that you will know first as soon as the code is checked in. Okay, so the code is going to be here. If you go to this repository, you'll see this Angular code, .NET Core, everything is going to be here. So stay tuned, keep learning. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to contact me. Put your questions in the comment section. In less than 24 hours, you will be expecting in less than 24 hours, most likely I will answer your question. Right? So stay tuned, and I hope you enjoy this video. If you like this video, don't forget to subscribe and don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and share this with your friends. Let's build a unique, robust application in 2025 that's going to rock your career. Right? Stay tuned, and I'll see you in the next video, guys. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. Want to fetch the data from a .NET Web API in Angular? In this video, we will build a reusable Angular service to make the API calls the right way. So stay tuned for the best practice, live coding and a demo. Come, let's get started. So this video is part of the SmartCertify app, full stack development video series. We were building the online certification app, and in this video, we will be specifically diving into the Angular services. So this is the demo app that was already deployed. So what we are going to do is we are going to go to this kind of a course route, and where we are fetching the data from the API to show this kind of an UI. So if you look at this, if I go to course, there's an API being called, and this API is going here, and we're getting a response. So we're going to see how to handle this. So the code is in the github.com/learnsmartcoding. If you go to repository and search for the SmartCertify, and you will see the Angular app and the .NET app. So for Angular, take this code, and I have opened that code in the local, and this is the code. So I'm going to walk you through what we are going to do as part of this video. So what I've done is, so under the components folder, I created two components called courses and tech filter. So I created using the CLI command ng generate component, under the components folder, a tech filter component, and the courses component. That's it. I use this to generate these two commands. So I use these two commands to generate two components, and what we are going to do is now we are going to generate a service first. So in order to generate the service, let's use the command called ng generate service space where you want to generate the service. So I wanted to generate the service under a folder called services slash, and the service name is course. So the service name is courses. So the moment I type this, you can see under the app there will be a folder called services and a service is created. So there will be a service that is created here, and you can see the same name with spec.ts. So spec.ts is the unit test file that is generated according to the command. We can actually delete this, we don't need this. So let's go to this services and see what is here. Okay, so let's understand what is here. So there is a class, so export class name, a class that is decorated with injectable but becomes a service. So if you see injectable on top of a class as a decorator, it is becoming a service. And there is something called provided in. Provided in root is the best practice that you need to follow. Basically, if you don't have this, you can provide this service in a particular component or at the root level, but the recommended way of doing is provided in at the root. By having this, what happens is this becomes a singleton service, so anything that injects this will have only one instance throughout the application. Alright, so that's it. And this injectable is from the Angular core, which is, that's why the import statement is here. Now we need to call the external API from here. So in order to do so, let's proceed with a variable called a private base URL. So base URL is nothing but the API URL. Okay, so we will come and fill it here. And in the constructor, what you need to inject is, you need to inject a service called HTTP. So we're going to name this as a HTTP. The service name is HTTP client. Okay, so you have to inject the HTTP client. If you see, that's coming from Angular /common/HTTP. All right, now the constructor injection is done. Let's write a method. So get courses. See, the moment I start typing, it is automatically coming. Okay, so all what I want is get courses. I'm going to tap it out. So basically this .http.get, and you need to pass the URL. So our base URL plus courses, that's the controller name. Okay, so now let's go back, and to go back to this one and see what is the URL. So this is the final URL, right? So I'm going to copy this, I'm going to paste it here, but this is not our base URL. The base URL is still here. After that, anything that comes as a controller. So if you add this and this, that becomes our final URL. So we have this service ready. Now, because we are using the HTTP client here, you need to do a configuration. So if you go to this app.config.js, you need to do a configuration here. So we're going to add a provide HTTP client, and once you do this, you just need to import the missing namespace. Everything is added. See, they're all coming from the Angular router. Okay, so you can see they're all coming from these HTTP client. You can see these two are imported from the common/HTTP. So once you're done with that, now let's go to the component called course here. Okay, so we have to go to the course component, and what we have to do is here, before we start calling that, let's go back. So let's go back here, and if you look at the response, right, when we call this, what response we are getting? We're getting an array of this type. This type has these properties. Okay, so anything that you get, you need to first have a equivalent interface to map the data. So what we are going to do is, under the app, we created a folder called models, and I created a file called course.ts, and we will write a interface called export interface course, and then we will create these properties. And if you look at this 5 properties, they'll exactly match these 5 properties basically. So those 5 properties will match these 5 properties. And if you look, so those 5 properties will match these 5 properties. And if you look at this is an integer, which is number. This is boolean, string, number. So number, string, boolean, number. Okay, so it is matching. Now what we will do, let's go to the component under the course, go to this one here. So what we will do, we will say course of type course, and we will initialize with the empty array. Okay, once you're done with that, we will also say constructor. Okay, in the constructor you need to inject the service. So we will say private course service. Okay, so we added that. Now let's create a method called get course. So let's create a method called load courses, and load courses is what we are going to do is this dot course service dot get course. Okay, get courses. And then if you leave like this, you're calling the method but you're not subscribing to it. You need to subscribe for this kind of a observable method. So basically we are saying, hey, once I call this, I wanted to subscribe. Okay, and then when the data comes, I'm saying the course is the data that is coming, and then I am assigning this course's data to this local variable. So that is what I'm saying. But if you look at this, it is giving us error. It says the object is not assignable because this course, if you go here and do a F12, it says it's going to call this, but right now it is returning a type called any. So we will fix this by saying it is returnable of observable of course array, because course array is what coming, right? So we are returning this, so which means I will copy this, and then I will say when the response come, cast it to this. So response is of this type, so it is going to cast it and it is going to return it. The moment we fix it, this one got fixed. So Control A K F will format this code, and now we need to call this, right? So how do we call? There's something called lifecycle hook. So we are going to implement on init lifecycle. So on init is the second lifecycle, and once I have this, I can implement this like this. Okay, so in the on init lifecycle, what we are doing is we will call this method and leave it. So this dot load courses, that's it. Okay, so the course component is already added under the pages called header. In header, I added the menu, and for this menu, I added the route. So I added an extra route call under course. This component will be loaded. So let's go here, and if you go to course, nothing happens, right? But let's go one more time. I go here, I go to course. Actually, the courses API is called, but we just didn't put anything here. That's why it's not showing. So what we have to do is here we will remove this and place a pre-tag and course. If you try to display the course, it will be full of objects. So we will say pipe and then JSON, and JSON is going to show us error in the pipe. That's because we are missing a common module. The moment you import the common module, JSON will go. Now let's go take a look at the demo. Alright, see, it's already loaded. So I go here, home. If I go to course, see, it is called, and that data is what is displayed here. Okay, so we are able to fetch the data from the API. So in this video, what we did, we were able to create a service, and we know how to hook up the HTTP client and configure that in the app.config, and we were able to talk to the API and retrieve the data. In the next video, we will use the input and output concept in Angular and build this exact page. So when you click this data will come, and when there is no data, there is nothing is going to come. Okay, so we're going to do this in the next video, so stay tuned and I will see you in the next video, guys. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. Ever wondered how Angular components talk to each other? So in this video, we'll break down the input and the output with a real world example. So come, let's dive in. The application that you're seeing is the one which is already built and deployed here. And what we are going to do in this video is, if you go to the course, you'll be able to see this technologies listed, and based on what you choose, there will be a list of available tests that is going to be displayed here. So if I choose Angular, there are some tests available, which is coming here. So we have implemented the input and output concept, which is the parent and child relationship, and that is what you'll be learning. So we have implemented the parent-child relationship, and that is what you'll be learning in this video. And this video is part of the SmartCertify application video series. That's the full stack development video series, and this is episode 14. So come, let's dive in. In order to get the code, go to the github.com/learnsmartcoding, and under the repository, if you search for the SmartCertify, you'll be able to filter out the repositories related to this video series, and we are referring to the SmartCertify UI Angular 19. So go to this and take the code, and come, let's get into the coding right now. So in the previous video, what we did is we added the routing for the course, and when they land on the course page, we were implementing the Angular service, which means it is going to talk to the API, get the data, and that data is what we have displayed here. But we are going to change this page into this page. Okay, so that is what we're going to do. Okay, so now under the source, there's something called assets. So under the assets, I actually copy pasted 10 different files. Each one is like for representing each technology. So under the technology folder, you'll be able to see 10 SVG files. That's just for the demo purpose, and those 10 SVG file is what you're seeing here. So we're going to skip this now, and then let's go to this app. Under the components, we created two components called courses and tech filter in the last video, right? So under the tech filter, we are going to implement this logic, and under the course, we're going to implement the whole logic, meaning the whole page is a parent and this is the child. So let's first build the top portion. So I'm going to go to this tech filter and do a piece of logic. So I'm going to minimize this so it's easy to visible. So I'm going to have a variable called tech data. That's an array of a field. So an array of objects, I would say, and the object has two properties called name and image. You can also write like this, or you can define an interface like under the model. You can actually define an interface called export interface, tech details, like whatever name you want, and have the properties called name and image, and it's basically tech data as the array of that property. Okay, so all what I am doing here is the name property will have the name, and image property will have the image which is sitting under our assets folder. Okay, so that is what this variable is doing. Now what we will do is, I'm going to rename this tech data into tech list because that makes sense, right? So I have done that, and then so now we go to this HTML and I place a piece of code. Basically it is a div. Inside that, I wanted to repeat this div n number of times. So I'm using this inbuilt directory called ng for, looping through this tech list, and for each tech list I'm assigning the source property for the image and for the alternate thing as a name. So if the image is not there, name is what it is going to display, and in a paragraph I'm displaying the name. So basically it is going to go through this items and display the image and the name here. Okay, and you can see clearly that currently the ng for is not recognized. That's because it clearly says ng directory ng for is under the common module, and common module needs to be imported. So we will say common module. The moment you import this, you see this error went away. And you should also understand we're using Angular 19 standalone components, which means we have no ng modules in throughout our application, and under the imports you need to import the necessary module for each component. Okay, so that is why common module is imported. Now we wanted to take a look how this application, this component is working, right? So I'm going to copy this as a selector, go to this course. We don't want this. Instead we will use the component. So if I import this, basically what is happening, it is coming under the imports of this tech filter component. Okay, so I'm going to take a look at how this is working. So let's take a look on how this works. If I go to this course, if you find this kind of a 404, though the image URL looks correct, all what you do is you need to just stop this server, Control C, and rerun the application as ngserve. So after rerunning, let's take a look if everything looks good. Okay, so even after restarting, it is not working. So let's investigate this. So the reason I'm showing all of these errors, this is very common that you'll also encounter. So these errors are intentionally showed that as a developer, you should understand why these kind of issues are coming. Okay, so what's happening is it is trying to refer to the assets, but when the application is running, the assets are not exposed, like it is not exported. So for example, if you go to this angular.json and if you search for assets, there will be two assets here. Right now it is only referring to the default configuration, but we have something called assets. So under assets, any of these things are never exposed. So what you have to do is you just need to add that assets here. So if you come here and do this, and now you restart the application. So if I restart now and if I refresh this, you see this image started coming, right? Image started coming, and this shows us, the images are coming as per the logic that we wrote. Now the div, if you try, the div will be coming like one by one in the horizontal. If you try, the div will be coming like one by one in the vertical, but right now it is in the horizontal, right? The reason because it is in horizontal is, if we go to this component, I added the necessary CSS. So that is what it is making as a horizontal. Okay, so don't get confused if it is not coming for you. You just use the CSS that I gave. Everything else is same. So I'm going to close it. Now, here is what we wanted to learn in this video. We are going to learn input. So right now the data is here in this component, which is hard coded, right? I want this component to be independent of what the data is here. So in order to do so, what we will do is we will introduce something called input. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove this. Okay, I'm going to remove this, and in front of the variable, all what you have to do is you have to say @input. The moment you put this, you see this input is added, and that's coming under the Angular core. Now we are saying this is input, which means this can be somebody can supply this, and we wanted to know what is the type. So the type here is exactly the type that we are sending. So this is what the type. So it's an array of list of properties. So this is the object, and it's an array of that object. So each object will have name and image, and it's an array, and we are initializing with empty array. Okay, now this becomes an input. Got it? Now this one is still input and empty array. So right now it is an empty array, so there is nothing to display. If you go back to the UI, that's why there is no data is coming. Okay, now what we are going to do is we are going to go to this course component, and we will pass that from this component. So course component will become a parent component, and from the parent component, all what we are going to do is we are going to pass the data to the child component. So I'm going to copy paste whatever we just deleted there. We can say tech list. Okay, so this is a tech list. Now how do you, or let's put this as tech data so that we can differentiate. So there's a tech data here, and how do you pass this data to the input? So if we go to this tech filter component, this is the input, right? So copy this, go to this course, and here pay attention here. If you want to pass and data to the child component. Okay, you need to use the square bracket and use the name of the property, and here it is tech data. So tech data is going to go into this, which means if you go now to this course, you will start seeing this. Why? Because from the parent component we pass the data, child component received the information, it started displaying the UI. Got it? So now you learned how input is working, which is from parent to the child. Now what is our idea is, when you click on this, okay, the child, this is in child, right? So when somebody clicks on that, we need to inform the parent that Angular was clicked, React was clicked, Azure was clicked, something is clicked. What is clicked? That is what we need to inform them. So here is what the output comes into picture. So from parent to child is the input, from child to parent is called output. So you decorate with the decorator called @output, and we will give a name. So filter courses, just a name. You can use whatever name you want, and that will be new event emitter of string. So basically event emitter is what you need to do, and this is the return type. So here when we click, we are sending back a string as an output. If you want to send this whole thing as output, you can do that. It's absolutely fine based on what you wanted to send back to the parent. In our case, we just send the name of the technology that was clicked. That's why it is string. If I want to pass the whole object, you can just put that as a return type. So now what we will do, we will write a method called select technology, okay, and where this method is expecting a technology name, and what you have to do is we have to say this output dot emit. We need to emit the one which came. So how we will know what is came? So from the UI, okay, what we are going to do is, when somebody clicks, we need to raise an event called click event, and we will say the name of this, select technology. So select technology of tech. We are not passing tech dot name. Okay, so whenever somebody clicks on the div, we will pass the name, what was clicked. It will come here, it will emit this. Now it is emitting, right? Now how the parent will know? Simple. So if you go to this to the parent component where the child is listed here, here is what again you need to pay attention. For input, it's a square bracket, and for the output, it's called event. So for any event, it is always parenthesis. Okay, we will name the one which is listed there. So filter courses is the name which is here, right? This name should not change. So this name equal to, it is going to call a function. So on tech selected, and then we will pass the event. That's it. Do we have this method? We don't have it. We will write this method. Okay, so we don't have this method. We will write this method. So I come here to the component, I write this method which is accepting the string, and I'm just logging it. Okay, so let's test this out. I'm going to open the developer tool F12 in Windows. Let's go to this console, clean up everything, go to course. So far good. I'm clicking this, you see this Angular selected. Whatever I'm clicking, everything is being displayed here, right? So now what we have to do is, we need to filter the data. So we already have something called course, and the course needs to be filtered based on the technology that is coming. So here what we will do, we will first have a variable called technology selected, which is a string, and which is nothing but a default value called string. Okay, so that is what we can do, or we can assign a value called Azure. Okay, anything. So let's assume that. Okay, so maybe let's assume nothing is assigned. So I come here, I say this dot selected technology equal to this tech. Okay, so I come here, I say technology selector is equal to tech. Okay, now what we will do is we have something called course which has every single data. So in order to have the filtered list, let's go to the course. This is the course, right? So we will assign another variable, okay, temporary variable to hold the filtered course. So filtered course is also array of courses initializing with an empty array, but that's again a filtered course. So what we will do, we will come to this location where, okay, so now what we will do, we will apply the logic. So this dot apply filters. So we are going to create a method. So control period will give you the method. Okay, so what we are going to do is when this technology is selected, we need to apply a logic. So we will do this. Okay, so we are going to filter the data. So let's say filtered is a variable and it's using a let, and so we are saying course.filter, but given the titles lowercase should match with whatever the name was coming. So technology.selected is nothing but, for example, Angular, .NET, right? So we're putting it to lowercase and then we're trying to filter with the incoming whole the bunch of courses. Once we have the filtered information, what we will do, we will assign this data back to the variable called filtered course. Okay, so now the filtered course has the filtered data. For example, so let's say, so if I do this, if I click this, see some data is coming. If React, there is no data, that's why nothing is coming. For Azure, something is there, right? So this is what we are going to do, but we haven't got this level. Okay, so we're going to build with this data, we're going to build this page, this component, right? This HTML. So for based on this data, we're going to build this kind of a UI. Okay, so what I did is I just added a div. Okay, so basically same thing. So for each filtered course, I'm using this div to be populated. Okay, so when we go through this, we are saying title, description, and there are number of questions available for this exam and a button. Okay, so that's it. I didn't do any other magic. So let's go to this one. If I click on this, I'm going to remove this. See, this nice UI started coming. Okay, I didn't do anything else. So now what else is pending? So now what I wanted to do is, if you look at this, there are like 157 questions. All of these things are fine. There are 0 questions also, right? Now this button is enabled. I wanted to disable this button, and whenever there's a checkbox. So if you look at this, there's a check show only available test. So I'm going to add this, and when the user is checking this, only the tests which are available here will start displaying. So I'm going to paste a small piece of logic here. So I added a div, and what that div is doing is it has an input which is a checkbox. See, type is checkbox, and we have a ng model, two-way binding. So this ng model, remember this square bracket inside the parenthesis, ball inside the football court. You can remember like that. So we have a variable called only available test. Okay, so only available test is a variable that's a boolean variable. Okay, so I'm going to add a boolean variable here, only available test, which is by default false, which means checkbox is not checked. Okay, so if that is there, like that is what the binding is happening. Okay, and right now there is error because it doesn't recognize this. So for this you have to come here and input form module. The moment you import the form module, see, this error went away. So whenever there's a change happening, we will apply this, we will call this function, and here we need to filter one more content. What we need to filter here is we need to do this logic. So basically what we're saying, hey, if the checkbox is checked, filter the course on top of this filter, and questions available, like the number of questions, at least it should be more than 0. Okay, that is what this means. So now, having said that, you can look at this. All of this is coming including 0, and if I check this, the 0 has gone. Okay, same thing. If I uncheck this, everything will come. If I check this, it'll go. It's gonna filter that. Okay, so now we learned the input and the output. So the parent is hosting the child, somebody's clicking, child is reacting to the parent that hey, Angular is clicked, and then parent is filtering the data to show it here. Okay, now the start button has to be disabled if it is 0. So let's do that. So I go here and I will look for the start button here. So what we will do is, if the start button needs to be disabled, so I will say property disabled. Okay, when I wanted to disable, if the course count is not 0, I mean if the course count is 0, I will disable it. So the quotient count, so when I will disable the course dot quotient count, if the quotient count is more than 0, don't disable it, or else disable it. So let's go back, let's do this. Right now everything is coming. If you look at this, they keep scrolling down, wherever the 0 is there, see the button got disabled automatically. Okay, you understand? So that's how it works. So only to filter out all the available questions, this is what we are doing. So this looks good, and that's it as of this video. So just remember, whenever we do this UI, CSS are already in place. You need to understand the logic, and you need to implement the same thing in your way, so that you can learn as per the series. Okay, so I hope you enjoy this video. If you like this video, don't forget to like the if you like this video, don't forget to hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed to the Telegram group, do subscribe to the Telegram group, and where we can chat in live. And stay tuned. I will see you in the next video. We will be exploring Azure AD B2C concepts and integrate the authentication authorization mechanism in Angular and .NET Core. Alright guys, I'll see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. Securing your Angular and .NET apps with Azure AD B2C. Don't worry, in this video I will show you how to configure the Azure AD B2C step by step so you can authenticate the users securely. So come, let's get started. This video is part of the full stack development video series. We were building the SmartCertify app, that is the online certification platform, and this is episode 15. So now let's continue to our topic, Azure AD B2C authentication made simple. Let's get started with our Azure Active Directory B2C, and as we proceed one by one with the slides, I'm going to give you a realistic real-time example so you can relate to the slides that are going to appear on your screen. So Azure Active Directory B2C, okay, they are in short called AD B2C. AD B2C is nothing but the business to consumer model, and it's basically a cloud-based identity and access management which was provided by the Microsoft Azure. So it's mainly they have designed to handle the identity and access management for the consumer facing, like the customer facing application. So this emphasizes its focus on external customer identity. Okay, so this is just for your understanding. So I'm going to tell you a realistic example now. And as I tell the realistic example, you will also see the key features and aspect of the Azure AD B2C. If you have never done this before, that's absolutely fine. You'll have end-to-end details of Azure AD B2C, how you can do it. So the slides talks about identity management for customers. Okay, so let's understand some realistic example. Okay, so now you have you wanted to do a business, and let's say you wanted to open a coffee shop. Let's say I wanted to open a Madras cafe. Okay, like you have Coffee Day, you have Starbucks, you have so many Dunkin' and different coffee shops. Let's say you wanted to open your own coffee shop. Okay, now this is where the thinking should begin. So basically, when you open a coffee shop, what will happen? Your shops will be there across different cities, different states, or even if you're very popular, you can be there across the world, right? So Starbucks, if you see, they are originated from US, but I can see that in India as well now. So for example, in order to do that, who will place an order in the coffee? Customers. How do you protect them? That is what we are going to see. So first of all, we will talk about authentication and authorization. Okay, so before we dive into what this Azure AD B2C is doing, what is in simple authentication? Authentication is nothing but to tell that, to validate who you are. Okay, that is called authentication. For example, you are an employee in a company, so when you enter that company premises, you have an ID card, right? So security might check your ID card, or then it will say that it is company name, your employee ID, and blah blah stuff. So the security will be able to see your ID card, your employee ID, and name, and he can verify that you're there in the company. So good, you're being authenticated to enter the building. That is called authentication. So in the real-time perspective, you will enter username password. So to verify the username and the password is matching and you're correct, that is called authentication. The system will do wherever you go and enter the username password and try to sign in, the authentication is happening. Okay, now what is authorization? Same employee concept. You enter the building, but as an employee, can you enter every single place? Like for example, there's a server room, can you enter with your access card? No. Can you enter to your ODC where your system is present, or can you enter to a particular floor where you're allowed to go? Yes. So authorization means basically to see what privileges you have, to where you have access. Okay, only server admin can have access to go to into the server room, though that is also he is also an employee, you're also an employee, but he has access, you don't have access. Okay, so that's called authorization. Now why are we talking about these things? See, Azure AD B2C supports variety of methods. In order for an user to log in, okay, say you have a coffee shop, I'm a user, I wanted to register. There are multiple ways to register. Earlier, you should always create an account with the coffee shop itself. Like you have to give your email ID, your password. They'll create an account in their system, which will sit in their system. Fine, good. But this Azure AD B2C is beyond that. You can do exactly what I just described. Plus, if you have an account in Facebook, Google, Microsoft, Twitter, LinkedIn, so on, so AWS, so many different identities, right? You can use those as well. That is what the authentication advantage that the Azure AD B2C is providing. So if we look at this, we have the local support, like the local authentication, which is giving your username and your unique password that supports only in the coffee shop, or you use your Facebook or LinkedIn or Google username password. That's it, same username password, but you will be able to log into the coffee shop's website. That is what it is giving. Now let's say I opened up a coffee shop. Okay, let me give a good example. So this is one of our website, one of our full stack development. Okay, so imagine this is a restaurant, right? So I wanted to log in. So if I go here and log in, what it is showing whenever we use Azure AD B2C, it will show like this. This is the default template. Do I like this? Yes and no. Very simple, plain, right? I can use the existing one, but what this slide is saying is you can customize the branding. For example, let's take another example. This is also our one of the full stack development video series. Now if I try to log in, same AD B2C, but you see the screen is now different. I have a logo here, I have something behind the scene, so I'm customizing this. So that is what the slide is talking about. So the slide is saying you can customize the branding. Okay, so that feature is available. I'm not going to read anything on the slide, but I'm going to explain you what and all is there. User attributes and profile. Let's take the same example. Let's say I wanted to sign up. See, this is called user attributes. Username and password is handled by Microsoft, but this display name, given name, surname, address, etc., etc. These and all we can customize and collect from the user. That is what called user attributes and their profiles. Multi-factor authentication. So when I try to sign in, okay, after this entering these two, I can protect the user by enabling the MFA, multi-factor authentication, which means it won't sign in after that. It will send you a code to your email ID. Okay, so you have to enter that. The tells you and proves that you are only trying to sign in. Because if your username password is compromised, without MFA, user will not know that they signed in. So those kind of features are also available. Now let's go to the next slide. Integration with applications, meaning there are plenty of APIs and SDK means software development kits that is available for this Azure AD B2C that integrates with various type of application. So you can integrate this AD B2C for mobile apps, for web app, for single page application like the Angular that we are doing. So those kind of things. A web app means like basically MVC, even for Java, React is for the single page. Mobile application also you can integrate AD B2C. From your mobile app, you can actually log in using the AD B2C. So those kind of things are plenty available. That's what they're talking about. Now, scalability and global reach. So let me tell you something. Azure AD B2C is completely free. Okay, according to Microsoft, first 50,000 active users, meaning let's say you have a coffee shop, the business started growing, and like say 50,000 people registered. Not all the 50,000 people are logging in a month, right? Maybe 40,000 people are logging in. Let's say your growth is expanded, and let's say 70,000 people got registered, or a couple of million people got registered. So what they're saying is, on a monthly, if there are active 50,000 users, you're still free. 50,001 for that one, right? For that only a small portion is being built for you. Imagine if you have 50,000 users for your business, you're already making a lot of profit, right? So you can give pennies after 50,000 users, but that's not the slide is about. Slide is about the Azure AD B2C has inbuilt mechanism to automatically scale for a global reach. So all of a sudden your business picked up, and let's say millions of people are logging and using, it can easily work without any problem. That is what the slide is all about. Okay, it's called scalability. Scaling means like increasing your load, and Azure AD B2C can handle it. Microsoft can handle it. Now we have something called policy-based authorization. So the user sign up, sign in, password reset, profile edit, they're all called policies. They're all inbuilt policies. You can also have your own customized policies, which other companies are using, big companies are using. So they can achieve some, SMS trigger, email trigger, phone verification calls, so many things we can do. But we are not going to see any custom policies here, but it's good to know that you can do all of those things. Again, Azure AD B2C can supports with other Azure services like Logic Apps, Azure App Service, so many things. So that's also possible. Okay, so in summary, let's summarize. Basically, Azure AD B2C is comprehensive identity and access management. This is very important. Identity and access management. What does it mean? When the user does this username, password, registering, you don't need to do anything. Microsoft will handle their password reset, their email triggering. Everything is handled by Microsoft, so you're out of worry. Anything will not go wrong. Microsoft will do everything that it has to do. Okay, that's what the Azure AD B2C is called, Identity and Access Management Service. They're especially designed for the external customers, offering a range of features to help business build secure and scalable customizable identity solution. Okay, it's good for public facing websites. So any application, any business that deals with the customers which is public, then Azure AD B2C is the best to use it. That's why they are called Azure Active Directory business to consumers. Business means you're doing business, consumers means people, like public people who are using your website is called consumers. Okay, now I will leave this slide which has very good examples of what I described in a different way. There's a different example, but you can always read through the slide. Now let's get into the demo where we will fully focus on hands-on coding and configuration with the application. Come, let's get started with the coding. Okay, so before we touch into the portal.azure.com, let's go to this github.com/smartcoding. Go to the repository, and if you search with smart, you will find a couple of repositories. This is our Angular 19 application that we're dealing with, and this is our backend application. So make sure you download these two, and by the time you see this video, all the Azure AD B2C related code will be checked in here. So you just go here and download this using the git clone, or you can download the code. Whatever you wanted to do, just update the code whatever is in the main branch, okay, for both application. And what are we going to do is, after you do so, it will be like this, okay. So this will be your application which will have all of the configuration which is running, okay. I wanted to give you a running code, then you can do all the configuration change to make sure it aligns to what you did, okay. So this is our .NET API and this is our Angular application, okay. I will tell you exactly what you need to replace and we'll make sure that works perfectly in this demo. Okay, so now let's go to portal.azure.com. okay, so you have logged into the portal. This is my main login, okay. I'm on the dashboard, which is like the home page. Lot of resources are showing. I can show you there are many resources are here, okay. Now what we are going to do is we are going to go to the search, okay, and then say, if you search for Active Directory, you will get something like Azure Active Directory B2C. Click on it, you'll see like these two options, okay. Don't get confused, we are going to see everything as fresh. Link means it's basically after you do, if you wanted to have some subscription enabled, you need to use this. So let's not worry about it, let's worry about this, okay. So let's gonna click this Azure AD B2C tenant. Imagine tenant means like if you have a home, okay, you have a home where a very big building where there are like one home in the first floor and second floor and third floor. You basically rent these 3 homes for 3 different people, right? 3 different families. Everybody you call them as a tenant. So far good? Stay with me. Now similarly for Microsoft, we are all our tenants. Every single login is a tenant. Every single thing you do here is a tenant, okay. We are all living under the Microsoft hood. That's what tenant is. It's good naming that they have done. So you click on that and you'll end up in this, okay. Basically in the basic you cannot change anything. We are going to create only Azure AD B2C tenant. That's why this is disabled. It directly took you to the configuration. Here let's do some realistic thing. So coffee shop, right? So let's say our coffee shop name is Karthik's coffee shop, okay. Now here I need to have a unique name that my customers will understand. So basically what I can do, Karthik. If I say Karthik, it says karthik.onmicrosoft.com. If I just leave it, Karthik, somebody has taken it. Okay. Karthik, how about Karthik Coffee Shop? Just exactly the organization name. If I do a tab, if everything is unique, see a tick mark came. So Karthik Coffee Shop. But we are dealing with what? SmartCertify application, right? So probably we should name something meaningful. So let's change this as so let's have some meaningful name. So I gave the coffee example just to, because I was talking about the coffee shop example, that's why I gave you. But we are dealing with the SmartCertify application, right? So we will say Karthik SmartCertify app, and then I'm going to name this domain name as Karthik Smart Certify. See, it's available, so it's giving a tick mark, and it's under my so it's basically this is under United States. You can actually change whatever you want. If you're doing it from India, do it. If you're doing from a different country, please do so. Okay, so I'm doing this, and then subscription, under which subscription I wanted to do. In this case, I wanted to choose SmartCertify app. I have a subscription like that, or I can put it into this concept also. But let's say I put it into the subscription to which I'm dealing with this application. Okay, so I'm gonna put it under that resource group. I wanted to put under the same resource group, so later if I wanted to delete, I can delete everything. Or we can say under that subscription, we can say, so I can say like this, right? So meaningful name. So resource group AD B2C. That's fine. So resource group location is this, and then let's go to review create, validation pass, and I'm gonna hit create. Okay. Now what will happen, this is a tenant creation that is happening, and it will take few minutes. Okay, so while this is getting created, let me show you something important. Okay, so like I said, every single AD B2C is a tenant. Okay, let me show you something. See, after a few minutes, tenant creation was successful, and I can click here to go there. Okay, I'm going to show you two different things. If I click here, what will happen, it has put me into a new tab, and it is loading it from first. Okay, so I will show you what is the difference. Okay, so it not only loaded, it loaded and it also put me into the Azure AD B2C. Look at here carefully, the one that we just created, right? So Karthik SmartCertify.onmicrosoft.com. But here, if you look at this, this is not the same one. So, but everything is looking blue, right? I think let's do this. Let's go here to the settings. Let's go to the appearance. Let's click on this dark mode and see. Okay, so this has become dark. It's too dark. Okay, I'm gonna make this dark. Okay, just to differentiate. So look at this. This is dark. This is not dark. Okay, how do I identify? Let's say I am here. Click on this this one. Click on this one and then click on switch directory. Let me show you what is happening. So if I go to all directory, I have these many directories. Okay, basically whatever we are currently here is what is showing us current, which is Karthik SmartCertify app. Okay, now it got switched automatically. Okay, but basically what has happened is you can switch between your AD B2C tenant or your main tenant. In my case, I'll tell you what is main tenant. You see this? Learn smart coding gmail.onmicrosoft.com. That is my actual main tenant. If I switch like this, it will actually take me to my original login. Okay, only in my original login, if I go to home and click on all resources, I will see these many resources, right? This is my original login. How do I know? Look at this. It is clearly showing my email ID. This is what I primarily logged in. Okay, don't get confused. Now, let's say you logged in like this, right? If I wanted to switch to the AD B2C that I just created, go to switch directory, go to the directories, and here is the Karthik SmartCertify on Microsoft.com. So I'm going to put a star here. Okay, if I go to favorite, that will also list down here, so I can easily switch. So we know whenever this is black, we are actually on our SmartCertify, like the Karthik SmartCertify.onmicrosoft.com, right? So that's why I made this as black, just for differentiation. Okay, now what you have to do, you can actually go here. This and all will not show. So this is how it will show. But if I try to see, you see this Azure free trial is showing, but in the original one it won't show, because this is a new tenant in which I do not have Azure free trial or any Azure subscription. If you remember from the starting, I was giving you a link, right, where you can link a ID account to the subscription. That's what I was referring. But again, stay with me. Don't get into those things. You created a tenant, you came here and you see like this. Here what you do, come and search for AD B2C. You'll see something like this, click on it and you'll end up on the screen. So for good, and here is what we are going to do. Now let's talk about our application. See, this is our application, this is our UI. Okay, this is our UI and this is talking to the backend. So basically we have two applications. So for good, we are going to register these two applications one by one and explain you what each application will do. Alright, so we know at a high level we need to register to application, right? So even before we go to the application registration, let's quickly do this. Under policy, there is something called user flow. Click on the user flow and there is no user flow right now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create user flows. So the first user flow that we wanted to create is click on new, and you see this is the one which was recommended by default selected. Sign up, sign in. Basically when you do this like login, right, you are saying a sign up. Okay, sign up is here, sign in is here. So if you click on sign up, it is taking you to the sign up page, right? That is what this policy is. Okay, this is done by Microsoft, which is pretty good. It's more than enough for a regular setup. So you click on this, click on recommended, click on create. If you notice this is prefix, you cannot change it, but we are going to name something here, which is SmartCertify underscore sign up, sign in. I suggest use the lowercase, do not use the uppercase or camel case or Pascal case. Use just the lowercase. Now, by default, we do not have any other identity provider, meaning we do not have any setup for Google, we do not set up for LinkedIn, so and so. Whatever we discussed, we have to set up from first. We haven't set up anything. So the only option for user to register is using their email sign up. So we are going to click on, the email sign up, which means if I'm a user, I come here. For example, if you are a user, okay, you come on, click on sign in. See, there is only option for you to sign in or register, correct? But look at this application. This was one of our full stack development application where if you try to sign, so this is one of our full stack application, right? If you try to sign in, I have already configured Google as an identity provider. That's why other than sign up, you see this, I have set up this identity provider for Google. That's why Google is coming, but we're going to see those things later. Okay, so I'm going to close this. This is only for your understanding. Let's go back here. So we are saying type of method, email. Right now we have other options, but email is what we are telling. MFA, I wanted to either forcefully on it or condition basis, but I'm going to switch it off because it's very annoying. Trust me, it will be keep sending you every time it loads when you're doing development. So I wanted to prefer to get it switched off. So it's switched off. Conditional access, you can just remove it. And here's what it comes, right? Collect the attribute. Collect the attribute means, let's say when you try to sign up, I wanted to collect display name, given name, surname. How do I do that? I have inbuilt given name, surname, and let's see what else is there. If I click, everything is coming here. I will also say I wanted to collect a display name. Okay. If you choose more, everything will be listed. You need to enter. Okay. Now this is collect. In the token that we are referring, right? I'm talking about a token. So I'm going to go grab a token here from this. Just wanted to show you what it means. So we'll go to jwt.ms. I will just show you what it means. So this is the token, right? So in the token, if you want some information like given name, family name, some name like display name, I want more. So if I want any of these user information embedded in the token, that is what called return claims. So I want display name, I want given name, I want my surname, the user surname, and I also wanted to know whether the user is new or old. I wanted to have the user object ID. I can choose that. Okay, but actually we don't need it. Say okay. So we know what is collect attributes, what is return claim. We're going to hit on create, and it is going to create an user flow. All right. So the next one is similarly, the next one is the profile editing. So profile editing means if you have logged in and click on this edit profile, basically we are allowing users to change their display name, their given name, and their surname, right? So that is called profile editing. So I come here and click on create. Again, same thing. We're going to give a name, which is SmartCertify profile edit. Everything is small letter. Do not follow the capital letter, Pascal letter. Do not follow the capital letter or the Pascal or a camel case. Try to follow only the small letters. Click on email. That's the only option for now. Email. Switch it off. And here's what I wanted to tell you. Instead of allowing the user to modify everything, I wanted to give a permission to only change the display name. And return claims, I probably need everything. Click on create. So second user flow is created, which is happening. Now we are having two. The third one is the password reset. Okay. So again, same thing where user is able to change the password if he forgets. So click on this email, enforce conditional. We don't need this. We don't need any return claims. Create. That's it. So for good. Okay. So we have three details of the user flows. Okay. Now let's go to the app registration. And here, okay. So here what we are going to do is we are going to go to the app registration like this. Click this. Okay. So all application right now, there's only one. It's created by the Microsoft, and it also says do not delete this or modify this. Don't screw up this. So just leave it, and let's go and click on new registration. We have two applications, right? So we are going to test this in the local. So which means we will name it like SmartCertify API, which is running in dev, or I would say it's a local, right? So local is dev. That's okay. So we can have like this, and then here is the important thing. There are three things that you can select. Basically, if the first one is talking about the users who belongs to my account, only they can log into the application. That is what the first one is. So accounts in this organization directory only. It's called single tenant. We don't want that. This is customer facing. All customers in the world are not in my account. First is false. Second one is any organization, meaning you have account, I have account, we have millions of accounts in the Azure. Can any of the users within those accounts alone can log in? Answer is no, because our customers are not part of any of these organizations. We don't know, like someone just who is in the world may not be in anybody's account. So second one is also not applicable for us. They're all applicable for business to business application. Okay, business to business is a different concept. So let me know in the comment section if you want to know more about B2B. I will explain you. And the third one is what we want. We want any identity provider or organization directory. It could be a Microsoft, Google, anything. That is what we want, and this is what called for authenticating the users with the users flow. Select the third one, come here under the URL redirect. We want this to be a public website, and basically to get the URL, when you run this application, right, the locally running the UI, it will launch in one of the URL. Okay, so the application is launched and actually it is running under this port. So if I click on this, you can see the application is launching in this URL. So basically what you do, come here and copy this, and remember it has to be HTTPS. Why? If you don't provide HTTPS, it will give you error. Okay, so use this URL and click on grant admin consent for the OpenID and offline access permission. Do a register. Now what we are trying to do next is the APIs, right? We're going to expose the APIs outside. So in order to do that, once you are entering here, we have to go to this expose an API. But before that, let's understand on the overview, there is something called client ID. You might have to copy this. Okay, copy this client ID. I will show you from where to do, but basically you need this and you need this tenant ID. Okay, and then let's go to this expose an API. Don't worry if you have not copied, we will do it when we put this information into the coding. Now here what you do, come and say application ID URI, click on this. See, by default it will give you a unique ID. If you wanted to keep like that, absolutely fine. If you don't want to keep it like this and have a meaningful name, what I will do is I will going to provide a unique name. So Karthik smartcertify.onmicrosoft.com /smartcertify is the app name / environment name. Okay, and then followed by I will say API. Okay, so this is what we are going to give. Once you click on save, that will become our base URL. Okay, so once the base URL is ready, we are going to create two scopes. Scopes is basically what is a scope? A scope defines what permissions an application can request when accessing a protected resource like API. So it helps enforce the granular access level. So we can actually say this controller needs this scope, that controller needs that scope. If the scope is not coming in the request, then the calls will get rejected. So just to granular level access, we can do that, and that is what a scope is. Okay, so for example, we are going to have two scopes. One is user.read, that basically says it reads all the user information. Okay, just for simplicity, I'm just giving the same name. The moment you add the scope like this, okay, that will be added here. And admin consent display name is basically you need to fill up the proper naming here, and this is what the scope for the read. And similarly, we will create another scope that just tells that it has write access. Okay, if a call comes with this kind of a scope, it says it has write access. We're just creating it, okay, not yet configured. So once you have this configured, like these two configured, what we will do is we will actually, it's created. Okay, so let's go here, let's copy this. Okay, let's go to this app registration, click on new app registration, and this time this is going to be a SPA, like the front end application, right? So SmartCertify SPA application, which is the dev environment. Again, same thing, third one. Here you have to choose single page application, and generally how we run in our local host, this is what our local host is, right? So local host 4200 is the port. So far good. Okay, and then click on grant admin and then click on register. Again, this app registration also will have its own client ID, which we are going to use it in the UI. Stay with me, I will explain you. But what we have to do was, now we are saying, hey, API was exposed. We are saying this UI application has access to the exposed API. Like, they both can talk. He can talk to that API asking for something, and that API knows who he is, and it will give the permission. So in order to do that, you have to go to API permission. Okay, this time UI has to go to API permission. Now here, click on add permission. Go to my APIs. It is not showing. Good. So APIs under my organization, it is showing. Okay, so under API my organization, you see this is the one that we were looking for. The moment you click that, these two are showing, and say add permission. Okay, so this UI has permission to these things, and after you do that, it will add here, but stay here, it's showing no, right? So you have to click on admin, grant admin consent, say yes. After that, everything becomes tick mark, and this is super important. Okay, after you do that, at least we know that they can talk to each other. Now this is what the configuration is. That's it, very simple. Now how do we put this configuration into the coding? Let's open up the code here. Okay, go to the development.json. You see this instant name. Instant name in our case is, if you go to this overview, and here you see this is our instant name. So basically I'm going to copy this and come here and replace this. You also do the same thing. Okay, that's when you know how it is changing. Client ID, we are dealing with the API, so let's go to application, API dev, and go to overview, client ID, this one. Copy this, go here, replace it. Domain, again same thing, so I'm going to copy this, paste it. Okay, sign up, sign in policy ID. This is what the policy ID. From where am I getting this? If I go to this user flow, you can see the name. This name is what is here, and the two scopes that we created, right? Just say user.write, user.write. That's it. This configuration is done. We will just quickly see what other configurations need to have for the authentication. So if we go to this API, we have something called identity.web. You have to install this. By the time you get the code, you will have everything working, but you need to also know what and all was required for this to be set up, right? That is also important. So that's why we're going through this. You have this API package set up, and then you need to go to this program.cs, and let's come down slowly. You have something like this, AD B2C configuration. Okay, so I'm gonna lower it a little bit, and this is the code that is required, and you have all the codes already ready. It's all fetching from the configuration. So basically it will look for this Azure AD B2C, which is here. So it will read for this configuration, and it will be able to bind all of this information. When I say bind, it basically reads this, all of these things. Okay, now after you are done with that, important thing, come all the way through down. There's something called use authorization. Enable this, and then go to this controller, and let's talk about just one controller. Okay, so let's say we have, you may or may not get the exam controller because we have not done with the coding, but let's talk about something that you already have it. What do we have? Choice, yeah, question controllers, right? So you already have question controllers. So basically what we're going to do, we come here and say authorize. We have to add an attribute called authorize, which means now this controller is protected. After that, we are also saying, in order to go and read any of this API, it needs the token which is coming needs a scope. The scope should be there. It's reading from this under scope, under read. So for example, let's go here, under this, under this, under this. So it needs at least any one of these scope. That is what the API is referring to. So if it has, then all of this will succeed. To be very precise, only write should be there. We can add this attribute at the API level. It will look for write scope. Okay, Now that's it. And let's say, for example, if you want any of this method to be anonymous, for example, let's talk about a real-time example. You logged in here. Okay, when you're here, when you go to course, let me open up this developer tool. It's important to understand this. Click on the course. It's actually calling an API, right? Correct? This is calling an API and it is responding it. But imagine this, I'm going to log out this. Okay, I have no authentication. If I click on course, again the API is called. Backend is still protected, right? How come I'm getting this without logging in? That is what it is, right? Basically, there are endpoints which are public, meaning without even you logging in, you should be able to view it. For example, if you go to Amazon, you don't need to log in to just browse the product informations are coming, but you need to log in order to add the product into your orders. Like if you want to place an order, of course you need to log in because they need to know who you are. That is what it is. So how do we do this? How do we make this happen in Azure AD B2C? So if you go to course controller, okay, to that particular controller that we are referring to, I am adding an attribute called allow anonymous, meaning this endpoint, if it gets called, this will override and it will skip the authorization. That is why it is working. But in the same controller, okay, if I have to create a course, I need an admin role, which we will see how to do it. Okay, so that is how it works. Now the admin role concept will come in the next video for Azure AD B2C with API connector. That's a wonderful video. Stay tuned for that video. But this is how you do. So all the codes are ready, right? Now this is from the API perspective. Let's talk about the UI perspective. So if you download the code in UI, and what we are going to do, we are going to go to this environment and we are going to change few things. So environment is the file which is for the local. So see, it is pointing to the local host API, locally running a web API, and we have some configuration here. So we have to go to this Azure AD B2C app registration, go to our SPA application, take the client ID, come here, change it. What else? We have to change this one. Okay, so come here, change this, change this, change this, change this. We'll see how this is working. Okay, so let's even not worry about this. Okay, we're gonna remove these things. Okay, stay with me. So what we are going to do, we did a client ID replacement, and where do you get the scope? If you go to this API under the expose API, I can copy this and replace it in the read. So this will put me the right URL, I mean the correct URL, and then I'm going to copy paste it, right, paste it. You see this name changed, Karthik SmartCertify, everything changed. So we did only these change, client ID, this one. There are other things that you need to change. If you go to the configuration, you see there's something called app config. In the app config, we need to make some more change. Okay, here what we are going to do, we are going to do these three things. If you go to the user flows, right, we have three user flows, right? So copy this and paste it here. I already pasted here because the names are same. You paste it in the right place. After you place it, this will also be reflected here. If you look at this, so this is coming here, this is coming here, this is also coming here. There's one more thing that we need to change. We need to go to this one, copy this. Right now the code that you get will have like this, right? So like you have to change this, change this, change this, change this. So we changed everything. Here also we have to change. Okay, so we changed this, all the 6 places, and this one 7th place. See, Karthik SmartCertify.b2c login.com. Okay, so for good, don't worry if something I've missed it. When we run this application, we will encounter that issue, and after that all the other configurations are here. But just remember for the course alone. Okay, so if you look at this, see, whatever is important only I'm showing. Okay, under the course, the endpoint is coming from here. If you look at this endpoint URL is here, server URL, right? So under the server URL, all what I'm saying is if the call goes to course controller, okay, I did not add a get here, because if I add a get here, login process will trigger. I don't want the login process to trigger. This is coming from the interceptor from Azure AD B2C, the MSAL application, basically the MSAL of for Angular. So I skipped this. That's the important part here. But if you see the other endpoints like X for under the exam controller, get is also there, because if somebody wants to talk to an endpoint under the exam, for example, let's say under exam controller, even if somebody wants to talk to a get endpoint, any get endpoint, okay, even if they wanted to do so, this is a get endpoint, right? I will not allow them. So anyone wants to talk to the get the exam endpoint, I want them to be logged in. That's why here get is there, here it is not there. Okay, if you wonder or if you have any specific question, join the Telegram group and ask me those things. I will answer you very specific to your questions one-on-one. So don't worry, if you're getting stuck, just join the Telegram group and feel free to ask your question. All right, so let's focus this. So we're done with this. All what we are going to do is we're going to stop this and say run again. So this is running, and we are going to start this application also, because we changed all of this mechanism, right? Like the copy paste of the client ID and all of those things. So we're going to do this. When this is running, we will go to this local host and I will show you what is going to happen. So let's go and click on contact us. Let's go open the developer tool, click on course. Let's see what it is doing. So it is talking to our local course and we are able to get the data. But here's what important thing that you need to know. If I click on login, if you remember, we have set up Karthik SmartCertify, right? That is what it is coming, see? And right now it's fresh. I need to register it. If I click on sign up, so I'm going to click on the email address and send. All right, if you see, I got the verification. So I copy this, come here, verify the code. I'm verified. Password. So I filled up everything and click on create. See, it is creating the process. While this is getting a process, right? So I got registered. I don't need this. Okay, so this is for saving, that's fine. But if you look at this, after everything is done, you can see there is something happening here. Okay, so it's getting some response, some token. Okay, so if I go here and copy this token to the end, go to JWT.ms and copy paste. You see this? I got my first name, last name, name, and all of those things. And here's the one, SCP means scope. The two scopes that we requested is coming. Okay, so claims, if you see, it will explain you what are those claims, all of these things, right? Now here's the important thing. So if I go to portal.azure.com, okay, it will probably land me in the same AD B2C tenant. If it comes in black, then it's going to be like that. Okay, so we will switch to this directory and go to Azure AD B2C. Under users, you will see the user who signed up here. So this is the default member and I'm the one who signed up, right? You see this with the email ID that was created locally, and this is the identity. So I manually logged in. That's why the user is coming here. So this is how you will find users who are into your system, like into your business. And then if you can actually go there, you can reset the password, like you can reset the password programmatically using the Microsoft Graph API, or you can come and do like this based on the request that's coming. Some admin or support team will be there. All of those things you can do, and we will also see those kind of things in upcoming video for Azure AD B2C using the Graph API. All right, so stay tuned so we know how this is working, and let's quickly go to this one and click on this. And if you remember, only display name was allowed. That's why only display name is coming. I can change this, and if I say Karthik Kannan as the display name, okay, so what will happen? It changed, right? If I go here, go to users and do a refresh, display name changed. Correct. So this is what the identity. This is what the identity and access management which Microsoft is handling, including the mail and everything is handled by it. And I hope you enjoy this video. This is one of the good authentication which for the application that faces the business. This is one of the good authentication mechanism where the customer facing application can be integrated, and it's very secure, and it can also scale. If you like this video, don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to my channel, and if you have any questions, to let me know in the comment section. Spread this channel to your friends and other circle, post it in the social media if you like this channel, and if you have any specific questions, join the Telegram group and ask, or even you comment in the comment section. Alright guys, so stay tuned. I'll see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome back. Want to deploy your .NET Core 9 Web API to Azure completely free? In this video, we will create an Azure App Service, which is an F1 free tier plan, set up a CI/CD pipeline in Azure DevOps, and securely deploy the code using the service principle. Plus, we will configure the connection string in the Azure environment to make sure the deployed version is perfectly working with the database. So let's get your API live in just a few steps. Stay tuned. This video is part of the full stack development video series. We were building the SmartCertify online platform application. We're building using the Angular 19 and .NET Core 9 Web API. So I'm on the playlist for the full stack development video series. Here is the playlist, which I will give you in the description. And we already finished the last 15 episode. The last episode was Azure AD B2C configuration for authentication. So in this video, what we are going to do is, we are going to use the Azure DevOps to deploy our code to the Azure portal. So let's go step by step. First thing is, let's go to Azure portal, which is portal.azure.com. I'm logging in with my learnsmartcoding@gmail.com. That's my official email ID for logging into the portal, which I'm doing it, and I'm on the portal. Based on the previous video, I'm landing on a different thing. So I'm going to go back to my directory. This is where all of the subscription, all of the resources are present. You don't need to do so, but just for you, you can switch to your directory. If you have watched the previous video, you know what I'm talking about. So I'm on the portal login. Okay, so this is where we need to create the Azure App Service web app. So go to the search box and type web app. If you type web app, what you will get is, you will get a link called web app. So I'm going to click on that web app, and it is going to take me to the place where I will create a web app. Okay, so these are the basic things that we need to fill up. And what I'm going to do is, let's start with the basic. Azure subscription. Like if you have logged in, you should have at least one subscription active. I have more than one subscription. Like I said, creating subscription is easy, and it's easy to build across a particular subscription. So the reason I'm showing here is, in this one, I'm dealing with SmartCertify app. In our channel, there are many videos, different videos for different concept, but we are dealing with SmartCertify app. So I have a dedicated subscription for that. So I know how much it is costing for this complete video series, right? Which I'll show you in the end of the video series. But here is the what. So here is what we are going to do. So I choose my subscription. In your case, you choose your subscription. If you have free subscription, well and good. If not, whatever we are going to do is free. So don't be afraid to start and do this. I choose my subscription, resource group. Either you can create your own resource group, but I wanted to keep under an existing resource group where every single resource that is used for this web series, like this video series, is kept under this. Okay, so I'm going to choose that. We have to name a particular unique name here for our API. So I named something like LSC SmartCertify Web API. I'm going to remove this. We don't want that unique name. But here is what. If it is unique, it will give you a tick mark here. And next is publish. Are we going to publish the code? In this case, yes. So I'm going to choose code and then say which one. Here's the important thing. I know a lot of users are struggling sometimes. Maybe they're not paying attention. So our application source code belongs to .NET 9. So if it is .NET 9, I cannot choose something else. I have to choose .NET 9. So I choose the right framework, and I have an option to choose Linux or Windows, because .NET Core can run both on Linux and Windows. That's why these options are coming. But let's choose Windows. Alright, So this is where you will land after you choose the web app. We need to fill up all of this information, right? Let's start with the project detail, with the basic one. So here, first one, you need to choose the subscription. For this demo, I'm going to choose this subscription, but we were doing the SmartCertify application. So basically my original thing are in this subscription. Okay. For this demo, it doesn't matter as long as you choose a subscription and you choose a resource group. In this case, I'm going to choose a different resource group. I'm giving it like this. Okay, so it's a meaningful resource group, so I know all of these resources that is coming under this resource group are related to that application. So I choose this, we have to give a name. So I'm going to choose this name and remove this. As long as this name is unique after this .azure website.net, then it becomes a tick mark. And then in our case, we're going to deploy the code or container. Container is a different concept. There's a video in the channel for the Docker, but we are going to deal with the code. So I choose code and runtime stack. Our application is built based on .NET Core 9, so you need to choose the right version. I'm going to choose the .NET 9, and because .NET Core is capable of running in both Windows and Linux, two options I enable, but I'll go with Windows. I'll choose the closest region where this is getting deployed. From my side, this is East US. If you belong to a different country, please do so to your closest region. Generally, this region is based on where the business is running. If somebody is running a business in America and customers are like based out of America, it's better to choose the region as East US, right? So for example, right, Dunkin' Donut, it's mainly in America, right? They're not around the world. But so they will choose something like this, like within the US, within East US, Central US, anything within US where only US people will try to access their website. That's the concept. Okay. And the pricing tier, and this is where the important thing is. So for example, the pricing plan right now, it's showing as a production plan. Standard S1 means it's a production plan. Is basically it's showing what is the capacity. So we can click on this, explore a pricing plan, and it is going to list down everything here. Okay, the S1 plan that we choose, like, or whatever the one that is already chosen, right? You see this, it will cost $73 per month. I don't want that, right? I want F1 plan, which is just free, because we are dealing with the demo, we are not dealing with the real production application. So that's the only reason I chose this. Okay, as long as you're doing this, it is free, it is going to be free. Okay, and you can also explore this, what and all versions are available, how much it is going to cost you, right? Everything is here. But if you choose F1, it is going to be free, but also remember, only 60 minutes a day, and after it attains all of these resources, it will shut down automatically. Okay, they don't give you free forever. They give you free for daily basis on certain limit. So for us, this is enough. I'm going to choose select. This is done. And zone redundancy is disabled because for F1 it doesn't even apply. Okay, that's why. And the next is database. We are not going to create any database, so leave this. Next is deployment. We are not going to do any deployment from here. Basically, let me quickly explain you what is this. Continuous deployment, if you enable, basically it will ask you from where to take the code. This will get enabled. The moment it does this, it can actually set up a CI/CD pipeline automatically in a GitHub repository, but we will not do this. Generally, this won't happen like this in a real-time scenario. Okay, nobody's going to do this. Like, everything gets automated, right? We cannot do that. We have to control it from CI/CD pipeline from DevOps. Either it is a GitHub action or Azure DevOps. It needs to be in a controlled manner. This will not have any control. This is for good for development purpose, but not for the real beyond development purpose. So I'm going to leave this as disabled just for your understanding. And basic authentication is by default disabled, and it is not encouraged to enable it. Basically, basic authentication means where your username and passwords are visible over the network. You give username, password and try. Username, passwords are visible in the network. Anyone who wants to hijack, they can do it. So that's why it is recommended to disable. But let's say you wanted to quickly deploy for your learning purpose, you can still enable it. Right click on the project and configure this publish, and you can make a deployment. I will still suggest don't do it. So let's keep this disabled. We will set up the CI/CD pipeline. That's very easy. Okay, so let's go to network. Enable public access, like do you want the URL to be accessed from public? Of course, right? We have to test it from the internet. That's why it is on. Monitoring. For this web API, monitoring and secure means Azure Application Insights. Okay, so Azure Application Insights you can actually create from here. Okay, this will get created, or you can actually create it separately also. So let's say for this video we are not creating because we did not configure anything. Okay, let's imagine that you have an application which doesn't have the application insights. In the one of the next video I'll show you how you can create still application insights and associate it with this application. Okay, so we say no, and then we say to the tag is basically to have a key value pair. So I added the 3 tags. It's basically, later if I wanted to do something with the tags, we can do it. So it's a key value pair. It associates with these informations to this one. So I'm going to click on the next one. See, free SKUs. Q. Free Q means it's free. Okay, so this is currently disabled. It's just giving you all of the warnings and all of this validation here. Everything looks good. I'm going to click on create. See, application deployment initiated. So the deployment is in progress and it will take few minutes. Let's wait for that. Alright, so the deployment is now successful. We can go to the resource, and this is what our web application, like the web app that is ready. So if we go to this domain URL and click, basically what will happen is with the initial sample code, right? What Microsoft will do is Microsoft will actually deploy that sample code, and that is what you're seeing here. This nice UI from Microsoft is actually from sample code. They're saying here is the guidelines to start the quick deployment in all of those things, right? So we know as long as you see this message, like if you go to that URL, as long as you see this, you're good. Okay, now next, this is what you're going to do exactly. Go to this github.com/learn smart coding under repository, under the search. If you start with smart, if you start searching with smart, what will happen? There will be the repositories coming up, right? So what I did is just to show you from the start so that any users who are doing this are not confused. Go here and click and download. If you're downloading through the git command, make sure after you download, for example, I use this command to download. Okay, let's just give an example. So let's say I download the code here. Okay, make sure if you go to view, show hidden files, this git folder will be there. You delete this first time alone. If you're not using this, but if you're using download zip, then that downloaded content will not have git, which is good. Either way, before we do the next step, don't have the git. Now what you have to do is, if you're following this series along, go to the 6th video, the 6th episode. Basically we have an episode called Git and Azure DevOps for Absolute Beginner. Basically what I would have shown in this video is, if you have such video, if you have such code, how to push this code to this repository in the Azure DevOps, dev.azure.com. in the Azure DevOps, how to create a new repository and push the code. That is what this video is talking about. So I will give you this exact video link, but it is always there in the playlist. So let's assume you have already followed that and you have the code here. If you already know how to do it, great. So let's start with here. So you have the code here. So I have the code under this repository. Okay, now next idea for us is to create CI/CD. CI stands for continuous integration, CD stands for continuous deployment. So let's go to this left side and click on pipelines. Okay, right now there is 0 pipelines because I really wanted to show everything fresh. Okay, that's why there is nothing here. We will create the first pipeline, and the first thing that it is asking you is, where is your code? The code can be in GitHub, the code can be in some other source control, but in our case the code is Azure repository. I select this, it is finding out, okay, here I can see only this repository. Do you have more repository, or do you have some other projects? Choose it. Choose whatever you you push the code, and then here what we do, configure your pipeline. Okay, so here it is already showing us ASP.NET build and test ASP.NET project. This is ASP.NET core, so we will choose this. And what it actually did is it read that it was able to read the project, and it determined that this is actually a .NET Core project, and it just built YAML file for us. Long back this was not the case. They have improved a lot, like they've offloaded all of our work. Okay, let's understand this. Trigger is master, but I wanted to trigger the code from main branch. There's a branch name called main. That's why I'm changing the trigger to main branch. Next is it is just going to use the Windows latest image. That from this is all happening on the DevOps server side. We will not know what is happening, but I will explain you what this will do. Okay, so basically this has the image pool, and these are all configured by default. We don't need to touch any of these things. So far good. Okay, so far whatever is here is all for the building the project, but building the project alone is not sufficient. After the content is built, basically we need to zip the file. So that is what this extra step I added. So I'm saying publish the build artifact. Okay, and I'm saying the artifact name is drop. You can give a different name. You can say SmartCertify API. That is also fine, but this is what the default is, and it is located in the container itself. Okay, that's it. I didn't do any magic. I'm going to click on save and run. But before I do so, basically it is asking a commit message, and it's asking, can I commit in that repository itself? Yes, commit directly in the master branch. Okay, wait, let's close this. Okay, it is saying that this file is going to get committed in the master branch, right? But if you remember, the code is taken from the main branch. So just for now, okay, let me put it back to the master branch itself. Okay, then we can always put this file into the main branch as well. Okay, nothing else. I didn't do anything. I have two branch, master and main, because it is giving an option directly to commit to the master branch. I just wanted to put it there itself. Save and run. What this is doing behind the scene is, imagine this. If you download this code in your local machine and wanted to build, what and all you want to install the .NET framework, like .NET Core SDK, right? And then you will use Visual Studio. Or even if you don't use Visual Studio, as long as you install the .NET Core SDK, you can use the command to build the project, right? That is what it is doing. So it will take the code from here. It will take the code from here, and it will go and put it into one of the VM which Microsoft is managing. It's called build server, and then it knows that it already has the build server already has the .NET Core SDKs. So it will build the project, all of the content that we build, right? It will come. It will zip it, and it will put it into the one folder. So that is what the steps are doing. See, first it is checking out the project. It's installing all the NuGet packages. Like when you do a build, say NuGet command, it's giving you logs. Then after it installs everything or whatever is required for the VM to have this build ready, it will do everything, and then it goes to build, and then it will do a test, then it will finally publish the artifacts. Okay, so everything is done, and you can see it is also published. Okay, so the build is ready. So if you go to the pipelines, there's a build which is ready. Okay, so what we will do, our build pipeline is ready. Let's go to this release pipeline. So under pipeline, under release, there is no release pipeline. This is called continuous deployment. So we wanted to now deploy these changes to this place, like wherever we deploy, right? Wherever this is located. So how do we do that? First is click on new pipeline. It is going to ask you certain things. So I'm going to choose Azure App Service Deployment. Apply. It is going to be called as, let's call it as dev environment. Okay, this is for development environment. This is the stage owner, and I can click on this. This is added here. Now the first thing is artifacts. Artifact means in order for anyone to deploy, they want to know what to deploy. Deploy means what? Copy pasting the build content, right? So I'm going to click on add. So it is asking me where is the build content. So it is our project. And if I choose this, see, there is only one build pipeline, right? That's why it is showing up. So that's why before you create the release pipeline, first is build pipeline. I'm adding it. So it knows where is the code. Now, if you see this, the thunder symbol, if you click on it, you will ask you, can I do this deployment every time there is a new build is available? Yes, then this will be saved. I don't want this like in companies, right? For every PR means pull request. For that also this build will happen. That's why they put this, but we don't want this. That's why I'm not selecting this, but this is what we want after a build is ready, a new build, which you're going to see now. I'm going to close it and click on this task. Okay, that takes you to this task, and click on this run on agent. And if you see this, everything looks okay. And if you come under this, let's see, everything is selected properly. See this, under this drop only our content is here, so we are choosing this content. Okay, and if you look at this carefully, this is what the total zip file. Okay, here is what our content is present. Now this is fine. Click on this deploy Azure app service, and you see this first one is the name, that's for understanding, and the second one is Azure resource manager, which is selected. Okay, so here the third one is, it doesn't have anything, so the setting is required. So basically you need to click on this manage. It will take you to the same project setting under service connection. So in case if you want to go manually, click on the project setting and then go to the service connection. There is no service connection. This is what called service connection, is nothing but the service principal that we are going to create. So service principal I've already explained in one of the videos, service principal versus managed identity. But just for this video, service principal is something that used for automation or CI/CD pipelines, right? There is one entity, okay, which is created by us. We are giving permission what it has permission to do. So that is what we're going to do. So click on service connection, click on Azure resource manager, next, and then it will ask you the subscription. See, loading subscription is going to trigger a window now to re-authenticate myself. Okay, so what this will do is it will ask me to re-log in, to grant access, and as I speak it just showed. So I'm saying from this DevOps I'm giving access to this portal account. Okay, it's better to have the same account. It's going to send me notification. So once I authenticate myself, now it started showing me all of the available subscription. Okay, so basically the subscription ID is what is showing in the bracket, but we are dealing with this subscription, right? See, you have to choose it correctly. Under this subscription only we created the web app, right? Or if I have created a web app from here, I need to choose this. So I'm going to choose this, and I'm going to choose under which resource group it has. It is under this resource group, service connection name. So I'm saying, just for understanding, right, SmartCertify. So I'm saying it is for SmartCertify app deployments. Okay, this is reference, this is all for understanding purpose. I can say, I have to say grant access permission to all pipelines, so that any pipeline that uses this service connection can be used for the deployment of the web app. Okay, I'll repeat one more time. This is Azure service principal. We're creating a service connection. We authenticated ourselves to the subscription. We chose that. We chose to under which resource group we have access. Like this, whoever is using the service principal have access to the resources only under this resource group. If I have something under this, it won't have access. Okay, so I'm going to choose this, and you will see that shortly. If I save, click on save, the service connection is getting set up. So basically Azure is granting a credential-less access to this service connection from CI/CD pipeline. From this Azure DevOps, it has access to deploy to this location, to this one. That is what it is going to do. And see, service connection is set up. Let's go back here, and probably we need to come here, refresh this. Okay, so sometimes it doesn't refresh here. The only way we can get out of this is to recreate this one more time. So I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back to the release. I'm sorry for that. So this way we know what mistakes we are doing. So basically it has a refresh button, it has gone away. I don't know why. So I'm gonna just leave this and I'm gonna click on new pipeline again. Same thing, Azure App Service. Let it be as a refreshment. Okay, so I created this and I'm gonna choose the deployment as development artifacts and quickly choose whatever artifacts we selected, add it here. We did this again for the continuous deployment and then we came here, that's where we stuck, right? So now this is fine. Azure subscription, we're going to choose this one. Everything looks okay. It's asking us to authenticate again, authorize, and we are going to choose this, right? See, the moment we choose the subscription and we say what is the type, right? We choose Windows as the type, right, for the creating web app. That's why now it will show us what is available. So the only thing that is available is this one. Okay, I choose this and I go to this one, and here the Azure Resource Manager is selected, subscription is selected. So because we created this, Azure subscription got selected by itself, and it is app service, the Windows, and this is our name, and everything is okay. And this also seems to be fine. So let's go here and click on this. It'll ask you to choose where it is, the drop, and just choose until the zip. Okay, that is what the content is. So everything looks okay. So let's one more time. Deployment is the staging name, the subscription we authenticated, we authorized, app name, the service type name, the app name, and then let's go here. Everything is fine. Here everything got selected, subscription type. Here we choose till the zip location, and then we can actually give a name. So I'm going to give a name like this and then click on save. It is asking where to save. I wanted to save under this folder, so I'll choose this folder, say okay, and then it got saved. Very first time, right, you can click on create release and the release will get triggered. So let's do this. Okay, so let's create release and choose the environment, staging, development, and then created it. So it goes here, and then very first time alone you need to manually deploy this. Okay, let me show you how automatic things will happen. So it's under progress. We can click on this, it will show you the progress here. Okay, after a few minutes the deployment was successful and this is showing as successful. So how do we make sure it's successful? Go to this location and hit on the URL and then see it loaded. Great, right? It may not work, which is absolutely fine because we are still missing something. Let me show you one more thing. So now let's say I go to the code and the current thing, right, which is in master pipeline. Okay, if something happens here, the build is going to get triggered. So let's do that. So I'm going to go to this, just going to mimic that as if that something got changed. Okay, so I'm going to go here and edit this. You don't need to do this. This is only for demo purpose. Okay, so I am in edit mode. All I'm saying is I am not doing anything. Just something happened which I didn't do anything, right? You saw I'm committing it, but from the dev perspective, something triggered in the master branch. So if I go to pipelines, if I go inside the pipeline, see, automatically it is triggered. It's in the queued state. So now what will happen? It is going to build, and if we keep it in release, only because of the option that we selected here, continuous deployment trigger is there, you will see release 2 automatically happening as soon as the build is finished. So while the build is happening, what we will do, we will go take a look at this web app. So this is the place where the web application is deployed. Okay, now for everyone who's on my channel or viewers, this is something that a lot of people misses. See, when we run the application, if you go to this app settings, the launch settings, The ASP.NET environment is development, which means it will come here, take this and take this, it will club these two, and things which are here, right, it will take it from here. Here we have a connection string. Okay, so it is taking from here. Now if you go to production, like whatever we just deployed in the Azure web app is the production. Here I have something, I do not have a connection string. Now there are two things that you can do. If you have the SQL connection string here, place it here directly and deploy it just only for initial testing that everything is working fine. But generally speaking, what we have to do is we need to take the connection string like this, copy it, okay, and then I'll show you where to put it in the web app. So under the web app, under the settings, you have something called environment variable and configuration. So let's go to environment variable. You have app settings where nothing is here, and there's something called connection string, also nothing is here. Now let's go back to our code, and you see this under connection string. Under connection string, what do we have? DB context. So I'm going to come here and again web app settings, environment variable, connection string, add. I'm going to give exactly the same name, DB context. I'm going to give you value here. It's SQL server, and then I say apply. Click on apply. It's asking to confirm. Saved. So now what will happen? Same logic. When application is running from the production, it knows that it is production. It will take this. It will take this. It will take the connection string from here because it is empty. Not just because of empty, right? I'll tell you the truth. Why you have configured a DB string here? Only because of that, this takes precedence. Even if you have something on the configuration file, it will ignore it. It will take from here only. That is what the logic is. Okay, so it will take it from here, and then whenever the application is starting, it will take the connection string and does everything. So let's go here. Let's restart this one more time. Okay, and while this is happening, let's go back to where we left. We were in the pipeline, and you see this already, the second deployment has started by itself. I didn't do anything. It started only because in the pipeline, if you see, there will be two deployments. See the third one, right? Only because of that, it automatically triggered the second one. Okay, so now what we can do, we can edit the pipeline, and you can actually do one more thing. Okay, let's say you don't want it to have this deployment done automatically. Come to this pipeline, come to this post deployment, and there is something called pre-deployment. So before deployment, I want approval. I want it to approve, only then it has to be deployed. So I'm saying this person can approve, and so on. So in companies, all this, architects or higher position lead or somebody will have approval thing. So I've added this approval, close this, which means now this is under approval. So the reason why I'm showing this, if I click on save, okay, this is saved, right? Let's say I go to pipeline. I go here, I run the pipeline manually. Okay, imagine this. I'm triggering just a build. The build will soon happen, but it won't deploy automatically. Okay, so let's go back to release. It's done. When the pipeline that we just triggered is finished, let's see what happened to the release pipeline. Okay, all right, so we're jumping in and around to save some time, but I think you're following along with me. So let's wait for this to finish. All right, so the build is getting finished. Let's go to release. Okay, so here is the build pipeline. The new build is available. Let's go to release. See, the release is in approval pending state. It didn't deploy the way it was doing. Why? Because in the pipeline, we had set up the approval. We don't want the code we just deployed every time it is getting built, right? Unless you wanted to do so. So generally speaking, this is what will happen in a real company. If you want it for development environment, it will be deployed. For QA environment, which is the extra stage, okay, so they won't allow us to do it. So for example, if I do an approval, Okay, it gets deployed. Now this is approved, it will get deployed. But let me quickly show you one more thing. If you again go to this stage and you can add more stage. More stage means like you can actually do the same thing one more time. So basically you can add here again. See, look at this. So basically we will save this as QA, this one as development 2. Okay, so let's say we have 2 development environment and QA, and from QA, if QA passes, then this will become stage. Okay, stage or UAT, basically user accepts and test, and then generally speaking, finally it will be production. Okay, so let's close this and you can understand how things are working. So we are dealing only with one, but generally speaking, after this, if everything verification is done good, it will come and sit in approval stage. So here what generally they will do is they won't have any approval, it will auto deploy to both the environment, but here they will have approval. No one deploys to QA environment without the approval. So here I am eligible to approve my name, but for staging from here to here, only the dev leads or architects or whoever is responsible, they will do. Here even dev leads, architects will not have access. For production, there will be a separate DevOps team, separate production deployment team, or anyone who has access, only they will have permission to deploy from here to here. That is how in general it works. But if you come to the channel and if you just go to this channel videos and if you search for DevOps, if you search for CI/CD, you will see there is a video which talks about how to deploy this into 4 environment at the same pipeline. If you watch this video, basically you'll understand what I'm referring to. So this video, right, this video will clearly tell you how these 4 environments are getting deployed. See, there's different environments. So in this video I would have already showed how this is getting deployed to all the 4 environments. Okay, so if you want to know more, please feel free to visit the channel and search for your required videos, or let me know in the comment section. I will definitely tell you the exact link. And don't forget to also chat with me live in Telegram group. If you wanted to have a different one, let me know in the comment section, like WhatsApp or anything else that where we can communicate with each other. All right, so let's get back to our deployment process. So this is deployed, right? And I'm going to open this. Okay, if you remember, we do not have any logging, or like we do not have any logging or application insights setting. So let's say I try to get to this course. Okay, I'm going to try this. Connection string is already in place, but if I try this, I'm getting value, right? Why? Because I have done some setup. Only because of that this is getting a value, but you may not get the value, and I'll show you what you have to do. Okay, so what if it doesn't work for you even after giving the database connection? So basically, if you go to this Azure web app, right, so this is what is trying to talk to the database, right? So under the overview, if you come below under network, okay, network is also under the settings. So if we go to networks, it will show you the outbound traffic details. You see these IPs. So any of these IPs is what is going to talk to the Azure SQL server. Okay, so what you have to do is you copy this IPs and go to your SQL servers, wherever that server is configured. So let's say I will just give you one simple example. So you go to the server and under security, under network, whatever IPs that you copied, come and add it here in the firewall rule. Okay, so if you do that and save it, basically what it means is your web app here, your web app can now talk to the database. That's it. That is what you need to do. So in the next video, I will show you how we can trigger such issues, or if you have any issues, how to resolve it using the logging mechanism using Azure App Insights. So stay tuned. If you like this video, if you've enjoyed this, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to my channel. Share this with your friends in your circle. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comment section. Join the Telegram group for more info, and also if you have any questions, you can directly ask me So stay tuned guys, this video series is going to be excellent one, and I will see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. Want to deploy your Angular 19 web app to the Azure completely free? In this video, we will create an Azure app service, which is an F1 free tier plan, set up a CI/CD pipeline in Azure DevOps, and securely deploy the code using a service principal. Plus, we will also see some important security tips. So let's get your web app live in just a few steps. So stay tuned. This video is part of the full stack development video series. We were building the SmartCertify online platform, and this is episode 16, and we will dive into the hands-on now. To get the Angular 19 completed code, go to github.com/learn-smart-coding, and under the repository, you come and search with Smart. You will see something called SmartCertify UI Angular 19. This code has everything that you need, including the Azure AD B2C configuration for the production deployment. So this is what you have to do. You have to either clone it or download it. Okay, if you clone it, you will get something like .git. You just remove it. So what I did is I cloned it and I go to this dev.azure.com/learn-smart-coding. This is my login. So basically we are going to push that code into the Azure DevOps repository. So I have a repository called SmartCertify Web, and I actually pushed it. If you want to know how to do this, there is a video in the series, episode 6, which I will give in the description, and you can watch that. So if you want to know how to push this code here, you can go to the channel playlist, and there is something called SmartCertify App Full Stack Development. If you go here, there will be an episode 6. So if you scroll down and click on the Git Azure DevOps for Absolute Beginners, this is what the video is all about. So this video will quickly tell you how to push the code from your local to the Azure repository. That too, if you wanted to create this DevOps completely, you can still watch this video. Everything is covered. Now let's get into our hands-on coding for the CI/CD pipeline. So I'm going to close this. The first thing that we have to do is let's go to this portal.azure.com. And I'm going to create a new web app. So type web app and you will see something like this in the marketplace. So click on it and it will take you to this location where you need to fill up all the basic information. So as part of this demo, I've been using this subscription, but actually for the real application that I've already hosted, which is in this subscription, it doesn't matter. As long as you have a subscription, you can use it. We're going to use F1. So per subscription, 10 websites are free. Okay. So under the subscription, already my 10 websites is completely occupied. Under this subscription, I have just started, which is great. Now I'm going to use the resource group for this, and then you have to give a name. So I'm going to give a name like this, LSA SmartCertify Web, and remove this. As long as this is giving a check mark, which means this is unique, and our code is going to be a code, not the container. This is a Dockerization, Docker based stuff, so we are not dealing with that. We're going to deploy the code, and it is asking you the runtime. See, this is Angular application, so we need to choose the node version here. We can choose 20 or 22, both should work. So let's say this application is can work with 20 and 22, so you can choose both, it will still work. I'm going to choose this, and then this actually can run in both Linux and Windows, but there is a routing issue with whenever we deploy the Angular application in the Linux. So I'm going to choose Windows for now, and the moment I choose Windows, everything is adding it here. I'm going to choose. So here is the pricing plan. So pricing plan, I'm going to choose the F1. And you can actually click here and explore the pricing plan. There's various pricing plan, and F1 is the one which is free. Just remember, this is a free resource, so it can run only for 60 minutes per day. And if you're exhausted with that given free version, it will just shut down and it will open up again from the next day. It will reset every day. Okay, so we have selected this, and then right now this zone redundancy is disabled because of the plan that we have chosen. Everything looks good. I'm going to choose this as the ECUS2. So this is the shared plan, F1 free database. We're not dealing with database. And then deployment, we will set up everything in CI/CD pipeline. So make sure you have this basic authentication disabled, and this is also disabled. Okay, we're not dealing with this. Next is networking. the URL should be accessible from the internet, so that's why it is on. And next is monitoring. We don't need Azure App Insights for this Angular application, so when it is going to show me this, we can turn it off. Okay, we don't need it. And then we will say, so tag is done. Let's go to the last step. If everything looking good, everything will look like this. So it will also show you what you have chosen. Everything is free. Everything is free. Whatever we are doing is free. So I'm going to click on create. It is initiating the deployment, submitting the deployment. In few minutes, the deployment will be done and we will jump onto the configuration. So the deployment is success. I'm going to go to the resource. So once we go to this resource, you can see under the overview, there's a domain that is what we created. So if I go and type like this, basically Microsoft will deploy its static page here. That is what it is displaying. So what we are going to do is we are going to change this into this page. If you look at this, there is no LSC in the front. So this is the one that I have deployed for the public to use. So this is what we are going to make this one. Okay, so we are going to deploy the code and make sure this is working exactly like what I did. Okay, so now let's go and let's try to understand. So you can find everything here, all of the important stuffs are here, but for the Angular application we don't need to know any of these settings. That's why I'm not explaining. This video is mainly on CI/CD pipeline, so we will focus on that. Let's go back to our Azure DevOps. So dev.azure.com, this is where the code is there. So if you come to this left side, there is something called pipeline. If you click on pipeline, you'll see the existing pipeline. If you watched my previous video where we deployed the .NET Core 9 web API to this Azure web app, that is the pipeline here. So I'm going to click on new pipeline and I'm going to choose where the code is. In this case, the code is here and it is asking me where under this project. This is the one, and it is asking me what kind of application is this. This is basically a Node application, right? I mean, it's an Angular application, but behind the scene Node is the one which is there. And this is Node.js with Angular. Build a Node.js project that uses Angular. We are not dealing with that. It's a direct Node.js. So I'm going to click on this, and what it has done is it has just triggered some basic YAML file. So let's understand what it has done. So it read the file and it knows that there is only one branch and it wants to trigger whenever there's a code change in the main branch. And it is going to use the Linux build server. Ubuntu latest means it is going to build our application in the Linux server, which we don't care about it. It can build in Windows, Linux, it is up to the build server. Okay, and then it is going to give us some information here. So it's saying this is a task. Okay, we want this version of the node to be installed, and we will say install node.js. Okay, this is the name, display name. It will show in the pipeline, like I'm going to show you that. So it will first install this node, and then what it will do is it has some script to install it. So we're going to change the script to a little bit different. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say npm install Angular CLI, globally install the Angular CLI, followed by npm install. So imagine this, what this is doing is, if you get the code from this one, okay, in your local, what and all you will do, first of all, in order to run this code, you need to have your Node.js installed in the local machine. That is what this pipeline is also doing. Okay, wherever the code is taken to the server, it will first install Node.js. After that, what you will do, you will install the Angular CLI globally, followed by npm install, so that the package will be installed on the project. This is exactly doing the same thing. So in the build server, wherever the code is copied, it will install the Node.js first, followed by the Angular CLI, followed by the npm install command running on your code. Like your code means the code which is copied. Then whatever happened in our local is what will happen here. So for good, it got the build content, but it needs to put it somewhere so that the build release pipeline can use it. It's like this, right? I build and keep it somewhere, and whoever comes and asks me, hey, can you give me the project that you built so that I can run it? Fine, here you go. Like that, I will take it from a place and give it to them. That is what exactly it is doing. But here's one more thing that we have to do. Okay, so I'll repeat. This is Node.js Angular installing npm. The next thing is we have to install our packages in our project. So I'm gonna do one more thing. So indentation is important. So the dash will start from the first. So what we are doing is we are saying, hey, run this command, npm run build prod. Where is this build prod? Let's take a look. This is the code. Open up here, go to package.json. Do I have something like build prod? Yes. So basically it is saying run this command. Okay, I can also say directly like this. This is equivalent. The only reason why we name it like it, because the pipeline we don't need to change. In case if we wanted to change this to something, right, we don't need to change this. That's why we don't copy paste this, rather we give a name from. So tomorrow if you change this, pipeline will not get affected. It will still pick up this, whatever is there in the code at that point of time, it will execute. Okay, so similarly when build pipelines are set up for different environment, they will use different thing for building the application based on the each environment. So for good. All right, the last thing is, after everything is done, it needs to put the code somewhere, right? Like I explained you. So what I'm going to do is, it is going to say a task name called publish build artifact, and then we're giving put the code here. Okay, so let's go and understand this. Let's go here, go to angular.json, and if you look at this output path, see it is coming under disk SmartCertify. Okay, so for you to be very clear how I am doing this, okay, all what you do is let's do the same thing, npm run build prod. Okay, what this is going to do, it is going to pick up this command and it is going to install, it is going to run it. So basically when I ran first time, there was no npm install done, that's why it started showing error. So it's done. Okay, so what I did is I ran this command and it built the project. After it built the project, if you go here under the disk, under the SmartCertify, under browser, only all of this contents are there. So this is the reason why we put this. Okay, so if you wonder and if you find out your project, your application is like getting your output into a different folder, you have to name this here, because it will always go and look for it when the build is done. So now you know why we have put this. Now basically there will be a save and create and save. Okay, in this case it was already created, as it's not coming, but basically create and save will be there, and then you click on it and that's it, it will run the build. So once the build is run, you can go to the pipeline and click on the web pipeline, and if you click here, this was the first job that was completed, and you can clearly see it will check out the code. Basically it will take the code from our repository, put it into Ubuntu server, the Linux server, we don't know where it is, but it is managed by Microsoft. There it will install the node, it will install the Angular, and then that is what is and then it will install npm. Finally it will come and install our command. If you look at this, this is the command that it will run as per the YAML file, and finally it will build. You can look at this, this is what has happened, right? And then it will fill everything, and this is exactly looking what we were doing in the local, right? After that, what happened, it will publish like a zipped content. Okay, now the pipeline is done. Now we have to click on release pipeline. So release pipelines is nothing but continuous deployment. Build pipelines are nothing but continuous integration. Okay, so continuous integration is done. Continuous deployment is after the code is ready, the build is ready, we need to put that into the web application, then only you will have always the latest one, right? That was called continuous deployment. So what we are going to do is click on new, create new pipeline. But before I do so, if you have already watched episode 15, which is part of CI/CD pipeline, we were able to deploy the .NET Core 9 web API to the Azure web app. There I would have showed you how to create a service principal. If you are new to this video, let me quickly show you how to do it. We need to give an access to we have to create something called service principal, which will have access to deploy the code to this location. Okay, a specific access to this location. Now go to the project setting, go to connection, like the service connection, and you can see as per the last video we created this, but don't worry if you're new to this one. I'm going to attach a piece of video and that will show you how to get this one. Click on the project setting and then go to the service connection. There is no service connection. This is what called service connection, is nothing but the service principal that we are going to create. So service principal I've already explained in one of the videos, service principal versus managed identity, but just for this video, service principal is something that used for automation or CI/CD pipelines, right? There is one entity, okay, which is created by us. We are giving permission what it has permission to do. So that is what we are going to do. So click on service connection, click on Azure Resource Manager, next, and then it will ask you the subscription. See, loading subscription is going to trigger a window now to re-authenticate myself. Okay, so what this will do is it will ask me to re-log in, to grant access, and as I speak it just showed. So I'm saying from this DevOps I'm giving access to this portal account. Okay, it's better to have the same account. It's going to send me notification. So once I authenticate myself, now it started showing me all of the available subscription. Okay, so basically the subscription ID is what is showing in the bracket, but we are dealing with this subscription, right? See, you have to choose it correctly. Under this subscription only we created the web app, right? Or if I have created a web app from here, I need to choose this. So I'm going to choose this and I'm going to choose under which resource group it has. It is under this resource group, service connection name. So I'm saying, just for understanding, right, SmartCertify. So I'm saying it is for SmartCertify app deployments. Okay, this is references all for understanding purpose. I have to say grant access permission to all pipelines, so that any pipeline that uses this service connection can be used for the deployment of the web app. Okay, I'll repeat one more time. This is Azure service principal. We're creating a service connection. We authenticated ourselves to the subscription. We chose that. We chose to under which resource group we have access. Like this, whoever is using the service principal have access to the resources only under this resource group. If I have something under this, it won't have access. Okay, so I'm going to choose this and you'll see that shortly. If I save, click on save, the service connection is getting set up. So basically Azure is granting a credential-less access to this service connection from CI/CD pipeline. From this Azure DevOps, it has access to deploy to this location, to this one. That is what it is going to do. And see, service connection is set up. Great. So now you created the service connection. If you have already followed previous video and you already have it, you don't need to create the new one. Great. Now let's go back to the release pipeline. So let's go to pipeline, click on release, click on new release pipeline. In the new release pipeline, I'm saying I need to deploy this to Azure App Service. I selected this, come and select add an artifact. Basically we are saying where to pick up the code. This is the project and it is asking which version you want to pick up. I always wanted to deploy the latest one, but you can also have option to choose a specific version. Okay, in the real world, if daily basis people will keep, development will happen, all of a sudden if you wanted to deploy like 2 days before code, you can actually choose a specific version and it will ask you which version. See, there's a build number. If you have deployed, if the build has several build, like based on the dates, see, this was done on March 14th as a first build .1. If so many builds are there, build number will change. You can specifically deploy a particular version of code. Okay, imagine this. You did a change, in next 1 hour, your friend did one change, your colleague did one change. His colleague's change was actually deployed. But let's say for some reason you wanted to restore your changes, which is the previous version, and see what is going on in the deployment. You can choose that version and deploy it so that your code is, your colleague's changes are not present in the deployed version. That is used to test, particular scenarios and all. But anyway, coming back to this, I choose the latest one, say add, and if you click on this thunder symbol, right, this is called continuous deployment trigger. So whenever new build is triggering, whenever the code changes happen in the main branch, a new build is triggered. Whenever new build is triggered, do I want it to automatically deploy this? If answer is yes, generally in company answer is yes. So I choose this. This is for pull request. This is like every time a colleague or create a pull request to merge your changes into a particular branch. Do you want to trigger a build? Company wise, yes. For us, we don't need. I am the owner, I am the pull request guy, I am the approver. So in my case, it is not required, but it's good to know how pull requests are getting triggered with the build. Okay, now close it. Come here. Let's change the name to development and click on the task. The first one, choose the subscription. See, Azure available Azure service connection. I'm choosing the one that we just created. It is asking under that which type of app, Linux or Windows or what it is. We know we created Windows, so if I choose Linux, obviously there won't be nothing displayed here. See, because we do not have any web app created for Linux, but if you choose Windows, 2 will be there. It's refreshing. See, app API is also there, UI is also there. I'll choose UI. This is good. Go to the agent, come here. Let's see, everything is selected properly. See, under drop all of the content. This is what we wanted to deploy, right? So this is good. So verification is good. The last one, because of the service connection, everything got filled up. And you see this is the name, this is the resource manager, this is the subscription name, Windows, this is the web app that we need to deploy. And coming back to this one, I will choose this hamburger signal, go here, click on drop until here, because from the content inside this only we need to choose. So choose this and let's name this. So I'm saying SmartCertify web CD pipeline. Click on save. Where should I put? I wanted to put inside this. Create release. First time alone you need to create a release and choose the staging. In the previous video I also showed how to have many stages like development, QA, staging, production, and I will give a link in this video which will show how to deploy this to 4 different web application at one single shot. Okay, now let's go to release 1. Very first time alone, because you manually triggered, you need to deploy this manually, which I'm doing this, and this is taking in progress. Like you can click this, it will show you the logs here. Basically what it will do is it will go fetch the content that we zipped it, like not we, basically the build server zipped it, right? It will take that content and then it will talk to this Azure portal. By using the Azure service principle, it will negotiate and it will know who it is. Azure will accept it. Azure will say, okay, fine, you are my guy. It's downloading now. See, after that, it will go connect. See, it's trying to connect. Service connection details is this, it's trying to connect. And once it connects and put the code there, this application, which is nothing now, will automatically be up. Where is that? Okay, so let's wait till this is completed. Package deployment using zip initiated, successfully deployed. So it is going to restart the application for us. See, the deployment is successful. Stay tuned, I have some important updates to make this work. So if I just go here and click, magically this is going to work. See, it's working. If I click this, it's going to work. But what you need to know before you get into this, right? If you take my code, of course it will work. But if you're trying to implement the same logic into your thing, make sure you focus on the following code. You should have a file called under the source, you should have a file called web.config. That is what is going to help. For example, if I choose this, if the web.config is not present and if I'm trying to go to that route directly, it won't work. It says 404. Let me know in the comment section if you find that kind of an error. Okay, but if you have the web.config which defines what to do. It actually defines what to do. Basically, it tells you how to redirect. That's why this is important. Next is go to the angular.json, and here remember, under the configuration called protection, there is a replacement happening. So it will take this, replace with this content. What is this content? This content is a separate configuration did for the protection, like for what we deployed in Azure. So server URL will be the server's API URL. You cannot have a local host here. Okay, but here it is talking to localhost. Okay, so it will copy this completely and put it here when it is doing a build. That's why pay attention under this angular.json, under configuration, under protection. This is important. And then remaining and all, you can just cross verify here. If you have any questions, join the Telegram group and just ping me. I'm gonna respond to you immediately. Okay, and you can also comment in the comment section. You will get a response very quickly. And so this file is important, web.config is important, and everything else is solid. And what else? Yeah, so this is working, right? So it was very easy for us to deploy. So if you like this video, don't forget to hit that like button. If you have any questions, let me know in the comment section, or if you want a specific video, let me know. Join the Telegram group where we can chat, and there's a group where we can help each other, and together we can make the programming easy and everyone can code. Don't forget that. Alright guys, stay tuned and I will see you in your next video. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. Your web API is live. But what happens when something goes wrong? How do you track errors before your user starts complaining? So in this video, I will show you how to set up the Azure Application Insights to monitor your APIs and capture the critical errors automatically. We'll also implement global exception handling in .NET Core 9 so that every failure is logged and structured properly. By the end, you'll have a robust error handling system that keeps your API reliable. Come, let's get started. This video is part of the full stack development video series. We were building the online certification platform application. So come, let's get started with the Azure App Insights. So you have to log in to the portal.azure.com. So in the previous video, we saw how to deploy our .NET Core and Angular application using the CI/CD pipeline to the Azure portal. And this video is the continuous video. So what we are going to do is we're going to create the Azure Application Insights. There are two ways we can create Azure Application Insights. One is when you're creating the web app in the app insert. So one of the processes, the application insights gets created if you enable it during the web app creation. But in the video, I also showed you what if you miss it, right? So that is what we are going to see today. So you can come to the search and click on, you can come to the search box and type application insights or app insights. This will show you and you can click on that. And I have already these many application insights. So basically, whichever is getting created along with the web app also will show here, but you can also create it separately if you want. Now, if you closely look, I already have a application insights that is created and deployed, but I'm going to show you how you can do it. So you can come and click on create, and it will take you to the blade where you can create the application insight. So I'm maintaining all of my resources that is related to this SmartCertify application in one subscription, which is this. I also have many other subscriptions. For this demo, I'm going to choose this. However, the actual application insights that I have is under the subscription. It doesn't matter. All right. So now I'm going to choose this just for the demo purpose. And I will also choose the resource group. Or you can also create a resource group. I strongly suggest you group all of those resources that is used for this application into one resource group. Okay, so later if you want to delete, you can just delete the resource group and everything will get deleted. Now, we need to give a name. So I'm going to give a name like this, which is unique. So I got a tick mark. You can choose the region where this has to be deployed. I'm always keeping this close to where the web app is deployed. So in my case, it was used US. In your case, based on where you are located or where you wanted to deploy, you can choose that. And then everything looks good. Next is the tag. You can either give tag, which is good, or we can just click on review create and you can click on create. So once you click on create, So after the validation passes, we can click on create. So once you click on create, the deployment process will happen and it will get created. So now once you click on to that, the application inside, so I'm showing you the one that I already have it, you will end up like this, right? Under the overview, there's something called instrumentation key and the connection string. So you need to copy the connection string and I'll show you where to configure that, and then we'll come back and see how this is doing the miracles. Those who already know and those who don't know where the code is, you have to go to the github.com/learnsmartcoding and go to the repository and search for smart. So if you search like this, there'll be two repository and we are referring to this repository. This is the .NET Core 9 Web API repository. So I've downloaded this code and I'm going to open this here. All right, I'm going to enlarge this so that it's easy. So we have done some bunch of changes. It's a simple change that we need to go through one by one. The very first thing is we need to install the required packages. So in our entire logging mechanism, what we are going to do is we have used the Serilog for application insights, well, meaning like the Serilog packages will help us to, place all of its logging stuff into the application insights. So that's why we want this. And in order to record the application insight itself, this is the package that we need to install. This is coming from Microsoft and it's coming under Azure App Service and this one. So we are going to talk to the App Service. So that's why we want this. And for the application insights, this is the .NET Core application insights package. So once you have all of these things installed, what we are going to do is we will see what and all we have done. So if you just want the application insights, which will collect the telemetrics of the application, after you install this, go to the program.cs and there are only few changes. One is builder.service add application insights telemetrics. So once you have this telemetrics added, and you have to go to the application settings and you should have a setting called application insights. Under that, there's something called connection string and you need to copy paste the connection string that I showed you from the overview blade from there to here. Okay, so that's it. So you just need this configuration. You need to go to the program.cs. You need to have this and that's it. All right, but we have done much more. What we have done is we have also added the Serilog. Serilog is a third-party logging mechanism like nlog, Serilog. There are beautiful logging mechanism. So I always used to like the Serilog. So what I've done is, like I said, we installed the Serilog packages. We have to configure Serilogging. So in order to configure Serilogging, what we are saying is we wanted to have this console, debug, all of these things, and then enrich from log context. So this is like a default code, right? I will explain you in a bit. So once you have this code, and then what we are doing is we have hooked up the Serilog to record it. We have hooked up the Serilog to record in this format. Not only that, we are also saying any log that you collect, also write it in the application insights. Okay, so that is what this is. And then you can start using log.information, like log. That's a static class. You can use the static class from anywhere in your application, or you can also inject the logging, like the regular logging mechanism that we inject. You can use that, for example, right? So let me show you an example, but that's it. So if I come down all the way through, I have also logged a try catch, and then if anything goes wrong, I have added the statements and the exception. All right, now let's talk about one more thing. So if you go to this application all right, so the Serilog configurations is under the application settings, like app settings or JSON. The reason why we put it here is whatever you put it here belongs to all the environment. If you want something specific to the environment, which generally we don't do it unless the application insights are specific to the environment. But basically for the Serilog, I have written the section here. Okay, so this describes how to log, where to log, and that's it. Okay, if it is running from your local, it will basically go and sit like a text here. Okay, so this is what we have done. This is just the same connection string as whatever you configured for the application setting, but remaining and all is same. So your copy paste is very simple, just one or two places. And then what we have added is we have added something called global exception filter. Okay, It implements the iException filter that's coming under the filter. This is the clean architecture principle. If you're landing on this video without the series, that you're not watching the series, but basically please understand this is based on clean architecture. According to the architecture, all of these things filters comes under the API layer under filter folder. So I have a global exception filter class that implements the iException filter, and what we are doing is whenever an exception happens, it will come and execute this. So we are finding the exception, we are doing some logging, we are also checking if the exception is based on not found exception or the key not found exception, which we will throw internally from the application. Then the status code is 404. If it is something related to the validation, status code is 400 bad request. If anything else that goes wrong, that's called server error, and we have this code. So in this code, remember, if the environment is development, we will include the detailed error coming into the console. Okay. But if it is deployed one, we don't want to show this kind of information to the user. They do not want to see all of our internal stuff. That's why we don't execute this in other environment. Okay, meaning after local, if you deploy to Azure, it is non-development environment, so it won't show. Okay, now that's it. We also pass the trace ID and the request ID, which is here. Okay, so that it will be easy for us to find out the problems. Now everything looks good. This is with respect to the global exception filter, but we need to configure this. Where have we configured this? So if we come here to the service called add controller service, like we are just hooking up along with the validation. We are saying, hey, put this filter also, which means whenever the controller is executed, it will go through filter, it will go through the exception handler. Okay, so any exception that handles, like it happens, it will be caught. That is what the filter is all about. So after you do this, and there is one more thing that we need to do, we have something extra called middlewares. So we are also logging the request body and the response in these middlewares. So again, middlewares are nothing but a pipeline, right? So basically this coding is like, you don't need to mark up this code, or like, the important thing that you need to understand is this is a middleware that is implementing the I middleware. Okay, and in this one we are reading the request body, steaming it, writing into property called request body, that's a telemetric. Okay, so we are adding this telemetric. So this request body will be there in the request, like in the Azure App Insights, which I'm going to show you. Similarly, response, whatever response we're sending it back, we are adding it into the to the telemetrics. And then we have response body, like I said, response body. So this is different. This is response logging, like whatever is incoming and outgoing. But response body is the one where we log the response body. So I'll show you the request body and the response body, these two, how it is getting logged. Okay. So now one last piece, once you have this middleware, obviously you need to have this transient connection, like add transient setup in the service, and all the way through to the middleware, you need to add these 3 lines. Okay, so basically we are adding the pipelines. Okay, go through all of these things, come through all of these things like that. So once everything is set, if you run this application even in local, it will work perfectly, which we are going to see now. So for the demo purpose, right, just to bring in the problem, intentionally under this I'm throwing an exception. Intentionally under this I'm throwing an exception, and I'm going to run this application. So the application is running. Let's go to our local Angular, and I'm going to open this, click on course, which is triggering this, and all right, so the application is running. I'm going to go to the course, which will trigger the course API, and you see I got these information. What do I get? I get trace ID, request ID, and it's some error that there's something wrong. Okay, and it also shows this kind of a nice stuff, which we will come in the next video, where we will be setting up this Angular 19 global exception handling like this. So this will help the customers to note down this and then contact the support team, which we will see. Now if we have this error, and we don't have the error for the other pages. Okay, we keep getting the errors, right? So now there are some bunch of errors. What we will do, we'll go to this and let's check for the last 30 minutes. There is nothing coming up because it takes some time to load from our local putting into this Azure App Insights. But let me show you, this App Insights is there while for a while. Then whenever we started this application recording. So if I choose this as 30 days, it shows me there are like totally close to 1500 calls failed. Total average seconds taken for a successful call was 1.43 seconds. There were totally 2000 calls were made. So you can minimize this. You can like go exactly to like wherever you wanted to go for last 30 minutes. It will come up here, and let's quickly see for last 12 hours. Let's take an example, okay, or like maybe let's last one day. So you can click this, and here it will show you all of the calls that was recorded here. See, these many calls were invoked, and it will also show you what is failed, what is not failed. So to be specific, right, you can actually come back and click on the failed request. So that will bring you up only the failed request. At the high level, you can still see there are 500 errors, 404 is absolutely fine, 500 is not fine. All of these are not fine because SQL exception, some other exceptions, we have so many stuff. See, different errors, right? You can click on the samples, and let me expand this. Not able to expand. Let's take a simple example. Okay, so let's say we have an SQL exception. So I can say it's basically recording everything. So I'm going to click on one of the stuff, and here it shows like this, and you can show all and view all. See, everything, it's recorded one by one. So we received the request. This was the query executed, and there was an exception. It will also show you what query executed, why exception was happening, right? It will show you all clear information here. And if you notice, the request ID that was showing up on our UI is here. So with this, we can specifically find out users exception that they encountered. Okay, that's why we have all of those things. And to see more errors, you can filter down the samples. And now let's do one thing. Let's go to any of the successful calls like this, so that I can show you the request and response, how it is getting logged. All right, so let's take a look. So I'm clicking on this update user profile. Let's see what happened. So it shows here what is the request body. Okay, this is what we received as a request. Basically, I tried to upload the image, so it shows image in the base64 content. And what was the response we did? Like if you expand, this is what the response we sent to the UI. Okay, so this way, right, what happens, we were able to record the request and response, so we know what exactly the user did. If user says they encountered the issue, or you wanted to troubleshoot what's going on, all of this metrics, right, see, these are called custom properties. So they're all here. When we were running these from local, the development environment was development, that's why it is showing development. But basically when you run this same application like this, right, not this one, our real application. So if we run this application, which we'll call the backend, it will show production. Okay, so you can look at this. I was just navigating to different things, and see, this API was invoked from the real deployed version. So the URL itself is like this, right? See, it shows production. So basically, in the real world, each environment will have its own application insights, which is fine, which is easy to narrow down the logs for each environment. They don't have one thing for all the environment. So production different, QA different, development different, so all of those things. If you want to have different application insights, okay, all what you have to do is you need to configure this application insights, which is here. You need to cut this and keep here everywhere. Okay, so if you keep it like this, so basically what you have to do is you need to move from here to here and here with the different connection string. If you do that, based on where it is deployed, it will use its connection string, and those logs are isolated to those environment. All right, so I hope you enjoy this video. Just quick summary, we were able to find a good way of logging the internal telemetrics, which we used Azure App Insights. We also use SERI logging for more insights to be logged. We use the global exception handler. We used a couple of middlewares to log some custom properties. All of these things are done in .NET Core Web API 9, and you were able to see how it was usefully, how much it is useful for us, right? I hope you enjoyed this video. If you like this video, hit that like button and subscribe to my channel. Share this with your friends. And I suggest you continue to watch this series video. It has a lot many Azure services are yet to come. So stay tuned, guys. I will see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome back. Imagine your Angular app crashes and all the user sees in a blank screen or a vague error. Not a great experience, right? In this video, we will fix that by implementing the global error handling in Angular. We'll catch the finder errors from the .NET Core Web API, display a clean message with the toaster, and even include a request ID for the support team to check further. Come, let's get started. This video is part of the full stack development video series. We were building the online certification platform application using the Angular 19 and .NET Core 9 Web API and a lot many Azure services. So this is part of the video series, and so come, let's dive in. Alright, so let's see a quick demo. So this is our Angular application and we have a backend API running. And if you want to check the code, if you're new to this video, go to this GitHub. If you're new to this course, if you're new to this video, go to github.com/learnsmartcoding. Under the repository, search and filter with the smart, you will see the series videos, application here. So like I said, we were building Angular 19, .NET Core 9 Web API and Azure Functions and a lot many stuff, right? So the repositories are here and we're dealing with this one and this one. Okay, I'm going to show you the code which we implemented in this Angular 19. Let's take a look at the demo. So I'm on the application and let's say the user goes to this course and suddenly there's an error, right? Let's try one more time. I'm going to go to course and I can see an error, but it is not just giving a bad response, but it just also says it's a server error and it's on our side. Like it's not user's fault, and it also shows some nice request ID coming up here. And from where this is coming up, if you see, the API itself is returning a proper response. It also includes the request ID, trace ID. This is what we are showing it in a nice message. But in the previous video, we also showed you how this API is responding with these kind of information, right? So if you have not seen that, I will give the link in the description. You can take a look at that video as well. So let's assume the API is returning a proper response like this. How do we show such nice message? It's very simple. I opened up the UI code. And if you see, there are a lot many services, right? Each services is calling multiple APIs, but we don't want it to write some, error handling logic in each APIs. Instead, what we can do is we can create an interceptor. Interceptor is nothing but it will intercept all the outgoing HTTP requests and some actions can be taken. So it's like a middleman. When you initiate a call, the call goes through that middleman. Middleman will then, call the other one. Imagine like that. When it comes back to the middleman. Middleman will then return the response here. So the middleman, in this case. So we have an HTTP error interceptor, which will implement the HTTP interceptor that's coming from the Angular HTTP module. So all what it is doing is, like I said, it's just a middleman. It is going to get the request, and if the response, when it comes back, if the response is 500 and there is an error status, then we will call this function. This function will just read the message. Especially, we know there is something called request ID in the property that's coming from the web API. That's how we design it. We show this in the toaster. That's it. And then we just configure the toaster to make the toaster to stay there until the user clicks on it, okay, or hover on it, and that's it. And then we throw the error back and we're done. And then once you have configured this interceptor, you just need to configure this interceptor in the app.config under here. So after this, we just configured the interceptor. This is like a middleware in .NET Core. That's why it's like a middleware in .NET Core. Okay, so interceptor is nothing but to intercept the outgoing traffic, like any endpoints that we are called, and then it will take some action based on what we write. That's it. This is the simplest code, and Nothing else is there, the code is there, and this is how you show some nice thing to the to the users. This way we handle it gracefully and we don't also blow up on our front end side. Alright, so if you like this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to my channel, share this with your friends, and if you have any questions, do let me in the comment section. Continue to watch the video series. We have many good stuff coming up with the .NET Core and the Azure services. So stay tuned guys, I'll see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. Imagine if your web API throws 500 errors and you don't even know about them until user complains. Not good, right? In this video, I'll show you how to set up the alerts in Azure App Insights so you get notified as soon as something goes wrong. We will also use a custom customer query to track errors and make sure your API stays reliable. Come, let's get started. This video is part of the full stack development video series. We were building the SmartCertify online platform application. We will see how we can set up the alerts to get the notification as the exception happens. I've logged into the portal.azure.com. In the last two videos in the series, we set up the Azure App Insights for our .NET Core web application, and also we saw how Angular handles it. Right. So now what we are going to do is we are going to go to this the application insights that we have set up. So this application insights, if you see, so what you're seeing here is this is the resource group under which all of the resources that is used for this SmartCertify application. So I've grouped it here, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to this API. So you can see app insights here. So you can either click to that app insights, or just for your understanding, if I go here, this is associated with this one, meaning our code has the connection string of this application inside. So I'm gonna go inside this, and under the left side, under the monitor, there's something called alerts. So before we click on alerts, what is there? We have a lot of telemetrics getting logged, and for the last 6 hours, if you see, there are a couple of like 17 errors that has happened, failed request. For the last 30 minutes, of course, there is nothing. Okay, so we're gonna go and click on alerts, and here we are going to create a new alert. Okay, so I will first go to those alert rules to show that I already have an alert, and I can actually apply this. So the alert that is there and I've disabled it, it's showing up. So we are going to click on create and create a new role. Okay, so the scope is like within this app insights, and then that's why the scope is skipped, because we already went inside this. Okay, condition, we have plenty of conditions here, like these are all the default conditions. Like for example, if I choose this, it will show you what is the preview. Like it's basically says, okay, if the error exception count is more than 0, these conditions, like these are the conditions that you can meet. So I'm saying, if I choose this, if I'm saying, hey, this is static, if the the error count is greater than or equal to 1, then trigger it. How long it should trigger? Every 1 minute you trigger, but whenever you trigger, look for the last 5 minutes. So look back period means look for last 5 minutes. For example, if it starts at 12 o'clock, it will check from 11:55 to 12. It checks at 12:01. It checks from 11:56 to 12:01. Okay, so that's the concept. Now you can choose like this and click on next action, and you can choose use quick action, which is in preview state, which is fine. We just need to give a name. Let's say demo 1. So let's choose a name called exception demo alert, and the display name is demo 1. And I'm going to click on save, but basically you can give your email ID separated by comma. That's what it says. Okay, so these are like extra things for push notification, but we are dealing with just an email, so this is fine. And click on save. This is going to get created, which is coming here. Next is details. So this is the subscription under which this alert is going to be created, and this is called critical error. the severity is error because we are getting 500 exception. If application itself is down, it's called critical error, right? Or depending on which error is critical, we can configure that as well. But this is something that we are dealing with the existing predefined conditions. So we can set an alert rule name. So I'm setting this name, and then this is fine. Advanced option tag. You can give the tag or you can skip, but I have suggested to give the tags, and you can come here. So basically this is going to cost us like 0.1 cents per month, which is not bad. It's very cheap. I can click on create. Okay, so this is getting created. Now I will show you how you can use the custom logging. So right now it is getting created, and then once we refresh this, the alerts will come here. Okay, let's create another alert, and this time I'll show you how you can choose your custom log. So out of this option, if you choose custom log, it will open up like this. Okay, it's going to show you the query details that I've already triggered. It may or may not come for you, that's okay, or else it will just tell you how to run the query. But what you do is go here and click on KQL mode. If you run KQL mode, you can see the query here, and if you look at this, what actually App Insights does is, if you click on the table, the telemetrics that is getting recorded will be actually stored as tables here. All the requests will stored in request table. It knows where to store, but you can also write query and see. For example, request, see, it's started giving you intelligence, right? So if you say request and run, basically it is going to execute everything. See, this is the table. So you can see the table has what columns, what informations are there. Similarly, if you go for exceptions and run it, you will see all of this details of the exception, right? Now we want those details also to be recorded. This is where everything is here. So I'm going to copy paste the query, and let me bring this down. So basically we are saying take the exception table, order it by the timestamp, take only one, and project this. Project means select in terms of SQL statement. So it is going to take this, all of these columns. If I run this, see, I got the last exception which happened today. Okay, so this is what it is. So we're going to take this continue editing alert, we're going to take this query, and if you scroll down, we want this these things, and we want even if one error comes, I want an email. This is the frequency. See, for this it is showing how much it is going to cost. So depending on what query we use, how we configure, where this is going and fetching, based on that this cost is going to be different. So I'm going to go click on this preview, or use the existing one like this. We can choose, or maybe we can add a new thing. For example, this one we can say, so I'm choosing this custom exception alert demo 2, same thing, my email ID, save, next, details. This is also going to be, maybe for this time we'll choose critical, so we know the difference between error and the critical thing. We will give this name, and everything is default. Go to tag, go to the last step, it shows the preview, and click on create. Okay, so the alerts are getting created and alerts are active right now. Okay, so these two alerts are active. Maybe we can choose like this. Ideally 3 should come. This is the first one that I disabled, this is the previous one that we created, and the other one that we just created is going to come. We just need to wait. It came. Alright, so I refreshed, it came. Now basically these two triggers, how do we trigger it? Let's go to our application. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call some API which is going to throw some error, and that error is what we are going to get in the email. So we got an error. I'm going to close this, go around a couple of places, generate more errors. Great, let's go here. I started seeing the email started coming. You can see demo 1 action group, right? We had demo 1, demo 2, demo 2 just came. See, I'm getting the information. I can click on this and see what error is coming. Oh, this is for learning purpose. I'm so sorry. So basically, we will get information here. We can actually do it. So for example, I'm going to enable this as well. So you see what happens. So I'm going to go to the site and go again, play around, generate more errors basically. Okay, now let's see what happens. Now I started getting error, fired, severity 1, severity 0, and I'm getting these kind of rules and all of those things. It also says what query we executed, what was the count, all the conditions that we met. So you can actually click on this and see the alert. This is the alert ID, right? All of those informations are here, and that's more than enough for us to intimate us what's going on. All right, so in this video, let's summarize what we did. So let's summarize what we did in this video. We were able to set up an alert in the Azure App Insights. Whenever there was an exception, we were able to get an email trigger to us, so that way in a real world, okay, if any exception happens for your product, for your application, you will get to know first before the user raises a complaint. All right, so this way you can monitor and see what you can do for it. So this is also part of our video series. We are learning new stuff in the Azure services, and this is one of the important Azure services called Azure Monitoring and Alerting System. All right, if you like this video, don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to my channel, share this with your friends, and if you have any questions, do let me know in the comment section, and I will see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome back. Want to automate the task like sending emails without managing a full server? Azure Functions make it fast and easy. In this video, I'll explain you what Azure Functions are, how to create an HTTP trigger functions in .NET Core 9 isolated model, and use it to send email notification based on the database records. We'll be using the SendGrid for this, and let's dive into the serverless computing and make our application smarter. Come, let's get started. This video is part of the full stack development video series. We were building the SmartCertify online certification platform application. So this video specifically, and we'll be dealing with the Azure Functions at a high level and see how we can create HTTP trigger Azure Functions using the .NET Core 9 isolated model. Come, let's dive into the topic. Let's quickly recap what are Azure Functions. Azure Functions are nothing but a serverless solution that allows you to write less code in the cloud environment. It is a serverless application platform and a function as a service. Now, if you have not understood what it is, I will explain you in a bit. Alright, so let's take an example. Okay, that way it will be easy for everyone to understand. So we have this backend web API. It has a lot of endpoints, right? So this is like basically a backend application which has been used by the front end. Now this is deployed to Azure in Azure App Service as a web app. All right. Now, basically, what if you want just one endpoint out of this whole stuff, a small piece of logic that you wanted to execute? Where will you do this? You don't want it to have this whole app services to be running for that one single small logic, correct? Let's say I wanted to send an email. That email sending part is no need to be here. That's something that needs to be somewhere that has to be running or run only when we want it on demand. That is when Azure Functions comes into picture. Okay, I'm going to minimize this and I'm going to show you the difference. So basically, Azure Functions can be written in any of these languages, okay? And Azure Functions also run behind the scene as a Azure App Service plan itself, but it is based on how much you run and how much you consume. This is the best example I can give you. So let's consider this, okay? So I have this web app deployed to Azure App Service, which is to the right side. Okay, let's understand now function versus app service. So Azure Function it's just a serverless compute service for running a small event-driven piece of code. So basically, let's say one of this API alone needs to be running. I don't want to develop a whole web API. I just need a piece of code. For example, let's say this is the piece of code that I'm looking for. I want this to be running or run whenever I want. I don't want to create a whole web app for that. That is when you choose Azure Functions. So basically, Microsoft will provide an environment for you to run that small piece of logic in their serverless environment, meaning you don't need to worry about any infrastructure. You will tell that this is the code that needs to run, it knows what to do. But Azure App Service, which is this side, it's a fully managed application for hosting the web application or the REST APIs or the backend calls. That's the difference, main difference. Okay. Now, use cases, like we just discussed use case. A small email notification that I wanted to send, I can use that as Azure Functions. I don't need to put that into this and deploy this as a backend web API. We don't need this. The function that you're running on the Azure function is going to be an endpoint, which you will see shortly. Now, scalability wise, it is automatically scales based on the demand. For this one, depends on what Azure App Service plan that you have, like free tier is F1, production is minimum S1, all the way through premium, right? Based on what you have only, the cost will differ, plus it will run. Like it scales. How many scales means like how many instance of the VM it will be deployed. That's what called scaling. But this one, we don't need to worry. As the demand comes, Microsoft will actually scale it up for us. Cost wise, you see this, pay as you go, charged only for the execution time. So for example, if the email notification runs for like half a second, you'll be charged only for that half a second. But here it's a fixed cost, doesn't matter, it will be keep running. See, this is up, I use it or not, I will pay for it. Meaning we have a free plan, but generally speaking in production, your plan is a little bit higher, so you'll be keep playing. Like for example, minimum $75 S1 plan, you'll have to pay whether you use this or not, doesn't matter. That's what it is. Okay. Now triggers is all going to be an endpoint trigger. It's always going to run. But here it could be a timer trigger. It could be an HTTP trigger, webhook, so many things, even driven messaging, queues, so many stuff like, SQL trigger, it can be anything. And it is stateless by design. It can support the stateless configuration, but the Azure function is stateless by design. And when to choose, like I already told you, if a small piece of logic that needs to be run, which is not going to be a time consuming work, choose function. But for the other thing, choose the web app. And when this is not going to suit, like again I said, long running. For example, if it runs for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, one call, we should not choose that. Okay. But here, doesn't matter how long it runs, as long as it supports the code, it doesn't matter. It always runs. Okay. So that's the important stuff. And cost wise, these things are free. So for example, cost for the execution time. So by default, the consumption plan includes a free grant of 1 million requests, which is 10 lakh in Indian perspective. But here in America, they call it as millions. So 1 million is nothing but 10,100,000. Okay. And it says 400,000 GB seconds of execution time per month. But here there is no free. Like if you have to always pay for the plan that you have. So this is the best one. And this is the real-time examples, which I will give you in the slide, or I will give you the pointers where you can read all of the slides. And if you wanted to know much detail about the Azure functions, I already have a lot of videos in the channel. I can give you the description. I can give you those links in the description. You can take a look, but let's stay focused on what we intend to do in this video. Okay, I'm using Visual Studio 2022 and click on New Project. And in the search box, you can search Azure Functions. So if you search Azure Functions, the first one is what we want. I will select Next. It is just going to ask me where to keep the project, and I'm going to keep the project under here called Functions App, Function App. And I say, this is just for your understanding. Don't worry, I will give you the code which will be in the github.com. Next, here you can choose which framework is this. So we have 8 long-term support and the new one called the 9. 9 is short-term support, meaning like, another 1 or 2 years it will be expired. So you can choose 8 or 9. It's not going to make any difference. So let's choose 9, and it will ask you what type of function. See, these are the different types of triggers the function can execute. For example, I can choose a timer function, which means every certain time it will trigger. HTTP triggers are nothing but webhook. Basically, there will be an endpoint. Somebody can invoke that by calling it. That is what we are going to do. So I'm going to click on that, and I'm going to choose everything default, and here authorization level. There are three types of level. Function level means basically there will be a specific key that you need to pass in order to authenticate yourself to run the application. To run that function. Anonymous means it's a public endpoint anyone can run without any authentication. Generally speaking, we will not have anonymous. We will have at least the functional level or the admin level. Admin level has a separate type of privileges and different keys. Only that key, whoever is sending, will have the privileges to run it. So let's choose this as function level and click on create. Okay, so there is a default function that got created that we choose as the timer function, and if you look at this, it's currently giving error. I'm gonna build it so that it'll all the packages gets installed. So basically what happens is there'll be a function class that we just created. We didn't give a name, and it has created a default HTTP trigger function. So what we are going to do is let's rename this to a logical name, or what we can do, we can delete this and let's go from first. Okay, so I'm going to delete this and I'm going to right click here, say add Azure function, and this time I'm going to give a good name called email notification. Going to add it. It is asking what type of function is this and level. I'll choose this, and we got a function properly named. So what do we have? We have an email notification class. It's a default constructor, a logger, and a function. So let's understand this. This is what is important. Inside logic, anyone can write it. So a function that is decorated with a function attribute, and then this is the name of the function. It says it's an HTTP trigger. This is what will tell what kind of trigger it is. Okay, this is an HTTP trigger. Its authorization level is at function level. It can be a get or post, meaning whenever you call this endpoint, it can be a get or post. But in our case, it should post. It cannot be a get. We have to post some information to this so that it can execute. Okay, so this is corrected, and we need to do some logic here. So what I'm going to do is, instead of boring you by writing the code, I'm going to bring up the code that is required for this email notification. Alright, so I copy pasted these code, and I'm going to explain you from where these code came. So this is the folder called entity, and the entities will have all of our database tables. So if you're watching the series, if you're already watching the series, then you know this is the repository. But whoever has come new to this video, basically we were building the SmartCertify online platform application, and we have a web API. And in this, I will give you the link of this source code, but basically under the domain, we have something called entities. So this represents the database tables, and this is what I literally copied and pasted here, nothing else. Alright, so I have all of the database entities because we're going to talk to the database using the entity framework. That's why I have these things here. I also have a model folder and a simple model called user email notification request. Basically, it accepts the user ID and the notification ID. So why are we doing this? Let me explain you. So if you see, we have a table like this. We have a notification table, we have a user notification table. See, the idea behind this is I will put a notification here. There will be some background task that will actually insert a notification here. Alright, so once this happens, I wanted to send an email to each of the user. Let's do this lively. So I have a notification. I'm gonna insert this, and if I come here, all right, so we don't need this. Okay, so you see this, there is a notification here. Okay, so I'm gonna run this. It's active, and we want this to be inserted here, which will be done by a different processor, but basically assume that we have an entry in the user notification table. So we will do that right away. Alright, so the background task that I was referring to actually inserted a record into this table. Okay, and if you notice this, notification sent is false, which is 0, and sent on is null, and created is just now as of this recording. Now, idea is, if we send this notification ID and this user ID to that function that we are creating, it is going to fetch this information, and it is going to send an email. To whom it is going to send an email? To this user ID. Who's this user ID? If you come to this user profile table, I am the one. So idea behind this logic is, in our series, I wanted to automate something. Like if I put a notification here, I will eventually have all of the users here, whoever is visiting to this series, and I wanted to send an email to them. All right, if you have already received some email, let me know in the comment section that you received it. If not, sooner or later, when I initiate this in the deployed application, you will see an email coming up. All right, so this is the idea behind. So that's why user ID and notification ID is here. Now what we are going to do is, so I have this, and let's go to this email interface. So this interface is very simple. It has a method that accepts the user ID and the notification. Let me show you what this is doing. So this is the implementation. Let's expand this. The very first line is get DB context. Where it is going? It is going here. What it is doing? Basically, it is trying to fetch the DB context from the configuration. So which means it will come and look here, local.settings.json. So here in the local.settings.json, I have a connection string under which I have a DB context. So I am looking for this value, which is referring to my local database. Fine. So let's go back. So what it is doing is, this whole set of code is basically fetching the connection string, and then it is creating the DB context manually. Okay, so once we have the DB context, this line will receive the DB context. Okay, so this is no more required. So once we have the DB context, now you know how to access the table. We access the user profile table, check the user ID access. Great, we have a profile if it exists, and if we have a notification ID, we will check that the notification do access. If these two are present, we will go to this user notification and filter a particular record. Okay, so once we have this record, which is here, if it is not null, which meaning there is some record, and if the sent is equal to null, like for example, if it is not null, which means we already sent, we just log a message that this notification is already sent. So we don't repeatedly send the notification to the user with the same notification, right? It's so annoying. That's why this check is there. Now after that, it reads certain information from the configuration, like the SendGrid API ID, which you need to create by yourself. I have a video in the channel. I will give that in the description. If you don't know how to create the SendGrid API ID, it's very simple. It's just 10 minutes work. You can watch that video. And then we fetch all of this information from the configuration, and we will actually initiate a SendGrid message. Then we get the body. Body is nothing but the user notification table itself has the the content formatted in the HTML. So that's why if you go here, it just replaces the username into the name that we are sending. Okay, we're going to see the email. Now let's go back. After everything is done here, what we will do is we will try to send it like this. Once we send it, we log the message, and if the SendGrid response saying that it is accepted, we mark the notification as sent and save the changes in the database. If this is not accepted, which meaning we tried sending it, no, SendGrid did not send it, so we will not mark that record as sent. It will be marked as not sent, so that we can retry this logic. So the retrying logic is applied in the timer function, which is going to come in the upcoming videos. So stay tuned to see more Azure related videos. Now let's focus on this, right? So I have all the enough stuffs here, like all the configurations here, everything is read properly. I'm going to run this. So once you run this application in your local, you will see something like this. So basically we have only one function. That's why it is saying this is the function URL, and it's just a post message. Like you can just do a HTTP post. So I'm going to open the postman, which will be easy for us. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here to the new one to test this out. Okay, so it's going to be a post. This is the URL. Let's go to the body and select this raw, select JSON, and here you need to have the, so what is our content? So what is our content? Our content is basically we are going to send the user ID and notification. And if you closely notice this one, what it is expecting, it is expecting a user ID and the notification ID, but we did not write any of this code here, logic, right, which calls this interface and all. So let's do that. All right, so I brought up the code. We just quickly go through the code. So basically what we're doing is we are going to use the Steam reader and then the incoming request body. Once we read the Steam and put it as a string into a variable, we will see whether the incoming is like empty or not. Okay, I'm going to put a breakpoint here, and then if it is empty, we will send a bad request, which is 400 HTTP status code. And if it is not the case, we're going to serialize the JSON into this camel case, which is the small letter and the capital letter, right? And then what we do is we convert the incoming content into this object. What is this object? This object is of user ID and notification ID, right? So this property has Pascal case, right? But from the JSON perspective, from here, it will be always like this. See, if Angular is sending, it is going to be like this. Okay, so it's called camel case. So what we are doing is we set this option, we deserialize into this object. If this object is not null, or if the object is null, we will still say it's a bad request. And if not, we will call this one. So email. So let's email. Let's trigger this. So we're going to use the email notification interface. We will do this, and see, email notification dot send notification. We just send the user ID and the notification ID. Okay, so let's go and put breakpoint here as well. Everything looks good. There are a few more pieces that you need to understand. Let's go to this program.cs. Here there is no configuration done for the interfaces, which we are going to do it. So let's quickly go through this one. So in program.cs, okay, this is the piece of code that I wrote. So basically what we're doing is we are going to read the local settings.json file as a configuration, and then we're configuring the services. Okay, so the app insights are configured, and the scoped service, which is email notification, goes for email notification, right? So we configured this. So if you know, if you have already done this .NET Core configuring service, which is the dependency injection, that is what exactly we have done. Okay, so everything looks good. I'm going to run this again. Okay, so everything looks good. Now the application is started. It is listening to it. All right, so now what we do, let's go here and let's assume we're not sending anything. Okay, so let's hit on send, and it reached. Okay, what it is going to do, see, it is null. So if I execute this, we will get a bad request. Okay, but if we send something, what will happen? It will come here, go here, we deserialized, and now it is matched to these two properties. This is good. We're going to go inside this DB context. We got the DB context because all of the codes are working code. That's why there is no error. And then all what we do is we'll talk to this table. You see this? Let's see what happens. This notification. See, notification is sent as false. That's why we are now eligible to read this key and send it. So what happened? I just ran it and it started giving email notification processed. So let's go back to the database, and if I just run this again, see, the notification is sent on this. See, it triggered an email, and I got an email like this just 6 minutes ago, right? So I just got it, and this looks good. And if I click on this, it's going to take me to the series that we were talking about. So this is the entire series that's going on. We have a bunch of videos coming up. So let's quickly summarize. What we have done is we have created the .NET Core 9 Azure Functions in local using the Visual Studio 2022. And we know how to set up all of these things and run the application and hit the breakpoint using the Postman. And we were able to use the HTTP trigger function to send a notification email using the SendGrid system. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you like this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to my channel. If you have any questions or comments, let me know in the comment section, and stay tuned. I'll see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome back. Manually deploying the Azure Functions is outdated. In this video, I'll show you how to automate your deployment using Azure DevOps CI/CD pipeline. We will push our function code, create a pipeline, configure the settings, and deploy it securely to Azure. If you want a seamless automated deployment process, this is the video for you. So come, let's get started. This video is part of the full stack development video series. We were building the SmartCertify online certification platform. Alright, so the code is available in github.com/learnsmartcoding. Go to the repository, filter with smart. If you filter with smart, you will find the SmartCertified Angular 19, .NET Core, and the function. By the time you see this video, Azure Functions will be also placed here. So you're going to take the code, and the code will look like this. So we're going to see how we can deploy this function to the Azure app. We're going to see how we can deploy this Azure function into Azure portal using Azure DevOps CI/CD pipeline. So log into the portal.azure.com and come here, search for Azure Functions or function app, and you will get like this. So I have a bunch of function apps, but we will see how we can create from the start. So click on create, and this will take you to the first page where you will be selecting the plan. So Azure Functions behind the scene are nothing but app service plan. So they will be sitting under an app service, but Azure Functions advantages, it's serverless computing, so which means you don't need to do anything, and based on how much it is running, the cost is going to get incurred for you. All right, now the first one, this is called hosting plan, and we have these five plans. Flexible plan is the new plan that they have given, and for us the best plan is the consumption plan. The reason, because it can scale, it is also fast, and like it can scale up to 200 instance. It is fast, and it is pay as you go, plus lot of 1 million requests is free for every user. So this is the best that we can use, and remaining $1 is going to incur some cost, but we don't need it for our learning purpose. So I'm going to select the consumption plan, and the next one is what we have to fill up all of this information. The basic is we need to choose a subscription. In this case, I'm going to choose this subscription, and I'm going to choose a resource group, and here you need to have a unique name for your function. So I'm going to name it as a SmartCertify function app, and which will be unique. That's why there's a tick mark coming here. If you see a red mark, your name is not unique, so you can always have a different name. And this function that we created in the last video is based on .NET, so I'm going to choose that, and I'm going to choose the version that was 9, isolated worker model. Region, you can choose closest region to which this Azure function has to be deployed, and where you need to deploy, Windows or Linux. I will choose Windows. Next, this is the storage account, and you can see I'm going to leave most of the things to its default. So storage account is this, and if you want to have a Azure file collection, you can just select this, and then all of the things I'm going to leave as the default one. So I'm not choosing the diagnostic setting, which we can do later. Networking, I want this to be enabled, meaning outside internet, from the internet, you should be able to access this endpoint. That is why it is called public enable. Monitoring, you can either enable the application insights under the monitoring, or you can disable it. But let's say we enabled it, okay? And then deployment, we're not going to choose any deployment here, because we're going to automate using this Azure DevOps. Next is tag. Tag is very important. So always try to have the tag that basically we are having some information regarding the resource. So, and then the last one is the review and create. See, the basic authentication for this app is currently disabled and may impact deployment. Basically, you cannot open up or deploy manually using just the username and password. That's called basic authentication. It's good for the protection, so let it be disabled because we don't need it. We'll be using the Azure service principal for deploying it. The final step, everything looks good, so I'm going to click on create. So it is initiating the deployment. Everything looks okay. It will deploy our Azure app the function app in few seconds. Alright, so deployment is now completed. I'm going to click on the go to resource, and this is what you will see. So basically, a function apps are nothing but it is a collective of more than one functions. So the single function that you wrote in the previous video, which is here, it's just one function, but this function app is nothing but a collection of functions, which we are going to see now. All right, so we have everything here. This is our actual URL. So if you open up this, it will initially look like this. So basically this is the Microsoft deployed content for the initial app. And if you expand this function, right now we have some app keys, app files, but nothing else is there. There is no function here. You see this, there's no function. Okay, so we're going to deploy this now. Let's open dev.azure.com. Let's open dev.azure.com, and I logged into my organization using my credential. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you where the code is. You're going to take the code from GitHub and you're going to push it to your Azure DevOps. If you don't know how to do so, I will give this playlist, and you can see in this video we show how we will push the code to the Azure DevOps. Okay, so the assumption is when you come to this, you are having the repository here. Okay, so from here we are going to deploy it. Once you push a code to the Azure DevOps, then this is what the code will look like. So what we will do is we will go to the project setting first and click on service connection. So we have to create a service connection, and so because we need to establish the connection between our Azure DevOps and the Azure portal. So I'm going to click on new service connection, and here you can choose Azure Resource Manager. Click on next. This one is automatic. It is now trying to find out our subscription. This is going to trigger a login process. See, it's still loading. It will trigger a login process to which I need to log into the Azure portal. It just triggered. So I authenticated myself. Now it is asking me to choose which subscription. This is the subscription under which we have the Azure Function app. So I'm going to choose this. Resource group is this. Service connection is for Azure. I'm going to choose a name like this for Azure Function, just for understanding purpose. And I'm going to grant this access. Come here, click on save. It is setting up the connection. So let's wait for the connection to establish. See, we got the new connection. So now what we do, let's go to the repository and go to this pipeline. So I'm going to click on new pipeline, but before that there are two more pipelines. One is for API, one is for the Angular application. If you go to this playlist for our full stack development video series, these two are the two CI/CD pipeline videos that corresponds to .NET Core 9 and Angular 19. All right, I will give you these links in the description, so don't worry. I'm going to click on new pipeline, select where is the code. In our case, it is Azure repository. Select which repository it is, and then select the next option. So here options are .NET or function. You see this .NET Core function app deployed to Windows on Azure. That is what we are doing, right? So we choose the Windows as our app service plan, and we are choosing Azure Functions to be deployed. So if you choose this template, it is trying to load now. So it is going to ask you, where is it? Okay, I see the subscription, and where your Azure function is there. My Azure function app is here. I will choose this, continue. Now it is trying to authenticate me again. So I authenticated myself, and now what will happen, because I choose the subscription, it is going to list down what function app we have, and we have this function app. So I choose this. This is the working directory, validate and configure. Now it is going to read our file and create the CI/CD pipeline all together in one shot. And that is what we got. Now if you verify this, Azure subscription is here. That's the Azure subscription ID. How do I find it? Just to verify, if you come here to the portal and search subscription like this, you land here. And this is the one, it should ideally be selected. So it starts with 99. Let's go take a look. Alright, so it generated all the files here, and we can quickly see the subscription function name and everything else. So what is this one? After it has the variable of this function name and Azure subscription. It is talking about where our code is going to be deployed, like built. Our code will be taken and built in Windows latest machine, which is fine. And then stages, like next is the build step, and then it is going to zip all the content that has been built. Finally, it will put as a zip file. After that, a stage is called deployment process. What will happen, it knows where to deploy, which is added here. So it will go and deploy, like it will actually unzip the file and deploy for us. So we're going to click on save and run, commit this file to the same main branch which it is doing, and then it initiated the first deployment process. The build is happening. You can see after the build it is deploy. So build is running. Let's take. Alright, so after some time the build process was done. You can see the artifacts is uploaded, like basically the content of the project. But if you go to deployment, it is still in the pending state. So job is pending. It also shows that this pipeline needs permission, need to view it. Alright, so if you see something like this, just click on it and just allow this application to have deployed. Now once we grant the access, the deployment process will start right away. An agent will come and pick it up. So basically agent is like see, once we gave the permission, the agent was available. It picked up the downloaded content. It just found the artifact, downloaded it. It is now deploying it. See, got service connection detail from the connection service, like from the service connection that we did, and it is basically going to deploy it. So once this is deployed, it will show you that this is successfully done. Let's wait for that. Okay, so after waiting for some time, it just deployed and everything is good. You can click on the logs if you want to see what it actually did. Right, so now if we go to this application, wherever our function app was there, so let's go here and select the one that we just did. I think this was the one. And if I go here now, under the functions or even under the overview, you will see the functions here. Okay, so under the overview, you can see the functions got deployed. Basically the code that I deployed had 4 functions, that's why it's 4 is showing. But when you try for the very first time, based on this video, only 1 function will come. But eventually you will also get all of these 4 things, which I will be publishing the code to the GitHub repository soon. So once you have this, what you can do is you can actually go inside this function and run it. Okay, but what you have to do is you need to understand a few more things. So under function, there is something called app keys. So under app keys, these are called master key and default key. So this is the key that is used for the function level scope, and master key is the one that is used for the admin level scope. All right, so let's go to overview again. Let's click on the email notification. That is what we will be doing. And basically this is what it will show you. So let's wrap this up in a little bit top. Okay, so now if you click on get function URL, this function URL will have the default key added to it. See, these are the keys that are showing up, and here it will show you the function URL. Okay, so the code is appended. But if you wanted to test and run from here, like click on test and run, and it will ask you which key to choose. We can choose the key here, and this is the body, right? So let's test this out. What we will get, we will see. So I'm not going to give anything here and then run it. If the function is running properly, see, it is showing error that it is invalid body request because we did not send the right things, right? So you will also see the logs that has been added here. These logs are based on the code that we have. Okay, so this is the code that we have, and let's say if we give the proper values. Okay, I'm going to show you what and all error is going to happen and see how to fix it. So if I go here to the input in the body, if I choose this as the input, if I run, what happened? If something is going wrong, it is going to display here. Actually, our application broke. It's saying connection string is null and it did not run. Okay, there's an error. Okay, so what are we missing? So this is very, very important. This is the application that we were referring to, Azure Functions, right? Remember, in Azure Functions, when we ran the application locally, So this is the Azure Functions, and if you go to the local.settings.json, these are the settings. See, when you run the application locally, all of this information has been fetched from the locally running code, but this file will never ever be deployed or included in your deployment. So you will never have these functions, you will never have any of these things. So what you have to do, you need to configure this in the Azure environment. For example, connection string. So I'm going to copy the connection string of the real database. So I copied the real database connection string. Let's go to that. So I'm going to go to the Azure Functions, and under the settings, there's something called configuration. So go to the configuration, and there will be two configurations. One is for the app settings and one is for the connection settings. So in the configuration, it's not there. It basically shows what the version of this one. So I think we have to go to the environment variable. All right, so under the settings, there is something called environment variable to the left side. If you go here, there will be two things, app settings and connection string. If you go to connection string, and it will show you the connection string here. So we are going to add the same section here, db context, add the value, and we will choose this SQL server, apply here, confirm here. So we are creating a db context property under the connection string, and we have also gave the values. Now in order, okay, let it save first. Okay, the connection string has been updated. Now if you go to app settings, you can see these are all inbuilt variables, right? We do not have variables, something that we wanted based on the application. For example, so we need a value like from address. Okay, we need the value from address. We need the SendGrid API. So in order to add any of these values, what you have to do is copy the key, come here, click on add. I'm just showing you, you should just add the value here, correct value. This is the incorrect value, and then say apply. Similarly, add all of these things, whatever is given to you. Like for this API to run, we need this, we don't need anything else, only these two. So once you add this and apply, now if you try to invoke the function, which we are going to do now. So I go to overview, go to the same function, go to the test and run, and enlarge this, keep the body here. We can keep function key. If you run, email notification processed, at least the function ran successfully. If you need to see the logs, it will be displayed here. Okay, and if the connection string, if the application insights has been configured, you can click here and you can take a look at the log, and log level, based on what level you choose, it will be showed here. So remember, it is easy. If you wanted to just test it out, logs are displayed here. So logs are displayed here, and if you give the proper value, those logs also will be displayed here. So this is how you run the function. Okay, so let's recap. We took the existing function app that was developed in Visual Studio 2022 for .NET Core 9 isolated version. We created an Azure Function app in Azure Portal. We also saw how we can deploy or create the service connection in the Azure DevOps, and establish the connection, create the CI/CD pipeline, and make sure our application is deployed to the Azure function. And not only that, we also saw how you can configure the the connection string and other app settings values in the Azure Function app. So if you like this video, don't forget to hit that like button, and if you have any questions or comments, let me know in the comment section. Share this with your friends, and stay tuned. We have a lot of other videos coming up for the same series, and I will see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome back. Did you know you can customize the Azure AD B2C authentication and add extra claims to the token? In this video, I will show you how to integrate an API connector using Azure Functions that reads the token info, updates the user profile, and enriches the token with user ID and the user role. This is a game changer for securing and personalizing your authentication flow. Come, let's dive in. So this video is part of the full stack development video series. We were building the SmartCertify online certification platform, and in this video I'm going to show you what we are going to do first. Then let's dive into step by step in action. Now, this is the deployed application. Let's take a look at the demo and bring in the problem and what is our solution. So this is our SmartCertify online certification application where users can come and, take up the exam to see their knowledge and all of those stuff, right? So basically when you don't log in, you can go browse the course. You can can see a lot of tests are available. You can do so many things, like couple of pages are available. But if I log in, I can see many more things. Like this is kind of an admin section. So I can create the course for this one. I can view the existing course. I can edit it, right? I can do so many things. But if you log in and see to this website, you will not see this view questions, create questions, because you're not an admin. So how is this UI finding out that I'm an admin? So let's open up the developer tool. Let's see what solution I've built. So for example, if I go here, there is a bearer token that's going, that has come after the login process. So, or maybe I should log off and show you how things work. So I'm going to log off, login. You can see there's a token. And if I go to response and take the token, this token is what is going to do the magic. So I come here, JWT.ms, I clear this, I copy paste this. Come down and see the claims. You can see given name, family name, all of those is fine, but there is something extra called extension underscore user ID. This is the user ID in the database for me, for my login. And I have roles called customer and admin. So you try it out. If you go and log into this website, do exactly what I did. Take up the token and go to jwt.ims. You will see you will have only customer as your role. So somehow, somewhere in the system, it is finding out, or maybe making myself as customer and admin, but it is making customers as a role for all of you guys. Somewhere it is happening, right? So that is what we are going to do in this video. But why do we need this? If I have a role up front in the UI, I can control the routes. I can give access to the users based on their role. So that is the whole idea of this application. If a support person comes, he will have according to his privileges. An admin comes, he will have such kind of privileges. You as a customer or a user who's trying to just write the test, you will have such kind of privileges, right? So you have all of those things that you can do, and that is what we are going to see in this whole video. So here's the flow. So user signs in, signs up, whichever action it does, it goes and talks to the Azure AD B2C. That triggers the API connector. API connector is nothing but it is calling the Azure Functions. Azure function is then doing some logic, like it is talking to the database, is assigning the roles, or it's creating the role for the user for the first time, and then it is appending the claims back, it does all of these things, and then finally the Azure Functions returns these appended claims to the caller, which is our API connector. API connector receives everything, and then it sends as a claim in the token, and token is received by the user. So this is the flow that is happening that you saw, and we need to build the missing pieces, like the Azure Functions that does this work. We have to integrate the Azure function into the API connector and the Azure AD B2C, and rest and all is going to work magically. Okay, so this is what we are going to see in this video. So don't worry about the code. Let's focus on the implementation. So if you go to github.com/learnsmartcoding under the repository, filter with Smart, you will see SmartCertify functions, which is built based on .NET code. We saw one of the functions in the previous video. We're going to build a couple more functions in this one. So, and we have the Angular project, we have the .NET Core 9 Web API project, right? So everything is here. Don't worry about the code. Let's focus on the implementation. All right, so I have opened up the Azure Functions here. We have two functions for this implementation. One is the sign up validation function. One is the user profile function. Okay, so I'm going to minimize this and let's go over how it works. So the first one is the sign up validation function. So basically this is a function of type the HTTP trigger. So someone is going to call this function. Okay, so we have the function name called the sign up validation, and this is an HTTP trigger at a function level authorization. All right, so somebody is going to call with a valid code, only then it is accessible. If you try to call this, or I try to call this without any access code, this will reject with the 401. Now what it is doing, let's go one by one. So basically it is checking the incoming call is authorized, and if I go inside this method, all it does is it is going to take the username and password from the configuration, which is here. If you go to the local.settings.json, you can see there's a username and password, which is just admin and Karthik, just to keep it simple. Okay, so it is going to take that, and it is also going to see the username. So once it takes that, it is going to see the incoming request header as a header name called authorization. Okay, if it is not having, it is going to reject the call. If it has, all it does is it tries to read whatever is coming, and then it starts with whether it's a basic authentication. So basically whoever is sending will do a base 64 code for the username and password, which I'm going to show you now. So it is checking whether it's coming with the header value that starts with basic space followed by some value. Okay, so let's say if it is there, okay, if it is there, it is going to convert that into a string by by converting that base 64 into a regular string, and the string is then compared with the username and password that we have. If everything is good, great. What will happen? This will become true. All right, so after the authentication is validated, all what we are going to do is we are going to read the body content of the request, and what we are going to do is we're going to check a couple of properties, like if these are all like couple of important properties that we check, if the email is there and all of those things. Okay, so we can have more control here to see which domain is coming, who's allowed to come, who's not allowed to come, all of those things. This is all can be customizable, but this is not important in this video. All that you need to know is once we have the deserialized content that's in the body, okay, we are converting that into the profile object. Like for example, it will have the object ID, it will have display name, it will have email, given name, and all of those things. So once everything is there, we are going to call a function, another function called user profile function. So this user profile function, if you see, it is calling here, right? So it is making a call. It is going to send this information as a body to another call, which is nothing but this API. Okay, so this function, what is this function is doing? This function is expecting such a content, which is a user profile content. Okay, so if you look at this user profile, right? So once the incoming is having that content, it will talk to the database and it will add the roles. So in my case, right, this logic, what it is doing is, okay, if the incoming is learn smart coding, right, which I've hard coded, if it is my email ID, then it will add the admin role also. So if you look at this logic, if the incoming email ID is this one, then it will add admin role. If not, it will add only the custom role. Okay, so you can modify this, or you can even derive this from the database, but basically this is what our user profile creation will happen. Okay, so it will go inside this if condition. If the user is fresh, if the user information is not present in database, it will do everything as a first time. If they are already present, we will update only the display name, first name, last name, and email address, whatever is coming, and then we call the database, we save it, that's it. So let's go back. After this has been called, okay, all what we do is we return the successful response. The important thing that you need to understand is there is a model called response content model. Okay, now here whatever you see a variable name called extension underscore, okay, extension underscore, if you see something like this, this is what called custom attributes. All the other attributes are present in the Azure AD B2C inbuilt policy. So like inbuilt attributes, anything that you add custom, you add like extension underscore the name of the attribute that you're adding. So in my case, we added these two. So this is what you see in the claims. Okay, so we will update this. So for example, right, if you see, once you have this in the response, this is what the response that has been sent back. Okay, so now we have these two functions, it has all of these things, and the remaining things and all is pretty easy. So function wise, this is the only content that we have. Okay, now what we do, let's assume that we deployed this content, okay, this function. So let's go to portal. So if you look at this, this is the function that we already deployed in the previous video. So it has 4 functions, right? So we are dealing with the sign up validation and update profile. So if I go to the sign up validation, okay, so this is the URL. So if you go to get function URL, you'll get this URL. Okay, so what we are going to do is we are going to go to the Azure AD B2C and see if this has been used. Okay, so how do I go? So I go and click on the switch directory, and I'm going to switch to this AD B2C tenant. So once I switch, we will see how this API connectors are configured. Okay, so I switch to Smart Learn by Karthik tenant, and if I go to Azure AD B2C, under the user flow, there are different set of user flows, right? So the user flow that we have to refer is the sign up sign in. So if I go to sign up sign in user flow, and there is something called under the settings, there's something called API connectors. Okay, so what we are going to do is we are going to come and click on this API connectors, and here there is a place that you can select the functions here. So for you guys, when you come for the very first time, okay, there will not be anything here. So for you guys, for the very first time, everything will be not selected. What you have to do is you can click on manage API connector. You can either click here, which will take you to this place, or even if you come to Azure AD B2C, like at the home level, here if you click, here also something called API connector, both are same. It is going to take you to the same place. So basically what you're going to do is you're going to click on new API connector, and here you can say a name. So I'm just giving a name like this, and endpoint URL. Endpoint URL is this one. So you copy this, paste it here. And if you remember, the username and password that we have to set, right, is basic, and let's say admin Karthik. I mean, this is just for demo purpose. In the real world, you can change this username and password, and you can save on, click on save. Once it is saved, what you do, you go to this user flows, choose the user flow, which is sign up and sign in, and then go to API connector. And then what you have to do is you have to choose the third one, before including application claims in token. That's in preview state. This is what you need to choose. So in our case, what we choose, this one, right? So once I do this and click on save, what will happen, whenever user is logging in or signing up or signing in, right, this function will be called with the the token that we sent. Because that is getting called, here you will see it is coming and hitting here, and it does all of the works, and then you get back the response. So for example, right, so let me show you some live demo. Okay, so this is the function behind which we have to see what's happening. So before I log in, right, I'm going to go to this overview, and there's something called log stream. If you click on log stream, it says it's connected, like it's connecting. But once it says connected, what we will do is we will try to log in. So I'm going to log in, and you can see the call is actually going to hit here, and you saw this all coming up nicely, right? So let's take a look what it is doing. Say it is invoking that function. Okay, it is verifying the username and password. This is what we received, and it is doing one by one activities. Everything is logged properly. Finally, it is sending the response. Okay, so this is what, see, it's sending roles as customers and admin. And because it is doing all of this work, and if I just go to this one and see what happens, if I grab the ID that I got, okay, so this is the ID that I received. I'm going to grab this. If I go to jwt.ms and paste it, you can see whatever was sent is here. Okay, so this is how we can customize our claims with the information that we want. That's handy, and only because of that we were able to achieve all of this routes authentication. Okay, so in the upcoming video, I'll be showing how you can protect these routes based on the rules that's coming in. So one more important thing that you need to understand is the local.settings.json, where we have this username, password, all of these things, right? All of these settings. This file will not be deployed when you deploy this Azure function to the portal. Okay, so in order to get to all of this configuration, what you have to do is you need to go to the function under the settings, under the environment variable. You need to add it here. So in our case, see, I added a basic auth password here and username here. Okay, there's a from here and there's a profile, update profile URL here. So anything that you see in the local.settings.json is been added here. So you also needs to add it here. Only then it will work. Don't expect anything to come from the local.settings. It won't work. Okay, so this is one of the important things that you need to do as part of the deployment process, or after you deploy, just one-time configuration. That's it. Okay, so stay tuned, and in this video, just let's quickly recap. We were able to build two Azure function. One of the Azure function is being called by the API connector from Azure AD B2C. So what it does is AD B2C calls, it then triggers the function receives some requests, it processes based on request, returns the claims with the user's ID and the roles. Okay, so once that is there, the claims will have the the custom claims that you sent, right? It will be there in the token. And this is how we were able to do this customization of the authorizations. All right, so I hope you enjoyed this video. A similar video in detail, more than this, I have explained in a different AD B2C Enrich token video. I will give you those as a reference. If you have any questions, do let me know in the comment section. Feel free to ask any questions. Join the Telegram group so that we can chat lively. And also, don't forget to hit that like button if you like this video, and subscribe to my channel. Share this with your friends, and stay tuned. Many good videos are going to come in this series. I'll see you in the next video, guys. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. Want to automate the task in your .NET Core Web API without manual triggers? In this video, we will implement a background service that runs every hour, checks for the new record, and processes the notification for all users. All happening in the background, so stay tuned to see how this boosts automation in your web application. Come, let's get started. This video is part of the full stack development video series. We were building the SmartCertify online certification application, and in this video I'm going to show you something interesting. So let's dive into the scenario. So in our application we have two tables, like one is notification table, one is the user notification table. So the notification table, whenever I insert a record into this notification table, my requirement is I wanted to go through all the users in this table, like in this database, and insert a notification record here into this record, like into this table. Why? Once we insert it, the notification is ready to send to those users. Okay, in the upcoming video there will be a separate HTTP timer trigger that will fetch these records and start sending information like emails, but we need to first take this record and put it here. That is the whole idea. So what I'm going to do is, let's imagine we don't have anything here. So I'm going to delete everything here. Alright, so I do not have any records here. The system is going to do this, like take this record and insert records for all of these users. So that is what it is going to do. Now there's a concept called background servers in .NET Core. It's been there for a long time, but we haven't used this in the recent videos. So it's good. I feel it's a good idea to show this as a small example in the real world scenario. So my requirement is the system should be keep monitoring this record, this table, and any new record comes, it needs to process this table with these informations with these users. Okay, so that's the idea of this concept. So for that, what I have done is, this is the web API project which is there in github.com/learnsmartcoding. So don't worry about the code, all of these links are in the description. So I've opened up this code and I'm going to show you where this logic is written. So under the infrastructure layer, okay, under the infrastructure layer, there's a folder called background service, and we are dealing with the notification background service. Okay, so this is clean architecture. Whoever is seeing this video for the first time, this project is built based on the clean architecture. It's a wonderful architecture for the web application. So here, what we are going to do is we have a class named notification background service that inherits a class called background service. And if I hover it, you can see it's coming under Microsoft.extension.hosting, which is this one. Okay, so whenever we do this, whenever we inherit this, we can override a method called execute async. See, we are overriding the method which is inbuilt here, which means whenever this is invoked, this logic is written, this logic is executed basically. Okay, now in the constructor we are injecting the iService scope factory and logger. Why do we need iService scope factory? This is the service factory that can be used to inject many other services, which you're going to see now. Now we are opening up this logic. We are saying until this is cancelled, keep running the code. Okay, so it comes first, it creates an instance of the scope factory. Based on this scope object, you can invoke service provider dot get required service. So basically you can always inject a new service here using this. Okay, so we are injecting the service of the SmartCertify context, okay, which is configured here, right, in the program.cs. So this will get an instance of the context. Okay, now we are going to this table. We are saying the record should be active, the schedule time should be within 1 hour. Okay, fetch me all of those notifications. So once it has the record, if there is any record, it is going to get all the user profiles information, like every single user in the database. Okay, and then it is going to go through each notification, and if there is no record inserted into the new table, it is going to insert this table content here. Okay, that is what it is going to do. Finally, it will mark this notification as false because it's processed, right? That's it. Once this is done, it will wait for every 1 hour. See, we are delaying the call for every 1 hour. So 1 hour, it will just wait. After 1 hour, it will again start checking the same logic again and again. Now, the other part of the code for this whole logic is once you have this background service implemented, you can go to this program.cs and you can say builder.service.addTransient. So once you have that one, go to the program.cs and just register the service as builder.service.add hosted service followed by the name of the service. That's it. I'm going to run this project. The moment it runs, it will go and hit the this one. So I'm going to put a breakpoint here. Let's wait for the breakpoint to hit. It's still building. Okay, so the breakpoint is hit. Now let's go over one by one. So it's going here. It is creating the scope, context is received. Let's see how many we have. Okay, so we have 0 based on this timelines, which is basically checking some time. So basically every single if I insert a record within that one, within that period, it should be running. So let's see why this didn't come. So if you see, the created date and scheduled dates are different. That's why it is not coming. So I'm going to update quickly. All right, so I updated. I put the breakpoint here. Let's go one more time. It's going to come inside. So let's see how many records are coming. There should be 1 record at least. See, we got 1 record. Okay, so we're going to go inside, fetch the users. We have like 12 records from the local database. I'm dealing with the local database, so it's going to come inside. It is going to fetch. It is going to do all of these things. Finally, it will save the records here. See, till I do this, nothing is saved. But once I execute this, it's executed. If I run this, you see this records got inserted. This became active as false because this record is processed, and all of these things are not processed. Okay, so our idea is take this new record, put it into this new table for us to send the email. So in future, when you start getting an email from my application, this is because of this kind of automation that we have done. Okay, so in the upcoming video, we will be developing the HTTP timer trigger to fetch all of these things unprocessed one, and it will trigger an email. Okay, that is what you will see in the future video, but this is what it is today. So in this video, let's quickly recap. We understand what is background service. That's a inbuilt service that is going to run in the background of the application, and we can do so many asynchronous work or background tasks by using those background servers. Alright, so we were able to do this, and if you like this video, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to my channel, share this with your friends, and if you have any questions or comments, let me know in the comment section. Stay tuned with the series. There are a lot many good things are coming up. I will see you in the next video, guys. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. Want to automate the email notification in your Azure Function app? In this video, we will create a time-triggered function that scans the database, finds new notification, and calls another HTTP trigger function to send the email, all while keeping the configuration flexible and scalable in Azure. So stay tuned and come, let's get started. This video is part of the full stack development video series. We were building this SmartCertify online certification application, and in this one, we're dealing with the Azure Functions, which is specifically time triggered function. So I've opened up the project already, and the simple function that we're going to look at is the email notification timer function. So basically, if you right click and click on Azure new function, it'll ask you what function you wanted to choose. So once you have this name like this, and then it'll ask you what type of trigger it is. So if you say timer trigger, and that is what it is going to create. Alright, so I'm going to cancel this because I've already created it. So here, let's take a look. So it is basically a timer trigger function. Okay, so this is the trigger type. Trigger type is timer, meaning you cannot invoke it. Based on the configuration of the timing, this is going to get invoked automatically. So the function name is email notification timer function, and it is having timer info. So this is the default one, right? So the main thing that you need to understand is this one, and this is called Comm expression. The Comm expression is nothing but it's a time-based scheduled format used in various computing systems like our Azure Functions mainly uses this. Okay, so the Comm expression is this format. It's minute, hour, day of the month, and day of the week. Okay, so this is the details which I will give you in the description or even the link where you can find this content. So don't worry about this. So let's take an example, right? So for example, if you have like the 00 star star star, this is going to execute at the start of every hour. Okay, and if you do like this, it is every 5 minutes. So these are the different examples, like when you want to invoke. So in this example, if you see the second one, every 5 minutes, that is what we have configured. So we have configured every 5 minutes. This function is going to be invoked every 5 minutes. That's it. This is the important thing that you need to know. Remaining whatever is inside is just a logic that you can write based on your application. So what we are doing is we are fetching the DB context, and what we do is here we talk to this table, and this table has notification as 0 and sent is nothing set, which means these record is what it is going to fetch. It is going to fetch and loop through one by one. It is going to call another function. Here is the other function. So this is the URL of the function. This is the payload that we need to send. We will just put a breakpoint here. And if you see this email notification, it's coming from the configuration. So if I go to this local settings.json, I have a configuration which is nothing but the locally running application. Okay, so let me show you how this works. I'm going to run this. See, the application is running. Let me expand this. Okay, so we have so it almost came there. Let's take a look at this one. So we have these many functions. We have three functions, which is the HTTP trigger function, and one is the timer function. See, that's why you cannot invoke. It's coming like this. Okay, so what we are doing is this function is now being executed, and this is calling this function. Okay, so where is this URL? This is the URL that I copied and pasted in the local settings here. Okay, so remember this local settings, this local.settings or JSON will not be available in Azure portal. Like when you deploy, it is no more deployed. So you need to configure those things in the Azure portal manually, which I will show in the end of this video. But let's take a look at what is happening here. So it is going to, it already took the notification is just 12 notification, and it is going to call one by one. So if I put a breakpoint here, okay, the call is going to come here. So I'm going to run it. The call will eventually come here because this is calling here. See, now I will just say F5 and remove this breakpoint. We'll go here, remove this breakpoint, and let's run this. So now if you take a look at the log, right, see, it invoked these many times. Okay, it invoked all of these things, it logged everything. And if I go to database now and check, okay, this will be marked as 1111. The reason why this is not marked as of this video is I intentionally commented the email sending part so that it doesn't trigger these emails just for giving you a demo. Okay, so basically that's what we have done, and all what we have to do is we just need to do some more configuration here. So that's it. This is very simple one. So we have a email notification timer. You need to understand about this con expression. We are running this for every 5 minutes, and it just does some logic. In our case, it is going to talk to one of the table, fetch records, invoke another function. That's it. Okay, that's what it is doing. Now what I was referring to is whatever is there in the local.settings or JSON, right? For example, here, email notification URL, this you need to configure in the Azure portal. So if you see, this is our function app, and if you go to this app, this is what is doing, right? So these things, right? So what we have to do is you need to configure this one. You have to go here, copy this one, copy this function URL, you need to copy this, and then come back, go to this environment settings. You need to have exact word, like you need to have a new name created here. For example, what we have to do, so we're going to copy this name, come here to the app settings, click on add, put a name here, copy the value of the function including the URL, and say apply, confirm. So basically we are just putting all the configuration here under the settings, under the environment variables. Okay, so this is important. Without this it won't work. So if you're deploying this to the Azure portal, you need to make sure that you configured these app settings values here. Okay, so if you look at this, we have the value here for the email notification, from, and SendGrid API, all of this profile URL, everything is here. Okay, so whatever is there in the local.settings or JSON has come here. Okay, that's how the Azure function works in the portal, like after you deploy. Okay, so that's it, guys. So we learned how we were able to build the timer function in Azure, and we were able to see how the configuration is made in the app settings. Okay, so if you like this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to my channel. If you have any questions or comments, do let me know in the comment section, and also join the Telegram group where we can chat lively. And stay tuned for more videos, and I will see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome back. Want to know how storage account works and how to secure your files? In this video, we will set up an Azure storage account, create public and private containers, and show you how to protect your data using the Shared Access Signature SAS tokens. So stay tuned and come, let's get started. This video is part of the full stack development video series. We were building the SmartCertify online certification platform application. So in this video, we will explore the storage account concepts and see how private and public containers works and how we can grant the access to the private containers. All right, so let's take a look at the demo. So let's say a user is logging in and uploading the image. So in this case, I'm going to log in and show you how it works. So if you look, there's an image that's coming up here. So if I right click and say inspect, that's the image URL present. Or even if we have to just do like this, let's take a look at the network. So let's say the user is logging in and there'll be an image that is invoked. So if you look at this, let's take a look at what is the image. Okay, so this is the image. Okay, this is the image. So if I copy this image and put it here, it says not found, but image is showing up here, or in other words, if I just copy the entire URL, the image will work, not just this URL, right? So we're going to see how we are protecting this so that my image is showed only when I log in. Even if you get to know this URL, if you try, it won't log in, like it won't show you your image. So that is what we are going to consider as our use case. So for that, we need to store all of our images in the storage account. So we're going to explore how that works with the Azure storage account. So you need to log into the Azure portal. So I logged into portal.azure.com with my email address. And if I go home and click on all resources, I'm dealing with all of the Azure resources. They're like completely free. And I'm dealing with that with this subscription. So if I go inside the subscription, I have many resources that is dedicated for the SmartCertify application itself. So you see, these are the things that has been used. So if I go to this resource group, which is some SmartCertify app resource group, so it will list down all of the resources that I have. See, I'm going to minimize this to show you. See, we have so many things. See, we have storage account, we have Azure Functions, website, everything is free. Whatever you see is almost free. Okay, so what we are going to do is we are going to create the storage account, and we will tell you some important tips and as we progress. So go to this, so let's go to this one, like the search button, and search for storage account. And there will be storage accounts coming up here. See, I have these many storage accounts. Okay, so you can click on create, and let's create a new storage account. So later we can delete it. So this is demo purpose. You can do exactly the same thing, but later I will be deleting it. So I'm going to use the subscription. I'm going to use this as a resource group. The storage account name, it should be unique. So this is the name that is unique. Region, I can specify whichever region I want. The closest region is what you need to choose. So I'm going to choose US East, and the primary services, these 3 types. So there are other videos for storage account in depth that I've covered already. I can give you those I can give you those links for in-depth details, but in this video I'm going to quickly go through the creation process, and then straight away we'll jump onto the containers. Okay, so here I'm going to choose the Azure Blob Storage, and standard version is fine. Premium is very costly. I don't want any redundancy, like this is just for demo purpose. So I will just choose LRS, locally redundant storage, meaning the content is like copied and like staying within the same place. It's not across different data centers. So next, advanced option, important things that you need to understand. So these are default options. Basically, the URLs are accessible via HTTP. This is HTTP call, right? So this is a GET call. So basically, we are supporting this call, and we are also enable storage account key access. Like it should be accessible through the key, and we are not enabling this. You see this, allow enabling anonymous access to the individual containers. We are not allowing by default. So we will just choose whatever is the default. The important thing that you need to access is the access tier. Access tier by default is hot tier. That's the fastest way of retrieving. Cost wise, it's going to be increasing, but again, hot tier, cool tier, cold, archive, all of those things I've explained in a different video, so you can take a look at that video, but we will go with the default one. So the important things alone I'll just highlight. So we saw these two, and we're gonna keep this as a default. Next, networking, I want this to be accessed from internet, so enable from all network. Next, I will leave everything as default. I'm saying the encryption is done based on the Microsoft based key, not our key. If we choose this key, we can use the key from our key vault to encrypt the content. Okay, even Microsoft cannot retrieve if you lose the key. Anyway, and then we'll choose the blob files only. Next, tag, review, create. If everything is the default is set, we will come to this last step and click on create. So it's going to create a storage account. Okay, storage accounts is nothing but if you're using Apple iPhone or any other phone like Samsung phone where your data are backed up in cloud, Behind the scene, they're all using the storage account blob storage. Okay, it's just that Microsoft doesn't have nice UI integrated with the mobiles, but Google and other things, they have just nice UI. But behind the scene, they're storing all of your content in the storage account only. That's why you're paying that money based on how many gigabyte that you use. So as this deployment is progressing and it's almost done, deployment is done. So I can click on go to resource, and you can see this is the overview blade. Okay, so you will see bunch of information of what is your resource group, subscription, etc, etc. It can also show you at a metadata level properties like blob storage, what is enabled, what is disabled. All of those informations are here. We are going to deal only with the containers in this video. Okay, we have so much in this storage account. We're not going to deep dive everything. It's not related to our full stack development video series. We are dealing with the containers. So in the left side under storage account, go to the containers. Containers are nothing but folder. Imagine this folder, right? If you have a folder, you can have files. Under that folder, you can have subfolders. That folders can have some more subfolders. So containers are nothing but kind of a folder. Okay, so I'm going to create a container here. So the first container that I wanted to create is a container called user images. Okay, so user images is the container, and anonymous access, you see this anonymous access level is private, because anything that you do from the first, right, where we did not enable the anonymous access, so that's why it is private. Okay, so I'm going to create a private container and click on create. The container is created, but anything that you put inside these containers are not accessible from outside without the permission. So we need something that public people also can access, like any common images that we need to access. So in that case, if I try to create a container with a different access, it's not allowing. If you hover it, it will tell you where to change it. So basically, if you come to overview, and if you come here, see blob anonymous access disabled. So click on this and it will take you to the setting. So basically you are under the configuration. So configuration, where is configuration? Under the setting, under configuration, this is there. So what we have to do is allow blob anonymous access. We need to enable it, do a save. It just takes few minutes to propagate these changes. So let's go again to the containers, try to create a new container. Still not done yet. So we need to just wait. Let's go to overview. See, it's still disabled state. Allow blob anonymous access, enable. Let's click on save. Successfully stored. Let's refresh. Everything looks good. I'm going to come over here and it's enabled right now. So if I go to containers and now try to create a containers called images. Here now it's enabled. Now I'm saying it's a blob level read only access. I'm saying I'm giving the access to this blob. Okay, so it says under this blob anything is there, it's readable. Click on create, it's created. Now what we do inside this image, let's upload something. Alright, so I'm uploading an image that is a logo of the site. So if I go here, click on this one, you can see the URL and these are the metadata of the file. So if I copy this and paste it here, the logo is opening. Okay, the same logo. Okay, so just imagine it is under your image container. So basically the storage account name followed by blob.code.windows.net/container name followed by your image wherever it is present. So all what I'm going to do is I'm going to go outside of this containers, go inside to this user image, and let's imagine there's a user image here. Okay, so I'm going to upload a different image. Let's say, all right, so now we are under a different container called user image container, that is private container, right? So if I try to upload a file, let's say this image, okay, this is the user image, and if I go here and grab this and try to come here, the image is present, but it says image is not present. You know why? That's because this is private. Anything inside this container is private and you cannot just access it. So there is a way to access it. Okay, so this is how we allow user to upload an image from our website wherein it is protected. So if you upload your image, nobody can view it. Okay, nobody else other than you can view it, because we are protecting the images whichever is uploaded under this folder. Okay, so now let's say if I go here and I wanted to access this, how do I access this? There is something called shared access signature. You see this under overview, version, snapshot, edit, generate SAS, shared access signature. Shared access signature means temporarily we are giving permission for that image to be visible outside, accessible from outside. So we're saying use the account key, there is a key, and permission. What permission? Do I have permission only to read, or can I delete this? Just to read. Okay. And from when to when? From this date, from this time to this date, this time. Basically, maybe 12 hours. Okay. Or even you can specify if the request comes only from certain IP, it is allowed. If I do a generate and get the URL, now it gave us a URL. If I copy this and paste it here, or in other words, let's do this. If I paste this, so let's do this. So in this whole stuff, right, after this PNG, whatever is there, that alone we will copy. We will go back to the original image. Okay, this is the original image. All I'm going to do is do a question mark and place this, and image came. So what basically this one is doing is, it has all of this permission. It says, SP, R, read only, timing, timestamp, what time to what time, all of this metadata information is here. That's why this is accessible. But if I access this link like in a day or maybe in an hour after the expiry date, it won't be accessible. It will still tell you 404. Okay, so that is what the storage containers are all about, the access level. Like for example, we were able to store the images in private and public based on the access level. Let's say you wanted to change the access level. You can come inside this, you can select this and click on change access level. You can change from private to public. Okay, so that is also possible, but our use case is how we can protect the images using the private containers, and how we can put some images into the public containers where everybody can access it. So if you wonder why public access will come, if there are images here, in the site which is publicly available, like for example, I wanted to upload all of these images, anyone can see, I don't restrict it. I can put those into the public folder, which is images folder. But user images like mine and yours will be visible only when you log in, and we put it into the private container and we generate the SaaS, the shared access signature. So in the upcoming video, you will see how we will generate the SaaS and append this in the UI. So the UI will be able to show the images like this. All right. So let's recap. We were able to see what the storage account is, what are containers, and two different types of containers, public and private. And we also saw how SAS, the shared access signature, works for the private containers. If you want in-depth of the storage account, I have different videos in the channel. I will give those in the link in the description. You feel free to take a look at those videos. It has much details covered. And if you like this video, hit the like button. If you have any questions or comments, put it in the comment section. Join the Telegram group where we help each other and also grow together. Stay tuned for the series. There are a lot many videos are coming, and I will see you in the next video, guys. Hello friends, welcome back. Need to upload the image securely from your Angular app? In this video, we will create an API to upload images to Azure storage, store them in a private container, and save the image URL in the database. So let's build this step by step. Come, let's get started. This video is part of the full stack development video series. We are building the SmartCertify online certification application. So in this video, we will focus on the web API that is going to help us upload the images to the storage account, and Angular piece of code that is required for us to upload the images from our Angular to the backend API. So let's dive in step by step. So I've opened up the project for the .NET Core Web API. Don't worry about the code. It is there in the github.com. I will give you the link in the description. So stay focused on the logic that we have written. So there is a controller called user controller. Okay, so user controller has an the user controller has an endpoint called update user profile. Okay, this is an HTTP post call. Basically, pay attention. The content is read from the form. This is not from body. This is from form. Okay, I will explain you why we have to do this. So if you go inside this model, we just have the user ID being passed and the picture is passed. Picture is in the form of iForm file. For .NET Core, iForm file is the one which supports the files that coming into the system. Okay, so what we are checking, if the incoming picture is not null, then only we process. If it is null, like if nobody is uploading an image, we don't care, we don't do anything. Now, let's say if an image is coming, we are creating a stream object, an instance of a memory stream. We copy the incoming stream into memory and we pass this as an array to another method called upload async under the storage service. If I do a shift F12, it will go to the implementation. Before we dive in and see what is inside, let's see what is here. So this is a storage service which is taking the connection string from the settings. So under the storage account connection string, which is here, storage account connection string. So there's a connection string. So that string has been taken here. We pass this to this blob service client as an input. We create an instance of that. Okay, similarly we take the container name. That's it, we take these two. But from where this blob service client is coming? Blob service client is coming from Azure storage blob and Azure storage. So basically if you go to this place, we have installed packages called, so if you go here, we have installed the packages called azure.storage.blobs. Okay, so from there only it is coming. Okay, so now after we do this, all what we do, we come here. Okay, so we are checking the container is empty or not. We're creating a container instance. So using this blob service client, we generate an instance of get blob container client. We are just getting an instance of the container client. And then if the container is not present, this will execute, will create a container. Ideally speaking, we just create it, so we don't need this. Okay, but if it is present, it's okay. It is not going to do anything. Okay, it will leave it. And then we pass the file name and try to get the name of the Bob client. After that, using the memory stream, we upload the stream and we say override is equal to true. So if I hover here, it says the second parameter is override. If the same file name is there present, we are allowing it to override the image. After that, it returns the URI. I'm going to put a breakpoint here and I'm going to run this. But before I run this, let's take a look at one more code from the Angular perspective. So from the Angular perspective, all what we are doing is, so from the Angular project, I've opened up the Angular project and under the components, under users, you will see something called update profile and view user profile. So if you see the update profile, all what we do is we have a form group. We are using the reactive form. All what we are doing is we are initiating the form with just one value. Okay, so from the Angular perspective, if you go to this update profile, we have a file variable called selected file and that's of type file. Okay, and then from the UI perspective, we just have only one thing called an input and that is of type file. And it is calling this method whenever you select a file. So what is this method doing? If you go inside this, it is taking the file and putting into the variable. Okay, that is what it is doing. And it is reading the content from the selected file. Now, from the UI perspective, once you do that and the button is hit, say upload, it will come to this final step. What we are doing here, we are creating an variable of type form data, okay, where a key value pair content is sent. So the first key is user ID, second key is picture. If you remember, in our .NET Core Web API, the input that we are looking here is basically user ID and picture. That is what we are having the key. If you have a different key, it should match. If not, it won't go. Okay, so we are assigning these two. We are taking the user ID from the service and the file that we just stored. It calls an API, which is here. It just does the post to the API that we just developed, but in this case we are sending the form data. If you remember, I was telling that this is from form, not from body, because it is sent as the key value pair content. Now here, after it is sent, if it is successful, we just display it as successful. If not, an error message. That's it. So I'm going to run this application and show you how this works. So I'm going to log in. I opened up the application. Let's remove all of these things. We don't need it. I'm going to go to this update profile. I'm going to choose an image, which is this, and going to click on update, and you can see the image will get updated. So it is now hitting our backend. The picture is present. So it's coming here, steaming, copying, going inside this, creating an instance. Container name is user images, which is a private container, and we are finally uploading it. And you can see this has the image URL. So I'm going to just do a F5 and send the image back. Image is uploaded, and if I just see how things works, let's take a look. I think it updated. So basically now it's updated. If I just do F12, see, the image got updated by itself. We are able to update the image, this image to a different image. You saw how things works, right? Using the .NET Core, we were able to talk to the storage account connections thing. We were able to talk to the storage account and upload it. The important thing that you need to understand is here, when you go to the settings, in the previous video I showed you how to create the storage account. If you don't know how to get the connections thing, so let's go to the storage account that we created, and you can get the connection string from here. If you go under the access key, you will have the connection string here. You can take this, copy this, and use it. You can use either key 1 or key 2. There are two keys because basically they will rotate the key whenever they change the key within like 2 months or 3 months. You can use the other one, and once it is replaced, you can change it back. But basically, if you use key 1 or key 2, both will work. But connection strings are under the security and networking and access key. Alright, so this is how you have to take the connection string. And if you have not watched the previous video where we created the storage account and we were also setting up the private and the public containers. Alright, so you can take a look at that video as well. And this video series is going to end. We have few more videos, important videos coming up, and almost done. So if you like this video, hit that like button. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comment section, and join the Telegram group where we can chat together and grow together and help each other. So stay tuned, and I will see you in the next video, guys. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. Need to protect the user images in Azure storage. In this video, we will generate the SAS token, Shared Access Signature token in .NET Core API, ensuring that only logged in users can access their images securely from an Angular app. Let's build this step by step, and come, let's get started now. This video is part of the full stack development video series. We were building the SmartCertify online certification platform application, and in this specific video, we are going to deal with how we can generate the SAS token, the Shared Access Signature token, for a protected images in the Azure storage. It's just a quick recap. In the Azure portal, in the previous videos, we were able to create an Azure storage account like this. And in this, we had two containers. One is the images and one is the user images. Images is the public access allowed, which is like anonymous access. Anyone can access anything inside this. However, images that are uploaded here inside the user images container, it's a private container. So only we wanted to give permission for the users after they log in. That's why we are generating the SaaS token. But if you go inside this, go to generate SAS, you can generate the SAS here. But we wanted to generate this programmatically from .NET Core Web API, because from the UI perspective, this is the UI, and from the UI perspective, this is calling the backend to get the response. So from the UI perspective, if you see, the UI has been invoking the backend, and then the backend is actually giving the SaaS token. You can clearly see the SaaS token is coming here. Only because of this access, we were able to check the images here. All right, so that's important. That's why we need to protect the resources. Now let's jump back to the .NET Core API, where we are going to generate the SaaS token programmatically. So here is the flow. So user is going to invoke a method called getUserProfile. And getUserProfile is nothing but it is going to send the user ID, and then it is going to go here and get the user profile image. So the profile image URL is nothing but the one which is stored in the database like this. So you can see it's like this. Okay, so it's going to take this URL which is assigned to that particular user. So from that, it is going to send to this method, and this method basically has the storage service. So this is under the storage service. The only thing that we do inside the constructor is take the connection string of the storage account, which is listed here under the storage account connection string. So the connection string has been taken, the container name has been taken. Now it comes to this generate SaaS token. So here what we are doing is we are getting the container instance client. Once we have that, we will invoke get blob client by just passing only the file name. This logic is nothing but this whole logic, right? We are splitting the image content into slash, which means this will become 1, 2, 3, 4 here, right? So we have to just pass only the name of the file. Okay, so we have put the breakpoint, and if it is going to be excess, it's going to create a SaaS token. But if you look at this, so once we get the blob client, we are going to pass this blob client reference to another method, and this method, this is going to create the access signature. So it's building the SaaS builder. Using that, it's giving the container name, the name of the file, what permission has been given, it's a blob or not, and how many seconds, like 8,000 seconds. After that, after 1 hour, the blob gets expired. Once it sets this image, it is going to call this SaaS builder and set the permission as read request, like read level, and then execute it. After that, that's it. It will get the content of the execution, and that is what it is being sent in the return type. So I'm going to run this and see how things work. See, we have hit this endpoint. Endpoint is 12. So 12 is the user ID. We take this, we get the content. Let's see what is the content. Image URL. Okay, and then let's go inside. We're creating this, all good. You do access, and then it's going inside this. It is setting up all of the stuff, setting the permission, executing the query, and finally it is going to send back the response. See, it's coming here. Here is the SaaS token. Okay, this token is what we are sending it back. So now if I just forward it and remove this breakpoint, it'll come here and the image started loading. So basically, if you look at this, there will be an image coming up here. I'm going to copy this, go here, paste it here. Because of the SaaS token, image got downloaded. But if I try to remove the SaaS token, it will say image is not there. Okay, so this is how we generate the SaaS token using the .NET Core 9 Web API programmatically. It's all possible. So UI will actually take the SaaS token and start showing this image. This image will be, if I log out, this image will go away. And even if you have this URL, you cannot view the image. So that way we protect the user's image. This is just an example how you can actually protect certain images or certain contents files into a private container under the storage account, and you can generate the SaaS token to give temporary access to access the files. If you like this video, hit that like button. If you have any more questions or comments, let me know in the comment section. So join the Telegram group where we share knowledge to each other, help each other, and grow together. If you need anything specific videos, let me know in the comment section, and stay tuned guys. I will see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. Want to fetch the Azure AD B2C users details securely? In this video, we will set up the app registration, configure the API permissions, and call Microsoft Graph API from .NET Core to retrieve the user data. Come, let's dive in. Alright, so first let's take a look at the demo and I'll explain you the scenario for why we are doing this. So this is the application that we are referring to. So users can come, register, and they can take up the exam, right? So there are many users who's going to come to this website, but I wanted to know how to get the information of the user, because currently whenever the users comes and sign up or sign in, they'll be part of my AD B2C tenant, which I'll show you. So this video is to fetch the user's information from my tenant and then put it into my database and then do some action. Maybe I can give some special permission. Maybe I can use that for sending notification to the users. So those kind of things. So that's the real-time scenario, right? So we have a solution to use the Microsoft Graph API to do this. First, let's take a look. This is the portal.azure.com. So I have logged in with my email ID, which is learnsmartcoding@gmail.com. So when you also log in for the very first time, right, that is where you belong to. That's your default tenant. But we were building the video series for the full stack development, and we are referring to Azure AD B2C. So if you click on this and say switch directory, we have many directories. At least I have many directories. So for example, right, this is the main directory. This is my email ID to which my primary login exists. And then I created, learn, and then for the application that we are building, I created a tenant called Karthik SmartCertify on Microsoft.com. Similarly, long back with the other full stack video series, I was able to build a learn smart coding at the rate. I was able to build. So with the previous full stack development video, I was able to build another tenant called Learn Smart Coding. Similarly, for the online course enrollment, I was using the Smart Learn by Karthik, right? So I have different tenants. Now, the thing is, based on where you landed, like if you have studied all of these things, then probably you would have logged into all of these things. Let's say there were many users from our channel where they are practicing online course enrollment application or the restaurant table booking app. Either way, they belong to one of these tenants. So let's take a simple example. I'm going to go to this Karthik SmartCertify on Microsoft.com. So I'm going to switch this, and this is our Azure AD B2C tenant. Okay, so this is where we configured our .NET Core and Angular application, and then all of this authentication authorization works magically, right? If you look at this Azure AD B2C, if I click this, you will see the app registration that we did. For example, see app registration that we did, and there will be something called users. If I click on users, if there are any users, then users will come here. So this was just a sample application. So with this tenant, I just have one user, but let's switch and see what other tenants I have. So for example, the famous is, I think, the Smart Learn by Karthik, and I'm going to go inside and see how many users are there. I'm going to hide all of those users from you guys, but so I switched it, and I'm going to go to Azure AD B2C. Again, same thing, go to users. For this tenant, right? So remember this, we are at Smart Learn by Karthik. If I just click on it, you can see this is all right, so this is Smart Learn by Karthik, right? So you can see under users I have these many users, right? So many valid users. And the good part is, and the part is, either it is local account or they would have used the IDP account. Now my point is, I wanted to fetch all of these users and I'm going to use the Graph API. And if you look at this Smart Learn by Karthik, let's take a look at this. I'm going to log off and I will explain you what I meant. So if I try to log in, this is coming as Smart Learn by Karthik, right? Is this matching here? Smart Learn by Karthik? Yes. So whoever is going to use this is going to come and sit under this tenant. Okay. So that is why this Graph API is very important to read information about the users. Now, whatever we are going to do that is applicable for the Azure AD also, which is Entra ID, there also you can do the same thing. Users who belong to your own company like a tenant, there also we can read. Concept is same, it's just about where you configure this. Okay, now pay attention. I'm going to show you quickly the code. That code is not important because if you come to github.com/learnsmartcoding, you will get to see the coding. So if you just go to repository and search for smart, you'll find the function, UI, and the .NET Core backend. So don't worry about the coding. Okay, so let's take a look at the coding first. So this is the code that I'm going to open it. So here we are following the clean architecture. Whoever is following this video series, they will know we are following the clean architecture principle. And if you look at this, we have something called Graph API. Okay, we have two servers, and where is this interface? It is here. So under this we have an interface called Graph Auth service, which is just taking the token, and there is another one called a Graph service, which is fetching the users. Now if I go here, okay, and I will see both of them. So if I go here, what it is doing for the Auth service is doing only one simple thing. Okay, it is going to collect some information called tenant ID, client ID, and client secret. So it is going to collect all of this information from our local, which is here. It is going to collect from here, and then so it is going to collect the information from here, and then it is going to make use of it. Okay, so now let's assume what it is doing. So it is making a form URL encoded content with a key value pair. So it is saying grant type is client credential flow. That's why it is client credential. Our client ID, client secret, and scope. Scope is this one, graph.onmicrosoft.com. Sorry, graph.microsoft.com/.default. Okay, all what it is doing is it is making a post call, HTTP post call, and getting the token for further work. Okay, once it gets token, we are going to use this service. What this service is doing, again, this service is going to call a particular endpoint, which we will debug and see. Okay, so it is going to take a particular endpoint. First it takes a token, and then with the token, it is going to fetch the, it is preparing the URL, and then it is making a call, like it is preparing a header with the bearer, and then token, whatever token we got, it is calling this endpoint. Once the content comes, all what we are doing is we are deserializing it to this type. This type means the value is returning in this way. Okay, so it is returning this way, and then we will insert those information like the users into the and then what we do, we just format the content and send back the information. But the good part is I already have something called background service, which I was explaining it in one of the video. What this background service is doing is this is making use of this service behind the scene every single day. It is going to see whether new users have come, and if users have come, it is going to translate into the database. Okay, so now this part is done. Now what we are going to do is, we need to fill up this information. Where is the tenant ID, client ID, and client secret? So we need to fill up all of this information. So that is what we are going to do. So I'm going to go to this AD B2C and go to the home page, and then go to the app registration. Okay, we are going to register a new app. there might be several apps like this, but we're going to make sure that we do it correctly. So you come here and click on app registration. So we are saying just the name, okay? And then because we are dealing with only this tenant, in this case we have to choose the first one, single tenant. Tenant means this one, okay? We are dealing with this tenant, so we will choose this one. We don't need to redirect URI, grant admin consent, register. Once you register, it's very easy. Under the overview, there's something called client ID. I copied this. I am coming here and pasting it. Tenant ID, which is the directory ID. So come here, paste it. From where this client secret is coming, let's do that. Click on the certificate and secret and click on add new client secret. Just name it like user info. 180 days is the recommended one, okay? Because after that it will expire. You just need to change the value. And if you remember this is the value. See, it clearly says if you don't copy it, if you go navigate from here, this will be gone. So copy this. If you go here, we come back, okay, after that it won't display. So I'm gonna paste this. All good. Now let's debug. I'm going to run this and see what happens. So the application is running. I'm going to copy this host. I ran this in the Swagger, and if you see under users, there is something called this one. I just created an endpoint, okay? So this endpoint, we are just gonna say try, and before that, let's go to this endpoint under the controller user. There's something called with email, right? So we will put a breakpoint over there, so it'll be easy for us. So I'm gonna expand this, and it's a simple one. I'm going to put a breakpoint, hit on execute. The breakpoint is hit. Let's go one by one. So it's going to the auth service first. Look at this. If I go inside, taking the tenant, whatever we just created, and then it is firing a call. It is going to get the response. See, it got the token. All right. So let's go here. Token is sent. Now it is preparing the endpoint. Now if you look at this is the endpoint. So basically we are saying it's graph.microsoft.com/v1 whatever here. After that users and question mark, we are putting a query so that it fetches all of this information, okay? ID, given name, surname. You can put many other stuff also, but these are the one that is mainly required. So I will close this. It is going to call, and let's see what happens. It is trying to call with the token that it has. And if you think what will happen, let me know in the comment section right now, because I'm going to reveal it. There is an error. It says we have a 403 forbidden error. It doesn't have. So let's go inside. Let's see what is the content. See, it clearly says insufficient privilege to complete the operation. What am I missing? Yes. So it's not just about the configuration that we did here. There is something important that we need to give. So we are saying this application registration that we did needs permission to access the users. So in order to do so, go to this API permission, and this is the important piece. Click on add a permission. Here, if you watch the Azure AD B2C authentication demo, probably we would have used these two to fetch the internal application IDs, right? In this case, we need to give permission to the Microsoft Graph. So under Microsoft API, there's something called Microsoft Graph. Click on it. And we need to give permissions in these two. What permissions we have to go? We go to delegated permission and search for users. It's case sensitive, so type users dot read. So if you type user, you can come here, there will be users here. So here we need to give permission. What permissions we need to give? We need to give access to user.read. We need to give access and read basic. Okay, and then read all, and then these three, and then there's one more. There's one more called directory. So type directory, and you will see something called directory. So before you give directory, just say add permission. It is adding. Again, click on permission, click here. Now type directory. So if you filter directory, D is here. Under directory, we need to give access to read. Add permission. So we have added directory.read, user read all, read basic. See, we have added this, but it's not done yet. Click on again add permission, click on Microsoft Graph. Now click on application permission. Here again same thing, user. If you type user, so if you type user.read, the user is filtered, and here we need to give user.read all. Add, and then there's one more thing. Click on again add permission. Here directory.read.all. Expand it, click it, add permission. After this, the next important thing is you need to grant admin consent so that everything will become green now. Okay, now that's it. Let's go back and execute this. Again, it is coming here. We got the token. Come here. Now let's see what happens. We got the response. See, now this time we had enough permission and we got all the users. So if I expand this users, or I will just run it out, and you will see response here. See these many responses. So now this way we can fetch the users, and if you configure this in all of your tenant ID, you'll be able to fetch the users from the in the directory, the users from the tenant directory. All right, so there is a possibility that if any of the IDP requests, like IDP means non-locally saved accounts, for example, they might have used Google or Facebook, those kind of things, generally AD B2C will not reveal it. It will store internally in a different format, so those kind of users you will not fetch it. But anyone who registered with their email ID into our local account, we will be able to fetch, and that's how we send, that's how we use the users information to do some action. All right, so this is a good example for Azure AD B2C. Using the Graph API, we'll be able to manage the users. This video just talks about how to fetch the users, but in fact you can actually reset the password and you can do a couple more informations against the user. All right, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you like this video, don't forget to hit that like button. If you have any questions or suggestions, do let me know in the comment section. Your feedback is more valuable, so stay tuned with the series of videos. At the end of the series, you'll become a very good full stack development. Will have extensive knowledge on Angular, .NET Core, clean architecture, Azure and Azure services. So I will see you in the next video, guys. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome back. Want to restrict the access in your Angular app based on user roles? In this video, we will set up the auth guards to protect the routes, extract role claims from the JWT token, and secure your app using Azure AD B2C. Come, let's get started. Alright, this video is part of the full stack development video series and almost the end of the series. So in this video, I'll show you how we will be protecting our route, and if you've not watched any of this video series, I will give you the details in the description, so don't forget to watch. Alright, so let's take a look at the demo. So this is the deployed application. So I have logged in, that's why all of these things are coming. So if I log out, all of these will go away. For example, let's say I want to go here. It is listing all of my questions. If I go here, it's coming. Let's say I copy this, I log out. Let's say somebody knows this route. Okay, so somebody knows this route and I'm clicking this. At least this route is not executed. Though it is not very friendly, probably we should have redirected to a home page, but at least they were not able to go. But how is this finding out? How is this finding that only certain person can go inside? If you have not logged into this website, try logging in. You will still not be able to get in because the UI is able to find out, right? So how is this happening? So for users like you guys, right? So when you come, you're not an admin role. So basically when you come, you will not be able to see all of these things, but you can still go and take up the exam. Like you can resume some exam, you can take up some new exam. You can also see the existing exam. All of those things you can do but you cannot go to any of these things where I prepare the question. So that's not possible, but it's possible for me, right? How am I protecting these things from you guys, right? Here's the thing. So when you log in, okay, there is a token. For example, the token that you get will be here. If I go to this token and go to jwt.ms, the token will have more information apart from these given name and all of those things which is coming from Azure AD B2C attributes. I have more attributes called extension underscore user ID and user role. I am actually a customer role as well as an admin role, but if you try, you will have only the customer role. So this is done in one of our previous video where we will do an enrichment of token using Azure AD B2C API connector. If you have not watched that, you should watch that. But for this video, assume you already know and this token is coming. The token tells, the token has a claim and claim tells what role they have. Based on this role, we are going to restrict it. Let's keep it simple for this video. So we are going to do based on this information. So I'm going to open up the Angular application. And in the Angular application, it's very simple. We have something called guards. Okay. We have something called guards and I have two guards. One is the admin guard, one is the login guard. Very simple. Basically, we're dealing with Angular 19. So for guards, it has to be can activate function. Okay. In old, like less than 16 version, it was not Angular like can activate function. Instead of that, it's can activate guard. Okay, so let's explain this. I have a name called can activate guard that implements the can activate function that takes 2 as the parameters. All what we are doing is we're using the inject. Again, inject is new. You can inject an instance of a service using inject, like how you inject the login service or any service in the constructor, that is equivalent. Okay, this is available only from 16 plus. So remember, we're dealing with the latest Angular version. So we have two instances called Auth service, which is the login service, and the toaster service. So the login service, what it is doing is there's a variable called isLogin. If that is true, means they're logged in. If this is false, then it will become false. So it will go here. It will display this toaster message and it will force you to log in. Okay. Similarly, for admin guard, it has to be logged in, but also there is something called user role that should have an admin. How this user role is coming, you can actually go here and see how the user role is coming. So we are actually reading this extension underscore user role, splitting by comma and putting it as an array. So for my case, it will be customer comma admin. So all what we're doing in this guard is again same guard. It's just a different name. We're checking it has to be a logged in person. Also, the role should have admin. If not, they are not an admin, but they are logged in. Okay, so like we will say, hey, you do not have admin access. You are still logged in. Okay, then we put them back to the home page. But if they have not done anything, like if they're not even logged in, then this will execute. That's it. Now, after you have these two guards, all what you have to do is you have to go to the app routes. And in this case, let's say the question list, right? So after this component, you have to say can activate. You need to pass the guard. So in this case, this route, all the admin section routes are protected by can activate admin guards. But if you see, if you just want to take up the exam, can activate guard as long as you're logged in enough. So that's the difference, how you have different guards that does different thing. And you can actually have multiple guards, which means you can say comma separated guards, but everything needs to be true. Only then it will allow that route. If not, the route gets cancelled. So this is how it is so simple to protect your route just by using the auth guards. You just need to have some logic. But if you take up this application, which is there in GitHub, it is out of the box. Everything is configured and if you just start the application, it'll work. If you like this video, don't forget to hit the like button, and if you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comment section. Join the Telegram group, we can chat there lively and solve your problems that you're facing, or we can also help each other to grow better. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I will see you in the next video, guys. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello friends, are you storing the API keys, passwords, or the database connection strings in your app? Stop, that's a security risk. In this video, I'll show you how Azure Key Vault protects your secrets, encrypts the data, and eliminates the need for storing the credentials. Come, let's dive in. Let's take a look at the overview of this video. So we will start with what is Azure Key Vaults and why it is important, the key components of the Azure Key Vaults, followed by the real world use cases, why and when to use each components. And followed by we will be doing a demo on creating the Azure Key Vault, storing and retrieving the secrets, accessing the Key Vault using the managed identity, and the best practice and security tips so that your app can actually access the data from the Azure Key Vault securely without any credentials. So what is the Azure Key Vault? Key Vaults are nothing but a cloud-based secure store for managing the sensitive informations. So this will help protect the encryption keys, secrets, certificates. This also eliminates the need to store the credential in your application code. You don't need to store it in the configuration, don't need to hardcode it, you don't need to do any of those things. It's centralized, stored in one place. So why you use the Azure Key Vault? This actually improves the security by preventing any of those hard-coded secrets in the application, followed by this is a centralized management for the secrets, keys, and certificates. Also, we can assign the role, which is role-based access control, and managed identity supports are possible with the Azure Key Vault. It's also supporting the auditing and the monitoring to track the secret usage, who's doing what, when it has been destroyed, all of those things. So let's come to the components of the Key Vault. So these are the components of the Key Vaults. Okay, there are three main components. The first one is the key. So what are keys? Keys are nothing but the cryptographic keys that are used for the data encryption and the digital signing. I'll explain you in a bit. This also supports the RC algorithm and EC key types. So this can generate, store, and manage the hardware backed keys. It's very important. It's also supporting the HSM backed key. So let's take a look at when to use these keys. So when to use the keys? For encrypting the files, database records, or the application data. For those kind of things, we use these keys to do this encryption. And for also signing the JWT token. So basically the token that you have, right? So they generate the token based on a key for signing the key so that the other party can decode it. Okay, so that's used in the authentication workflow, and we will also be using this for securing the SSL and TLS certificates. So if you consider the real world example, a banking app that encrypts a user transaction before storing them into the database using the Azure Key Vault. So there will be key in the Key Vault, they'll use this to encrypt the transaction for the user and then store it in the database, and using the same key, they'll be able to decrypt and show the actual value to the user, so that all the encryption in the database is done and nobody can actually go to the database and view what it is. Right, the second important component in the Key Vault is the secret. So this is used to store the sensitive values. Like what are secrets? Like it can store the password, connection string of an application, some API keys, tokens, certificates. All of these things are called secrets. So this actually prevents us to not to hardcode any credentials in the application. So when do you use the secret? For example, right, storing the database connection string securely, or keeping the API keys or the OAuth tokens safe. You can also store the password for managing the services without exposing them. So let's take an example of the real world application. So let's say you have a .NET Core Web API, okay, that eventually has its database connection string. So you can store those API, So you can store those database connection string securely in the Azure Key Vault secret instead of hardcoding it in the app settings.json. And there are many other examples. Like for example, you can also store the AD B2C client ID, tenant ID, all of those like secrets, all of those configurations that you feel it is important can be stored in the key vault and can be accessed from the application without even any password, which we are going to see in the demo on the last. So stay tuned. The third part is the certificates. So this is used for the secure communication. That's the third last important component in the key vault. So what is certificates? Like it is for SSL, like secure server layer, and they are also called TLS. So these are the certificate used for the encrypted communication. Okay, and it can be self-signed or imported from the public certificate authorities, like what's called CAs. So when to use certificates? SSL, TLS encryption for the web application, we can use the certificate, and we can use the client authentication in the APIs. We can use for securing the service to service communication. Let's take an example of the real world. Okay, so let's say a company secures its Azure web app with an SSL certificate, which is actually stored in the Azure Key Vault. So if you type HTTPS, means it has a SSL certificate. So a company can actually have its own SSL certificate that can be saved in the Azure Key Vault and can be used to integrate between these two. Alright guys, now it's a demo time. So we're going to see how we can create the Azure Key Vault in the Azure portal. We can see how we will store and retrieve the secrets, and also the last one is the super important one, using the managed identity, how you can access the secrets from the Azure Key Vault more securely without credentials. So go to portal.azure.com and log in with your credential. Okay, so I've already logged in and I have a lot of resources. If you look at this, all resources, I have many resources and everything is free so far, right? So if you always wonder how it is free, there are plenty of videos in my channel that tells you how to set up the free account and how you can use the free resources that is provided by Microsoft always. All right, so now go to the search button and type the key vaults. Then you will see something like this. Click on it. And right now I already have a key vault that I already tested it, so that's why it's showing up here. But what you can do is, if you're doing it for the first time, click on the create. But before I proceed, just wanted to let you know, if you have used this Azure Key Vault, if you have used the Azure portal for the first time, if you already have some $200 free credit, use it. And those who have already crossed 12 months, probably the key vault is going to cost a bit like I think couple of dollars, but don't worry, for learning this you can just learn everything and then delete everything. Okay, so that is also I will show you, so don't be afraid, always try to learn by doing it. Now click on create. It will show up this basic blade where you have to fill up all of the information. So I have 4 subscription, that's why I have these 4 listed. One, I have dedicated subscription for the Azure demos that I'm doing it for the channel, so that the cost associated with this will come up under the subscription. All right, so I'm going to choose that. You choose whatever subscription you have. Resource group, I already have a resource group, so I'm going to choose this. If you wanted to create a new resource group, click on create new. Basically every single resource will come under a resource group. Okay, it's like a parent and child. A child can always be under a parent, right? It has to be under a parent, but a parent can have many children. So basically a resource group can have many resources under it. Okay, if you feel the example is very bad, just let me know in the comment section. I will definitely correct it in the next one. So I'm going to choose the existing resource group, and here is the one that you need to provide a key vault name. Okay, so I'm going to provide a key vault name which is unique. So I'm going to say LSC Key Vault demo app, maybe just demo. Okay, it's already taken. So let's put this. So I named it like this, LSC Key Vault demo Azure, just to make it unique. You can give whatever you want. Region, under which region it is going to fall. For me it's US East, based on the closest region. And pricing tier, choose as standard. Premium is like I said in the video, it is supported by the HSM backed keys. We don't need this. Premium tier will be used only by the organization. For us it's standard is enough. So then you see the soft delete. See, soft delete is already enabled. Soft delete means basically if you accidentally delete any of the secrets or certificates or keys, you can actually retrieve it. That's why the soft delete is by default, it is enabled by these days. Okay, and then you can also see days to retain the delete values. For the for the vault 90 days. And here is the important thing. By default, purge protection is disabled. Okay, meaning it will allow the key vaults and object to be purged during the retention period. So for example, if you delete it and if you want to force delete it from the system, like from the key vault, then it will allow you. But if you enable this, there will be some default value. It will stay there until the default number of days is finished. Only then you can force delete it. Okay, so I will show you this. Okay, so let's go to the next step. Access control. Access control, the recommended access control is the role based access control. Okay, so this is recommended. We can also use policy based, but let's go with the role based one. And then it is also telling you whether any of these resources like Azure virtual machines, resource manager, or the Azure disk encryption, can these resource access this key vault? If you wanted to do so, then you do a check mark here. Okay, but for our demo we don't need it, so go with this one. Next is networking. Networking is basically, if I have a URL to access the key vault, can I access that from the public network through the internet? If you say yes, then it's called enable. If you say no, it will be disable. And if there is some particular restriction in companies, they will use this kind of thing. Okay, so for us it's going to be enable. It's publicly accessible. All networks or selected networks. Selected network means basically you can specify under which IP the request will come and it will be allowed. Those kind of things we don't need it for this demo. We will say it's all network. Okay, but anytime you can set up a private endpoint. Again, private endpoint will be done from the organization side. We don't need this. This is good to know when they do it, but for now we don't need this. Next, let's go to tag. So I'm saying YouTube channel. I would say channel name. Okay, so now is next. You can skip the tag if you want, but tag is good to have. It's always, we are giving some information to the resource, so later you can actually find out how it has been used with respect to the buildings and all of those things. Okay, so now everything looks good. I'm going to click on create. Deployment is in progress. It takes few minutes. Let's wait for it. Few minutes, the resource got deployed. I can click on go to resource, and this is what your key vault is. Okay, so if you look at this under object, under to this left side, you have three important components called keys, secrets, and certificates. Okay, so let's go one by one. Keys, if I go and click on keys and say generate, I can generate a key. So basically, if I say generate, right, I can either import the existing key, I can restore it from the existing backup, or I can generate a new key. I will tell you when this key is used. Okay, so I'm going to generate a new key. Let's say I'm giving a name called storage account encryption. I can choose what type of key. These are the algorithms, RSA and EC, and this is the size of the algorithm, like size of the key. The more bigger, the more stronger. Okay, but for demo we don't need it, but we can just choose RSA, and 2048 is the RSA key. And you can also set when it has to be activated, when it has to expire, but if you don't choose, it's immediately active. Okay, it's enabled. You can also disable it, and then everything looks good. I'm gonna create a key. See, a new key is created. If I go here, this is the keys ID, and there will be a, if I just download this, see, there will be a key generated. Okay, so look at this, download. Let's open this. I will show you how the key looks. So this is the key that looks like this is the big key. Now we're going to use this key to encrypt a particular data. Okay, so you know how the key looks, right? So I'm going to minimize this. So now you know how a key is generated. You can also generate many keys. You can actually go inside and you can say new version. So key name will not change. If I click on new version, I'm going to have the same name, but it's a second version of the key, meaning the key is updated. Okay, so you can do so. Generally, they will do on a rotation basis, or in case if the key is compromised, they will do so. Okay, now you can also, if you delete the keys, you can go to the manage deleted keys, and the manage deleted keys will show you the deleted keys here. Okay, you can actually click on it and restore it. So for example, if I go here and say delete, the key is deleted, right? So if I go to keys, see, there is no key, but if I go to manage deleted keys, the key is coming here. Now here comes the important thing called soft delete and purge protection. So soft delete means it is deleted here, it is not disappeared. I can click here and say recover. If I do so, this key will be restored here. If I do a refresh, the key will come here. Great. So if I'm going to delete this, okay, see the key went and the key is in the deleted stage. Now, if you remember when we started, the purge protection was disabled. If the purge protection was enabled, if I select this button will be disabled. But because it is disabled right now, meaning it is in soft delete mode, I can actually forcefully purge it and it will delete completely. Like it will permanently get deleted and there won't be key here or here to restore it. Okay, so that's called purge protection. So accidentally, even if someone don't want to delete from the soft delete, generally in company the purge protection will be enabled. Okay, it's not enabled by default, but it can be enabled. But once it is enabled, you cannot go back to the old state called, and like you cannot undo enabled one. It's enabled means enabled for the keyword. Okay, now we mistakenly deleted the key, so I'm gonna put that back. I'm just gonna name it. Everything is okay, so let's create a key. So this is how the key works, right? Now second part is the secret. I'll show you how the keys are used in a system, but let's go to secret for now. Let's say I'm here and I'm going to, so here what I'm going to do, I'm going to name something like database connection string, and here goes the connection string. So let's say this is the connection string. Okay, I'm just randomly giving some name. Okay, I really don't know what is this name. Okay, so I've given some name, or I can just say something. Okay, let's say some connection string. Okay, now again same thing, activation, deactivation, tags, and then I'd say create. Okay, so there is a database connection string created. You can actually view the name, like you can view the value here. So secret value, see some random values, but generally speaking it will have the real connection string value. Okay, so let's hide this, let's go back. Okay, so for good, there's a connection, it's a secret. So similarly, okay, so look at this. So in our application we have a connection string, right? So we have a connection string here. So this connection string can be stored, the value can be stored there. Similarly, if you look at this, okay, this is important. Okay, what else is important? See, there's some secret is there. This is important. All of these things are secret values that I don't want it to store here. I can actually take all of these values and see, this is API key. All of these values can be actually stored here, and application can access that from here, like from the application. So those kind of things is what the secret is used. Okay, so now we will take a look at how we will access this connection string using the managed entity in the third demo, but let's stick around the third one, certificate. Similarly, you can actually create a certificate, which right now I cannot do, but basically if you give a name, so for example, this is a certificate name, self-signed certificate. You can actually have the subject here. If you configure everything properly, you can create a certificate here. And we are not going to create any certificate here, but we know why the certificates are used for the service to service communication. Okay, so for those kind of thing, or TLS or SSL, for those kind of things, certificates are required. So we know these three concepts, right? Let's jump on to the important thing. Alright, so I have a demo app. Don't worry about the code. The code will be given in the github.com. So focus on the important work, right? So I have a key vault controller. Basically, I need to install the package called Azure Identity and Azure security.keyvault.secret. Okay, so once I install these two package with a small piece of code, so basically we're saying this is the secret name that we created, and this is the key vault URL, which you can get it from the overview. So from the overview, you can go here and copy the secret key vault URL. So you can replace these two according to what you created, and then basically what we're doing is we are going to use this and use the default Azure credentials. I will tell you in a bit. Default Azure credential means, if you look at this, I have logged in. Okay, I have logged in using my learnsmartcoding@gmail.com, because that is the one which I used in the portal. I have full access, so when it runs with the default credential with my identity, it runs. Because I have full rights and I run this and get to this endpoint, okay, it is going to retrieve the secret of what we are looking for. And look at this. If I enter this, this is the value that we gave, right? So automatically the value was retrieved from the secret. Okay, so when you download the same source code and try, you may not get it, but if you try everything from first in your own portal, because you have full access to your portal, you will get the value. Now here is the important thing. So just for this demo purpose, what I've done is I have created one web app and I'm going to deploy the code that I showed you to this one. Okay, so I'm going to already configure this. I'm going to quickly do a publish, stop this and do publish. Okay, so let's see what happens, right? So while it is getting deployed, I'll explain you what is going to happen. So when I was running this application locally, it knows who I am. All right, but when this application is deployed, it is just a resource in Azure. It doesn't have anything, like it has its own identity but nothing else apart from identity. Okay, so for example, so let's take a look. Let's go here. What do we have? We have weather forecast. So let's say, so we're going to go here and right click and say weather forecast. So application is working. Okay, but what happens if I try to access the same URL, whichever was working? Ideally it should work, right? But it won't work. You see the error? It says caller is not authorized to perform an action. So which means our key vault is now secured. It is denying the assignment. It is denying that, hey, request is coming from this one. I don't know who you are. You have no access to Azure Key Vault. So I will not honor your request. So the code failed. That is what the Key Vault is. Key Vault is very secured. Until unless we give permission, nobody can access the Key Vault. Okay, so how do we use the managed identity concept to ensure that this application has access to the Key Vault? That is what we're going to see next. Okay, so I'm going to go to this web application like this, and then if you go to this left hand side and keep scrolling, under the security there is something called identity. So click on identity. Okay, now for you guys, when you do for the first time, the status will be off. All what you have to do is you need to switch on, and the moment you on, there will be some object. It will be shown like this. Okay, so this number, whatever this is displaying, is the one which represents. So this is the one that represents for the web application. So we know who's now here. Okay, and you can also see this is called system identity. System identity means only one identity for each resource. There will be one identity to represent who that resource is. Okay, user assigned identity means we can assign some managed identity to this resource. Okay, so let's not talk about it right now. Let's focus on how managed identity works or system identity works. Okay, so we know, like from on to on, like from off to on we did, and there was a principal ID generated. Okay, so just remember this. I'm going to copy this. Okay, copy this, and then what I'm going to do is, let's go to this newly created Key Vault. Go to access control IAM. Okay, and then here what you do is click on add role assignment. Okay, so in this one we will choose, so there is something called Key Vault secret user. So I'm going to choose that role, which is an inbuilt role based access control. That's all back, right? So I'm choosing this. Click on next. It's going to come to the members, and here is the one which we're going to choose. So there are two types of thing. One is user, who are like us. There's a group under which a lot of people are there, or there is something called service principal. So service principal and managed identity is going to come in the next video, but basically user, group, service principal are categorized as one type, meaning if you have a login, you belong to user. Administrator can create a group and under which a lot of people can go inside, and they can assign permission to the group, which means assigning permission to all of the users who are under the group. Service principal, again I said, that's a separate manually assigned permission. We will talk about it in the next video. And the one that we are choosing right now is the managed identity, or called system identity. So choose that and click on select members. Azure subscription, that is what we are dealing with, and managed identity. Okay, so there is only one managed identity already, which is under app service. Choose that and it will list down here. Click on it, say select. Now if you look at this, the one that I copied, I'm going to paste it here. See, the one I copied is nothing but the identity, which is what we have chosen here. Okay, that's why I copied here, to prove you that whatever displayed is nothing but the ID that I chose. Click on next. Everything is looking good. Review and assign. Okay, so now we are saying we are assigning this managed identity, meaning this web application, to have read access to the secrets. So now if I go here and say enter, it got permission. That's why it is able to talk to the key vault and retrieve the data. Okay, for example, if I decide I should not give permission, go to the role assignment and it will list down to who has access. I can choose this and simply delete this. Now what happens? I revoked the access. If I go again, as soon as the revoking is done, see, I lost the access. Okay, so that's simple. I'm on the resource group level. Under the resource group, if I go to access control, let's say I'm removing myself, which means the role assignment is removed. Okay, so if I refresh, I'm just an owner. I'm owner for the subscription level. Now if I go to this resource group overview and go inside the key vault, or if I try to create the secret here, okay, you will see this kind of an operation. If you're not a key vault administrator, if you go to the key vault and try to create secret, you'll see this kind of an issue. To solve this issue, you need to go to this resource group level, go to this access control, go to add role assignment, choose key vault administrator, next user, select member. It's myself, I'm selecting myself. Everything looks good. Next and assign. The moment I assign the key vault administrator to myself, now I can go to the resource group, go to the key vault. If you look at this, I will be inherited with my access called administrator. Now if I go to secret, try to create a secret, you will not find any such error. Okay, so now you know what to do. Let's recollect. For key vault, you need to have a key vault administrator, an owner, and then you can assign the manage identity permission to any of the web app to access the key vault. All right. Okay, guys. All right. So now its demo is done. Let's revise our best practice and security tips. So this managed identity, whatever you saw, that is used to avoid storing the secrets in the code. You can also use the RBAC and the access policies to restrict the access that you also see in the in the demo. And this key vault, right, you can also enable the soft delete and purge protection to prevent accidental data loss. Okay, and the last part is this monitoring and audit secret usage with the Azure Monitor. So these are the best practices that you can follow, and some of the important security tips. Here is the summary. So Azure Key Vault provides a secure way to manage the keys, secrets, and certificate, because those three are the three important components of the Azure Key Vault. You can use the managed identity for a given resource to access the secrets from the Azure Key Vault. That is what we saw in the demo. And this will protect your application with the proper access policy and auditing system. So now you know how to securely manage the secrets and keys in the Azure Key Vault. If you found this helpful, hit the like button, subscribe for more Azure tutorials, and drop a comment below with your question. So stay tuned, and I'll see you in the next video, guys. Bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, we'll break down the key difference between the service principal and managed identity in Azure. Watch as we use the service principal to securely deploy the apps via the CI/CD pipeline, and a managed identity to access the Azure Key Vault without storing the secrets. So by the end, you'll know exactly when to use each. Let's get started. So in this video, we'll be covering the Azure Managed Identity and Service Principal introduction, why do we need them, and key difference and their benefits. So we will be seeing two live demos. The first one will be the Managed Identity in Azure Web App. So we'll be creating a key vault, storing some secrets, and setting up some Azure Web App with Managed Identity. We'll also grant the required permissions so that the web app can access the Azure Key Vault to get the secrets. So we'll be implementing it in .NET Core Web API 9 to see how securely it is fetching the secrets from the Key Vault. And followed by the second live demo will be the service principal for the Azure DevOps CI/CD pipeline. So we will understand the service principal and their role in the DevOps. We'll be creating a service principal in Azure DevOps and then configuring the Azure DevOps pipeline to deploy the web application to the Azure. And then you will see how CI/CD pipelines are running and verifying the deployment. And finally, after all of these things, we will also talk about the best practice and summary of when to use managed entity and when to use the service principal. So by the end of the video, you'll be very solid with these two concepts. So come, let's dive in. All right. So first, let's understand what is identity in Azure. So in Azure, every single application or any services needs an identity to authenticate and access the resources securely. Okay, so instead of giving username and password, Azure actually provides two mechanisms called Managed Identity and Service Principal for its secure authentication. So why do we need them? We need this for two main reasons. One is to securely access the Azure resources without managing the credential. The second important thing is this improves the security so that this improves the security by eliminating the need to store any credentials in your configuration file. Okay, so let's talk about the difference or the details of the managed identity versus service principal. So let's take a look at the first one. Okay, these are the features and we have these two, right? So let me clarify these things. So as per the definition, it says managed identity means they are identities managed by the Azure for the application. Okay, meaning every single resource has its own identity, but they are managed by the Azure, which will talk to the applications. Okay, so remember, identities are managed. Managed identity means they are managed by the Azure, not by us. In other hand, service principals are nothing but an identity that was created by human. Like we go to portal and create the identity that is used for the apps or the services to access the resources. Okay, so meaning this is managed by Azure, this is managed manually by us, like just for creating or assigning some roles. After that, everything will happen automatically. Okay, so let's take a use case. So for example, in this case, if Azure resource needs to access another Azure resource, then we'll go with the managed identity. Okay, in this case, for example, DevOps, Azure DevOps, which is outside the Azure portal, right? So for Azure DevOps, CI/CD pipelines or automations. Okay, so for those kind of things where the pipeline needs to access the Azure resource. For example, you wanted to build and deploy a particular code to Azure Web App, meaning CI/CD pipeline needs access to the Azure Web App, which is a resource in Azure. Okay, for that we will need service principal, which is created by in terms of secret management, there is no secret needed. Azure manages everything. But in this principle, like service principal, there could be a client ID secret or the certificate for the authentication, which is created by us, which you're going to see shortly in the demo. Lifetime. Whenever a managed identity, like for example, whenever a resource that has its own managed identity, if the resource is gone, like deleted, the managed identity associated with that resource also is gone. Okay, but in service principal, you have to manually create and delete. That's for our lifecycle, like for lifecycle management. Now, in managed identity, there are two types. system assigned, user assigned. But in this case, there is only one type, which is manually assigned, which is done by us. Okay, so I hope you are clear with this. If you are not clear, let me know in the comment section of what exactly you want to know in detail. I'll explain you in the next video. Now, it's time for the real-time scenarios and demos. Alright, so the first demo, right? So I have logged into portal.azure.com under a particular resource group like KV demo RG. I have a key vault created and I have a web app created. Alright, so what we are going to do is just a quick demo. We have this web application. Basically, this has the key vault URL that I just created, and it has a secret name called database connection string. So all what this is doing is, this one is trying to have an endpoint that is trying to access the secret value for this one. So for this one, there's a secret value. It is going to access this. Okay. So let's get into this key vault and I'll quickly show you what I meant. So if you go to secret, there is a secret key and there is a value for this. Okay, so this is the value. So if I say show secret value, see there's a database connection string, right? There's a database connection string here. It's a big one. So I wanted to retrieve this from the key vault. No. Alright, so now what I did is this application is now deployed to whatever I just mentioned, which is here. Okay, so if I go and click on the existing API, it runs. Now let's try to, this application is now trying to run this endpoint. So we got an error because this application doesn't have access. Okay, so in this case, we don't have access. That's why you got an error. Now let's go back and try to understand. Okay, so in Azure, every single thing is called resource. So in this case, Azure Key Vault is the resource and Azure Web App API is the resource, right? So now this resource is trying to access this resource, Azure resource to Azure resource, but it did not work. Now we are going to see how managed identity is going to help us. So in order to have the access for this one, to like in order to give access to web app for this, what we have to do first do is we need to go here to the web app, and to the left side, if you scroll down to the settings, under that there's something called identity. So there is an identity that tells who this is. Okay, so if you go to identity, again there'll be two things: system assigned identity, user assigned identity. Let's take a look both. Okay, so system assigned identity means initially it will be off. When I say on, there'll be a name, like there's a unique name or like GUID created that is assigned for this. So in Azure, if I go like this, just imagine, right? If I go to Microsoft and say, hey, this is the object ID, tell me who is this, they can find out and tell exactly that this belongs to LSC web app KV demo web app, because this is now associated with this. That's what is called identity. It tells who this is. Now once you enable this and switch on and save, okay, this is enabled. Now what we do is, let's go back to this key vault and we are going to provide access. In order to provide access for the web app, okay, go to access control IAM and click on add role assignment. Okay, in this role assignment, let's search for secret admin. There's something called key vault secret user. Okay, so this means if you look at this description, it says basically this role has access to the secrets in the key vault. So I will say next. Now here what we have to do is, we have two options. We have to say to whom we are giving this role that we just selected. The two things, one is manage identity and one is user group service principal. So basically user means if I'm a user in the login, like in this login, I'll be user, or there can be a group that was created under which many users are there, or there is a service principal that is created manually. We can assign role to that, but in this case we are talking about manage identity. So click on this and select member. it'll ask you from where it is coming. So choose the subscription. I have 4 subscription, that was it's giving me like this. I'm choosing this because under this subscription only the web app is created. See, now it shows who are available here. I can click on it, it will list down exactly this one. Select. Now it is selected. You see this, it's selected here. Let's say next, assign, review and assign. So now that role has been assigned to that web app, meaning this web app has access to the key vault just to access the secret. If I enter now, it gave me the value. It was able to read the value, right? That is what the beautiful thing is, right? So now, did you ever notice any credentials was given? No. Azure resource is talking to another Azure resource only through the managed identity. So this is what called managed identity, and especially called system identity. Alright, now let's jump back to the second demo, which is the service principal demo. So I have logged into dev.azure.com under my organization name, where we have all the repositories, CI/CD pipelines, everything is here. Okay, so let me quickly show you how this managed the service principals are created. Okay, so for example, if I go to this repository, like my project, there are many repositories here, right? So my idea is, if I go to CI/CD pipeline, which is under pipeline, okay, all what I wanted to do was go to release, and I wanted to deploy a particular code. For example, SmartCertify app. Okay, so SmartCertify app is nothing but, so we were building this online certification application, and for this one there is UI and the web app, right? So I wanted to deploy that using CI/CD pipeline. Now CI/CD pipeline is an external application, like Azure DevOps is external. How Azure DevOps will have access to your Azure portal web app? How do you deploy it? That is where the service principal comes into picture. So what we have to do is, we have to go to this project settings. Okay, this is how you can actually create a service principal in the Azure portal also, but we are dealing with CI/CD pipeline, so it is easy to create from here. So if we go here and go to connection service, like the service connection, and click on new service connection. See, these are the existing one, but let me just quickly show you how it works. Okay, so once you choose that and choose Azure Resource Manager, choose next. It is trying to authenticate. Alright, so now the Azure portal is authenticated with this DevOps, which means I can actually choose the subscription level or management group or whatever that level, right? So under subscription level, I'm choosing under this subscription, I want this resource group, and I'm trying to create a service connection. So let's give a meaningful name, CI/CD for web app. Okay, for this one, right? So now, just to be precisely understandable, what we can do is for Azure concept subscription. So whoever is going to use this, right, by just looking at this, they know whichever is under this subscription is used for this, like for CI/CD pipeline. So that way it is easy. So now this is just optional. If I say grant access permission to all pipelines, any pipeline that uses this one will have access. See, that's way the moment you say, what will happen is, it is creating, setting up connection. So it's creating a service principal, and the service principal have now access to that particular subscription. Under that particular subscription, there could be any number of resource group, but under a particular resource group, okay, which is what we saw, right? Under this resource group, the CI/CD pipeline have access. If there is a web app created here, the CI/CD will have access to deploy to this one. Okay, but if I have a different resource group under the same subscription, that CI/CD pipeline will not have access to deploy to any of those web app that is created. Okay, so what we have done is, we have specifically given access to a particular subscription to a particular resource group. Under that, we have given access to deploy, like DevOps to Azure DevOps to access the web app. That is what we have given. So that is what called service principal. So service principals are the external application, external like automation CI/CD pipeline that have access to the one or more resources in the Azure. That is what the service principal is. So now you know the difference between the service principal, managed identity, and we will do a summary of what we learned. So we have come to the conclusion, and what we have to understand is when to use the managed identity. So if Azure resource is talking to an Azure resource to resource, okay, then we need managed identity. So in slide disclaimer mentioned, when an Azure resource needs to securely access another Azure resource without any credential, then you go for managed identity. Now, when to use a service principal? Any external applications. So when to use a service principal? Any external applications or automations or the DevOps pipelines that needs access to the Azure resource that we saw in the service principal example, right? We wanted to deploy a particular code from the CI/CD pipeline to the Azure web app. In this case, web app is a Azure resource. In that way, we need service principal. So the takeaway here is managed identity is zero maintenance, great for Azure to Azure access, and service principal gives more control but requires managing the secrets. Alright guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. You have learned a good concept in this video, and if you like this video, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to my channel and share this with your friends, and don't forget to join the Telegram group for live discussion, and stay tuned, and I will see you in the next video guys. Bye bye. Thanks for watching. If you found this video helpful, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel for more tech tutorials. And don't forget to hit the bell icon to get notified when we post new videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, leave them in the comments below. Happy coding!